Driven by a deep hatred for monsters, Itsuki Tenma endured a tragic childhood after witnessing the brutal murder of his parents. It happened during one of their devastating attacks. For over 10 years, he lived in complete isolation, his mind consumed by a burning desire for revenge. He patiently waited for the day of his class awakening, a crucial ceremony that grants humans extraordinary powers. On that fateful day, while countless others faced crushing disappointment from failing to awaken or only receiving mediocre abilities, Itsuki actually succeeded. But his joy was instantly cut short when he realized his level was only level 0, and it seemed he would stay there forever. Just when it looked like the door of hope had closed, that 0 did not mean he was weak. On the contrary, Itsuki was blessed with an ability far more terrifying than any high level: the power to copy skills. With this power, he could analyze and steal the abilities of any opponent, opening up a path to infinite strength, all to achieve his goal of revenge. Suddenly, those horrific memories came rushing back. On that day, countless strange black rocks rained down from the sky. Right after that, massive pillars of purple light shot up, and defensive barriers were deployed everywhere. But the real tragedy struck when the monsters known as Calamity Beasts broke through the barriers and invaded the human world. Led by the destructive demon Linga, they slaughtered humanity without mercy. Amidst the bloody, chaotic memories, a desperate scream echoed out. "Run, Dad!" The streets turned into a living hell. The deep blue monsters tore everything apart, sending people fleeing in utter panic. A giant monster roared fiercely, charging at the survivors with overwhelming bloodlust. A swirling blast of blue energy exploded, mercilessly swallowing a woman who was desperately clutching her child to protect them. As her life faded away, the mother's hand went limp in pain as she choked out her final words. "Run, Itsuki, Mom." Waking up with a start from the horrific nightmare, his friend beside him kept calling his name. Itsuki, his female friend, turned around and asked with deep worry, "What is wrong? You are completely spaced out." But he just brushed it off. "No, it is nothing." She tilted her head, her wide blue eyes staring at him with deep suspicion. "Are you sure?" He still had not fully recovered from the dream. A tear unconsciously rolled down his cheek, making his friend wonder. "Then why are you crying?" The friend with glasses standing next to him leaned in close and whispered to bail him out. "You are just sleepy, right? You are usually asleep at this hour, but today we suddenly had a school-wide assembly. More importantly, that teacher over there is dressed so weirdly." Up on the stage, the man began lecturing about history. After the Calamity Beasts appeared, certain individuals gained the power to fight back. They were called Awakeners. 10 years ago, on the northern bank of the Lam River, the largest attack by the Calamity Beasts took place. Awakeners from all over the world gathered and crossed the river to push them back in what became known as the River Crossing War. Although the attacks subsided afterward, the number of falling rocks has spiked recently. A large-scale attack on par with the River Crossing War could happen soon. The friend with glasses whispered knowingly to Itsuki. "That man is Izumi Nento, the commander-in-chief of the Northern Continent." "Did you know? You are from the Northern Continent. How do you not know him?" "Izumi Nento. That name does sound familiar. I always pictured him as some hunched-over old man with a long beard, but he looks weirder than I expected." "I get what you mean, but despite his looks, he was the very first Awakener. Thanks to him, we learned about the rocks and the Calamity Beasts." His friend's eyes gleamed with admiration as he kept talking about his idol. "By the way, he is the strongest Awakener. Even Taewon, who holds the title of Humanity's Light, is his student." Up on the stage, the man continued his speech. "Recent research shows that even ordinary, unawakened people have a certain probability of becoming an Awakener by touching a rock. I have come here today to let all of you try it. Awaken and dedicate yourselves to the fight against the Calamity Beasts." With those words, he waved his hand to unleash his power. The ground cracked open, and a brilliant golden light shot into the sky under the tight protection of his bodyguards. The students erupted in excitement as a massive rock rose from the ground. "Is this magic? That is not what you should be surprised about. This feels like a dream. Please, God, let me awaken." The friend with glasses turned and grabbed his hand, his face beaming with hope. "Did you hear that, Itsuki? We finally have a chance to become Awakeners. Finally." Before his friend could even finish, Itsuki silently stepped forward, leaving his two friends calling after him in confusion. "Hey, don't leave me behind. Wait up. Itsuki, get in line properly." Itsuki walked right past his female friend. His back radiated an ominous aura, and his eyes flashed with an eerie red light, leaving her stunned and breaking out in a cold sweat. A sinister, maddening smirk spread across his distorted face. Finally, the day has come. At the testing area, a student touched the giant black rock, but there was absolutely no reaction. The examiner called out coldly, "Failed, next." The crowd below started whispering anxiously after seeing their best student fail. That guy literally broke the school record in his first year. If someone with insane physical abilities like him couldn't do it, there is no way in hell I stand a chance. Maybe physical strength has nothing to do with it. It's too early to give up. Another female student pulled her hand away from the stone, looking completely devastated. The examiner kept his face completely expressionless and urged, "Next, next, next." A heavy wave of disappointment and panic washed over the crowd as failure after failure piled up. "Hey, look, not a single person has awakened yet. Next. Man, I thought this would be easy. Don't tell me our entire school is going to fail." Ignoring all the chatter, the examiner in dark sunglasses called out the next name in a loud, clear voice. "Next up, Hikaru Oi." Anxious whispers rippled through the crowd the moment Hikaru's name was called. Great. I really hope he doesn't awaken. He's already a massive bully. If he actually awakens, we're all going to be in deep trouble. Look, he's up on the platform. Hikaru Oi touched the stone, and violent blue lightning surged out, wrapping around him as everyone watched in utter shock. He smirked triumphantly, thinking to himself with sheer arrogance, "With this, both Izumi Nento and the beauty standing next to him will definitely have to acknowledge me." A status screen popped up, confirming, Hikaru Oi, human, level 0, classless, elementalist, lightning gift, rank 2. Stats, attack is 3, agility is 4, defense is 2, mana is 3, with a total of 12. Watching from afar, the blue-haired assistant reported through her communicator, "Father, we finally got one. At level 0, the total stats are usually around 5, but his are all the way up to 12. Well, I guess it's better than nothing." Basking in the spotlight on the elevated stage, Hikaru tossed his head back with arrogance and yelled, "Hey, old man Nento, got nothing to say to me? I'm the first awakened person here." Suddenly, a dark figure rushed past him at a dizzying speed. Shocked, Hikaru's eyes widened. He couldn't believe someone dared to interrupt his moment of glory. He whipped around, his face contorted with rage as he screamed at the newcomer, "What do you think you're doing putting your filthy hands on that? Do you want to die?" Completely ignoring the threat, Itsuki calmly stepped forward and touched the stone, causing a commotion in the crowd below. "Who is that guy? He's cutting in." "That's Tenma Itsuki from the 5th class. He's dead meat. Once Hikaru targets you, you're finished." But contrast to the noise, Izumi Nento narrowed his eyes, sensing a strange aura coming from this student. "That boy. I can feel an unbelievably intense emotion radiating from him." As Itsuki placed his hand on the cold stone, his eyes glowed a fiery red, burning with absolute resolve. "That's why I will never forget my hatred for those Calamity Beasts. I have carved everything from that day into my mind." Leaving Izumi to murmur, his determination is on a completely different level compared to the others. Suddenly, the commander-in-chief's pupils dilated. His eyes went wide with shock as an extraordinary phenomenon began to unfold. Behind Itsuki, a massive wave of emerald energy coalesced, shaping into the majestic phantom of a sword-wielding god of war. The black stone began to transform, glowing brilliantly as it was enveloped by a colossal energy field shaped like a blue lotus bud. A sudden burst of light erupted, covering the entire school grounds under a breathtaking, radiant dome. Everyone was stunned. That pillar of light was hundreds of meters tall. The students below stared up at the sky with their mouths wide open. "Incredible! This is way bigger than when Hikaru awakened." In the crowd, Itsuki's 2 best friends cheered in excitement. The boy with glasses laughed out loud. Just as expected, Yuki, the blue-haired assistant, couldn't hide her shock and stammered. "This is a phenomenon that only occurs when the rarest class, the Order Breaker, appears." Meanwhile, Izumi wore a knowing smile. "I can't wait to see what he's truly capable of." Witnessing this spectacular event, Hikaru Oi grit his teeth in rage. His face twisted in a mixture of intense jealousy and humiliation. Meanwhile, Itsuki's mind drifted off into a mystical spiritual realm. Seated upon a blue lotus, he wondered, "Where am I? Did I actually awaken?" Just then, a system window materialized before him, displaying his details. "What on earth is this? Tenma, Itsuki, human, level 0, locked, class, order breaker, gift, Nirvana." Nirvana. Special rank. Level is locked. Stats increase upon acquiring skills, removing all debuffs and completely healing all wounds. Another skill notification popped up. Absolute Mimicry. Z rank. Analyzes enemy attacks and allows the acquisition of counter skills. Itsuki stared at his empty stat sheet in utter confusion. He gasped in sheer panic. Stats. Attack is 0, agility is 0, defense is 0, mana is 0, with a total of 0, everything was at 0. But immediately, a series of new notifications popped up one after another. Z rank skill Absolute Mimicry acquired. Special rank gift Nirvana activated. All stats have increased by 200. Attack has increased from 0 to 200. Agility from 0 to 200. Defense from 0 to 200. Mana from 0 to 200. Over 200, and a grand total of no more than 800. Realizing the mechanism behind his power, Itsuki smiles with supreme confidence. So, that is how it works. When I obtain a skill through absolute simulation, I will get a stat boost through Nirvana. Even if I cannot level up, I can still get stronger in my own unique way. Clenching his fist, his eyes burn with fierce determination, ready to face the grueling path ahead. I have no idea what level this equates to for other awakened, but I will absolutely obliterate those Calamity Beasts. There is no doubt about it. I have finally become an awakened. Back in reality, a blinding flash of light suddenly explodes from the stone, forcing everyone to shield their eyes and scream. Oh my God, it is too bright, my eyes. From the very epicenter of that brilliant blue glow, Itsuki's silhouette slowly emerges, standing tall amidst the swirling fragments of pure energy. Hikaru Oi stumbles back, sweat pouring down his face as he stares in utter shock. That loser? No way. The blue-haired assistant covers her mouth, her hands trembling as she stares at the reading on her device. These stats, they are absolutely unreal. For a rookie awakened, this is completely unheard of. But that boy is undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. Cutting her off, Itsuki stands proud, calmly adjusting his tie with the majestic aura of a true king. The girl gasps out her final words. He is the strongest rookie, awakened in all of history. The status screen pops up, displaying a mind-boggling number that leaves everyone dead silent. Tenma Itsuki, race, human, level, 0, class, unassigned, title, order, breaker, special grade gift, undisclosed, skills, undisclosed, attack, 200, agility, 200, defense, 200, mana, 200, a total of 800. The entire school instantly erupts in pure, unadulterated shock. Deafening cheers fill the air as Tenma's stats skyrocket. I cannot believe our school actually has someone this amazing. This is a straight-up miracle that will go down in our school's history forever. Meanwhile, Hikaru Oi grits his teeth, his face twisting in a fit of pure, venomous jealousy. That bastard, he stole the spotlight that was supposed to be mine. Losing all self-control, Hikaru launches an attack. He fires a bolt of lightning straight at Itsuki right in the middle of the crowd. A pathetic loser like you should stay a loser forever. He screams with murderous intent as the lightning crackles. I will wipe you off the face of the earth with my new skill. Silver Serpent. Itsuki calmly watches the incoming attack. Instantly, the system begins its analysis, detecting a C-rank skill. Silver Serpent. Absolute simulation activated. Analysis progress. 27%. Itsuki's eyes gleam with intense focus as streams of data rush through his mind. 57%. 69%. The lightning slams into the wooden floor, exploding and leaving a charred black crater, but the attack completely misses. Itsuki is already gone. Everyone looks around in utter confusion. One student gasps, "Huh? Where did Itsuki go?" There was a flash of lightning, and then Tenma just vanished. Where is he? Suddenly, Itsuki's shadow looms directly behind Hikaru Oi. The system ticks up to 88%. Hikaru breaks out in a cold sweat, paralyzed with sheer terror. What? He is behind me? Why? Why the hell cannot I move? Leaning in close, Itsuki whispers a chilling threat, his eyes glowing a menacing red in the dark. If you were a Calamity Beast, I would have slaughtered you 100 times over. Count your blessings that you were born a human. Overwhelmed by fear, Hikaru's legs give out as he collapses to the ground. Itsuki casually walks away as the crowd begins to whisper, "Tenma, how? When did he even do that? Did Hikaru literally wet himself out of fear? Ha ha ha. Shh, quiet. We are going to get in huge trouble if he hears us. The system chimes. 94%. As Itsuki strolls effortlessly past his classmates, the system reaches 99%. He thinks to himself, since it is only a C-rank skill, the analysis speed is actually pretty fast. A sudden surge of blue electricity wraps around Itsuki's body as a notification pops up. Analysis progress. 100%. You have acquired the C-rank skill. Lightning Breaker. Two nearby boys quickly cover their eyes, and one jokes. Whoa, wait, he is glowing again? Thank God I brought my sunglasses. Itsuki sits in a void-like space, his consciousness pondering. It seems I am forcibly pulled into this dimension every single time an analysis finishes. Analysis of Silver Serpent. Complete. Obtained. Lightning Breaker. The skill detail screen materializes before him. Lightning Breaker, Level 1, active effect, can absorb C-rank and lower lightning attacks directly into the body. Upon unleashing the absorbed lightning energy, your agility will boost by 50%. There is no limit to how many times you can absorb energy. Passive effect. Every time a C-rank lightning attack is absorbed, agility permanently increases by plus 5%. Current bonus, plus 0%. With Lightning Breaker Level 1 acquired, all stats are increased by plus 10, all debuffs are cleansed, and all wounds are fully healed. Itsuki stands tall as a brilliant light radiates from him. Spreading his arms wide, surging blue electricity completely envelops him, drawing a stark contrast to Hikaru, who is still sitting pathetically on the floor. Hikaru's jaw drops in horror, and even his bodyguards are totally frozen. Itsuki's entire body is now crackling with wild lightning. That lightning, it is even brighter and more intense than Hikaru's. How the absolute hell did he copy a skill like that? Itsuki's stats continue to soar as the system updates. No way, his stats are climbing this much again? Attack, from 200 to 210. Agility, from 200 to 210. Defense, from 200 to 210. Mana, from 200 to 210, bringing his grand total from 800 to 840. Suddenly, the sky turns pitch black, and everyone looks up with growing anxiety. Wait, it was just sunny a second ago. Is it raining? Hey, look, something is falling from the sky. A massive, pitch-black boulder comes hurtling down from above, ripping through the stormy clouds and crashing straight toward the school grounds. Monsters begin crawling out of the massive stone, prompting the blue-haired girl to scream at the top of her lungs. Why are those giant stones crashing here? Everyone, evacuate immediately. Wait, this place? The school assembly is cancelled immediately. Everyone, evacuate the campus just like we practiced during the drills. There is absolutely no doubt about it. We are their target. The girl with glasses spun around in panic, her face turning pale. We should run too. Fighting is definitely not our specialty, the man calmly assessed. If we run too, everyone will panic. Look over there. That kid is even calmer than we are. As the panicked crowd fled, Itsuki walked in the opposite direction, heading straight toward the danger. Confused, the girl shouted, "Why aren't you running?" A massive boulder crashed down right into the schoolyard. Boom! The impact shook the ground, sending a thick cloud of dust and smoke into the air. His friends grabbed Itsuki, and the boy with glasses yelled, "Hey, a Calamity Beast is coming. We need to get out of here right now." But Itsuki, his face dark with pure killing intent, replied, "I'm going to destroy every single one of them." His friend begged through her tears. "What are you saying? You're going to die if you don't run. Rikuru is right. You just became an awakened. You're no match for them. Leave this to the other awakened." Itsuki turned back, looking at her with absolute determination, and reassured her with two simple words, "Trust me." His friend grabbed the blushing girl, desperately dragging her away as he yelled, "Fine. Don't blame me if you get yourself killed. Is it really okay to let him go? Our enemy is a Calamity Beast, a walking weapon of mass destruction." Itsuki let out a confident, terrifying smile, thinking to himself with pure excitement, "My very first enemy since becoming an awakened." Blue lightning surged across Itsuki's entire body. Looking up at the sky, he thought of the ones who had slaughtered his parents. "I'm actually pretty lucky." The monster's information popped up. Skeleton Soldier, level 10,369. Second, tier gift. Defense increased by 100%. If the enemy's attack exceeds his own defense, the gift becomes useless. B rank skill, Bonefire. Status, attack. 135, agility, 10, defense, 120, strength, 30, total, 295. Itsuki dropped into a battle stance, his eyes glowing blood red, completely mocking his opponent. Should I test out the skill I just got? Itsuki lunged forward to unleash a lightning strike, screaming the name of his move. Thunderbreaker! The devastating attack clashed head-on with the monster. Itsuki's face hardened with sheer determination. He roared in his mind, "I won't let anyone else die." Itsuki delivered a devastating finishing blow, shattering the skeleton monster. Crash! It flew backward into the school building, causing a massive tremor as a thick cloud of dust billowed up. The onlookers stood frozen, and the assistant's jaw dropped in disbelief. Itsuki is so strong, maybe we don't even need to run anymore. Blasting it into the school building with just one hit. A rookie who just awakened managed to blow away a level 8 Calamity Beast. Nento thoughtfully observed Itsuki with a sharp, calculating gaze. That kid's speed and power are on a completely different level compared to other level 0 individuals. But even so, defeating a skeleton soldier is going to be impossible. They have two incredibly annoying abilities. First is a gift that boosts their defensive capabilities. And second, the monster let out a ferocious roar as a violent blue flame erupted, incinerating the space around it. A skill called Bonefire will reduce your body to ash the moment it touches you. Watching Itsuki get engulfed in the flames, his friends screamed out in agony. Itsuki let out a maniacal laugh, his face twisting with absolute glee. "You idiot who doesn't know your own limits, you're only going to burn to ash." Even inside the sea of fire, Itsuki's system calmly continued to work. The enemy is using Bonefire, so analysis progress has reached 1%, 25%. He stood perfectly still, taking the brunt of the attack, his cold eyes analyzing the situation. It seems the analysis speed increases when the enemy's skill hits me. Progress reached 39%. 57%. The blue-haired assistant broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe her eyes. Even a level 10 awakened wouldn't stand a chance if they took a direct hit like that. His flesh began to peel away, exposing white bone. Itsuki gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. 77%. What a waste of a newly emerged genius, to be killed by a Calamity Beast before he even had a chance to grow. So this is what it feels like to have your body burned. It must hurt like hell. 81%. Amidst the excruciating pain, a haunting memory of his mother flashed through his mind. Nento narrowed his eyes, observing closely, and muttered in disbelief. Tenma, Itsuki. He still hasn't used all of his power, has he? Suddenly, Itsuki raised his head with absolute determination as his body began to regenerate. Once the analysis is complete, you're finished. Analysis progress reached 100%. The crowd buzzed with hope once again as a blue lotus emerged. Is it too soon for a rookie who just became an awakened? I was stupid to even hope for him for a second. Look, that blue lotus flower is appearing again. Tenma might show us another miracle. Itsuki stepped out from the lotus with a completely healed body, wondering to himself, all right, what kind of skill am I going to get this time? 99%. The status window flashed a series of new stats. Bonefire analysis complete. Acquired Ice Wall. Ice Wall level 2. Active effect. When activated, continuously generates ice on the body's surface by consuming mana, capable of blocking B rank and lower fire type skills. Passive effect. Defense plus 10% when blocking B rank and lower fire type skills, currently plus 0%. Acquired Ice Wall level 2, all stats plus 20, status cleared. All negative status effects have been cleared, and his wounds are completely healed. His attack power has increased from 210 to 230, and his agility has increased from 210 to 230. His defense has increased from 210 to 230, and his mana has increased from 210 to 230, bringing his total stats up from 840 to 920. Clenching his fists, he could feel the incredible power surging through him. Just a moment ago, even my strongest attack couldn't break through its defense. But with this massive boost in attack power, I can definitely do it. The emerald aura radiating from the energy lotus enveloped the entire schoolyard in a brilliant light. Itsuki floated within his spiritual realm, his body rippling with muscles and brimming with raw energy. His friends jumped up and down, cheering in pure excitement. Thank God, he's alive. This is amazing. I knew he could do it. A complete recovery like that is practically a miracle. The blue-haired assistant muttered in sheer disbelief. Does he have a self-healing skill? But I thought he was using a lightning attribute skill earlier. They say the Order Breaker is the most mysterious class, but this rookie stands out in a league of his own, even among them. Her eyes remained glued to Itsuki, burning with intense curiosity. To recover that flawlessly, would he be able to regenerate even if his limbs were severed or his brain destroyed? I'm so curious to see the limits of this self-healing power. The skeletal soldier let out a ferocious roar, charging once again with bloodthirsty intent. Itsuki calmly extended his hand as a sheet of black ice rose to block the flames. Black ice wall. The blue fire collided violently with the ice, triggering a massive steam explosion. Through the thick smoke, Itsuki's glowing red eyes flashed menacingly. He dashed forward at a speed invisible to the naked eye, leaving trails of blue light in his wake. With a lightning-fast strike, he shattered a portion of the monster's body. Itsuki summoned a colossal ice sword, bringing down a decisive, thunderous strike from above. The monster was hacked to pieces, bone fragments scattering everywhere amidst flashes of blue lightning. The onlookers could only gape in shock as he appeared behind the Calamity Beast in the blink of an eye, almost like teleportation. Only an awakened could have tracked his movements. Sweat dripped down their faces from sheer terror, and the assistant stood frozen. I couldn't even see him move. Not at all. Is this guy seriously a rookie? His power is just as unreal as before. Izumi Nento watched Itsuki in awe after his resounding victory. Not only can he forge a solid armor to protect his body, but he can also manifest weapons in any shape he wants. A god-tier skill that seamlessly combines both offense and defense. Amidst the ruined schoolyard, Itsuki stood quietly as his friend, Rikuru, ran over from a distance, calling out in a panic, "Itsuki!" Rikuru rushed over and hugged Itsuki tightly, letting out a massive sigh of relief. "I'm so glad you won. I was worried sick. But where's Seiya?" Itsuki looked around, asking in confusion, "Wait, he didn't come?" Rikuru replied thoughtfully. A moment ago, he was just standing there watching, looking like he was about to burst into tears. Itsuki scanned the crowd and spotted Seiya standing far off in the distance. He thought to himself in concern, "Is he mad at me?" Meanwhile, Assistant Choa was still dazed by the sheer power of the boy who had just taken down a monster that would give even a level 10 awakened a run for their money. Nento barked out an order, "Choa, stay here and assist with the cleanup. Also, let the principal know I'm taking this boy with me." Rikuru tried to reassure Itsuki, "There's no way Seiya would be mad at you for winning. He probably just felt insecure about being left behind, so he went to touch the awakening stone." Itsuki could only let out a sigh. "I hope so." Suddenly, Izumi Nento approached him. He looked the boy up and down before speaking. "You're Itsuki, right?" Itsuki stood face to face with the imposing commander-in-chief. The atmosphere grew tense as the two locked eyes. The crowd of students began whispering excitedly at the unusual sight. "Look, Izumi Nento is talking to him. Do you think he's going to take him in as his disciple?" "No way. The only person who ever became his disciple was Tawan, the strongest human alive. So no matter how strong Tenma is, there's no way that's happening." Sensing the commander-in-chief had private business, Rikuru awkwardly excused himself. "All right, I'll go find Seiya then." With only the two of them left on the yard, Nento spoke with intrigue. "You are quite unique." Itsuki tilted his head, repeating his words in confusion. "Unique?" Nento's gaze darkened as he sensed the killing intent radiating from Itsuki, as if the boy's heart was consumed by rage and hatred. Looking him dead in the eye, he asked directly, "I want to know. Why?" Itsuki went silent, and the dark memories from 10 years ago came flooding back. 10 years ago, my parents were slaughtered by Calamity Beasts while trying to protect me. An image of a young Itsuki appeared, his face stained with tears as he was forced to witness the tragedy unfold right before his eyes. He recalled the fateful moment that defined his life. "I was almost killed myself, but an awakened saved me just in time, right in front of my eyes." He choked back tears as he remembered the moment his mother vanished into a sea of flames. "I watched my mother die. Her last words to me were to keep moving forward on my own." The young Itsuki back then stood frozen among the ruins, his soul completely shattered. "Mom, you and Dad died because of them." His pain warped into sheer, unadulterated rage. The young boy screamed in bitter anguish. "No!" In his mind, a looming demonic shadow cast a terrifying threat. Itsuki's mind. He was certain this very thing was the root of all evil. His eyes flared with a crimson rage as he remembered the vow he made all those years ago. "On that day, I swore to myself, I will absolutely destroy this demon. Now, Itsuki gritted his teeth, a single tear rolling down his stoic face. Every last one of them. Nento watched Itsuki in silence before asking in a low, heavy voice, "Even when your heart is consumed by hatred, you still shed tears?" Itsuki wiped the tear away, explaining his strange condition. "Ever since I witnessed the tragedy of my mother's death, my left eye stopped shedding tears. But my right eye, it began to cry on its own. Because of this, I can never forget my hatred for those Calamity Beasts." Nento nodded, then made an unexpected offer. "Would you like to become my disciple? I will bring you into the Salvation Alliance and help you gain the immense strength you need to get revenge on those Calamity Beasts." Surprised, Itsuki repeated, "The Salvation Alliance?" Nento began to explain how this massive organization was built to fight the Calamity Beasts in a much more scientific and effective way. The Southern Continent's government gathered the strongest awakened ones from all over the world to form this alliance. You can think of them as the official military force fighting against the Calamity Beasts. Its members are known as the Salvation Army. The Salvation Army is provided with top-tier resources, like private training grounds and devastating weapons, along with guaranteed high pay. Even trainees receive 10,000 gold per month, which is enough to buy a decent car. Of course, such generous treatment doesn't come for free. Members are expected to constantly battle the Calamity Beasts on the front lines, risking their lives to protect the public. Itsuki thought to himself, "To be honest, I don't care about a high salary or fancy resources. What mattered most was he clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination, to be able to fight those Calamity Beasts right on the front lines. I want to join the Salvation Army too." Izumi Nento then began explaining the brutal selection process. Every February, the Salvation Alliance hosts an entrance exam called the National Salvation Alliance Tournament, drawing in over 10,000 participants. Candidates are scored based on their performance, but only those in the top 100 earn the right to join the Salvation Army. Itsuki immediately asked, "What's the highest score in the history of the exam?" Nento grew thoughtful, his gaze deep behind his mask, knowing it won't help you much as a reference. But he pointed to a massive number displayed on the screen. The all-time record is 115,000 points, set by Taiwa Jin 11 years ago. You'll pass the exam if you hit 30% of that score, and you'll easily take first place if you reach 50%. Itsuki froze when he heard that familiar name, as the image of the legendary hero flashed in his mind. Taiwa Jin, is that the strongest awakened hero, the light of humanity that Hikaru talked about? Nento's voice turned serious as he gave his sincere advice. Jin is a special existence. Comparing yourself to him will only lead to despair, but you should have confidence in yourself. You have the potential to stand right beside him. Itsuki looked straight ahead, confidently declaring his ultimate goal. "I will surpass Taiwa Jin." Izumi Nento fell silent, his eyes narrowing slightly as if observing a seed of massive potential starting to sprout. He thought back to the past when he saw the shadow of Taiwa Jin. "You've become quite famous. The younger generation is all striving to follow in your footsteps, but simply trailing behind you won't win us this war against the Calamity Beasts. One day, someone will surpass us, just as a rising sun replaces a setting one." Nento looked at Itsuki with high expectations. "I am looking forward to that day." The dawn that Jin had been waiting for had finally arrived. The two stood before a massive, glowing, spherical structure. Itsuki gasped in amazement. "What on earth is that?" Nento began to explain the nature of the invasions, how the giant stone monoliths acted like gateways connecting their world with the realm of the Calamity Beasts. So, if you only kill the monsters but leave the stone gateways intact, more Calamity Beasts will just keep coming. He pointed toward the magnificent facility. This facility was built specifically to contain and isolate those undestroyed stone gateways. Awakened warriors periodically clear out any Calamity Beasts that try to crawl through. This keeps the barrier stable and allows us to use it as a training ground. Itsuki nodded as he looked at the entrance. "So, this is a training ground?" Nento replied. "Exactly. We call them stages. Since we can't control the levels or the number of Calamity Beasts that spawn, it's incredibly dangerous inside. A haunting scene of monster carcasses and shattered weapons lay before them, and the Calamity Beasts in the stage right in front of us are particularly formidable. Out of all the rookie-level stages, this one has the highest mortality rate. That's why they call it the Rookie's Graveyard." On the electronic screen, the legendary record of Jin, back when he was still an awakened rookie, flashed brilliantly. He cleared it in 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Stage challenge successful. 10 challengers, with Taiwa Jin holding the record time of 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Nento looked at Itsuki and issued a challenge. If you're planning to surpass him, you'll have to do it in 3 minutes. Itsuki silently started walking toward the entrance. Nento called out after him, "If you can clear this stage within 3 minutes, I'll take you in as my apprentice." The appearance of the two caused a stir in the surrounding crowd. "Look, that's Lord Izumi. Is that the rumored rookie walking next to him? No way. Unless he's an awakened on Taewon's level, there's no way he's qualified to walk beside Lord Izumi." Itsuki glanced around, secretly surprised by everyone's reaction. "Huh? Is this guy really that famous?" He stopped in front of the notice board showing the level 10 beast disaster inside the dungeon. Level 10? That's only 2 levels higher than that skeleton soldier? Just how strong is it anyway? Itsuki casually kept walking under the prying eyes of the crowd. But even so, nobody around seemed to have any intention of entering the dungeon. Why is that? The crowd began to jeer. Does that rookie seriously think he's going in? With that kind of confidence, he must have a high-level awakened accompanying him. Man, I wish they'd carry us too. He's probably just here to hit on the pretty receptionist. Just because he's got a decent face, he thinks he can act all high and mighty. Itsuki approached the reception desk. The gray-haired girl looked at him with skepticism. "Excuse me, I'd like to enter the stage." "Certainly. How many challengers in total?" He tilted his head and answered decisively, "Just me." The room suddenly fell into a dead silence at his response. The receptionist frowned and snapped at him, thinking he was joking around. "Stop fooling around. That's not funny at all. Are you trying to harass me? If you came here to hit on me, you're wasting your time. This might be an artificial stage, but it's still a dangerous place where you could get hurt or even lose your life." What on earth is she talking about? Itsuki wondered blankly. The onlookers burst into mocking laughter. Look at him. He really did come here to hit on her. Ha ha ha. There are always idiots who mistake a dungeon for a dating spot. Well, usually they just get chewed out and scurry back home. Itsuki stared coldly at the girl, his voice completely flat. "You seem to be misunderstanding something. I have absolutely zero interest in you. I really did come here just to clear this stage." The receptionist covered her face in embarrassment but still tried to save face. "You don't have to act tough just because you're embarrassed. I'll give you my contact info, so just go home for now." Suddenly, a chilling aura of bloodlust radiated from Itsuki. His eyes darkened threateningly. "Don't make me repeat myself. I don't care about your contact info. Just let me into the dungeon." Trembling, the girl handed him a bracelet, her voice shaking. "Fine, don't blame me if you end up dead." Itsuki secretly complained to himself she should have just agreed in the first place, instead of making him repeat himself. The crowd whispered again as they saw him preparing to enter. What an idiot. He could have actually gotten her number. This is no time to play hero. A level 0 rookie trying to challenge a level 10 stage is just suicide. I bet he'll run away crying in less than a minute. Standing in front of the steel door, Itsuki could still hear the endless chatter. That guy looks pretty confident. He has a special grade gift too, so maybe he actually can do it. Another person dismissed this. For an awakened, gifts are just extra bonuses. The most important thing is still your level. No matter how special your gift is, it's useless if your level is too low. Itsuki calmly raised his hand, preparing to take the final steps. "My personal info is registered in this bracelet, so if I scan it, I can go in." With a beep, the notification board lit up. Challenger entry approved for awakened Tenma Itsuki. He cracked his knuckles, exhaling a puff of white mist with a surge of energy. The promise was within 3 minutes. All right, let's get started. The numbers on the electronic board began to tick upward from 0. The race against time had officially begun. Without hesitation, Itsuki dashed forward like a flash of lightning, leaving trails of blazing energy in his wake. He stepped into a staggeringly vast space. The space inside is bigger than I thought. This is my first time entering a dungeon, even if it's just an artificial one. Itsuki focused intently, preparing for the real encounter inside the dungeon. Here it comes. A giant wooden entity suddenly emerged. The system window popped up. Kodama number 1307, Kodama tribe, level 4, gift, none. Without a single wasted movement, Itsuki lunged forward to attack, utilizing his superior stats. Status, attack, 49, agility, 48, defense, 53, mana, 24, total, 174. He swung his razor-sharp ice axe, cleaving the monster in two, and wore a mocking smirk. An axe really is the best tool for trees after all. How's it feel to watch your buddy get chopped in half? Standing proudly before the surrounding pack of monsters, Itsuki shouted, "You rotten trees, come at me!" Choha anxiously asked her father, "Dad, there are plenty of other rookie stages. Why did you let him enter this specific one?" Nento replied, "He said he would surpass Jin, so I just brought him to the very first stage that Jin challenged." Cho asserted, "Unless he transcends the boundaries of humanity, surpassing Jin is absolutely impossible." This made Nento wonder, did she really think Jin had surpassed humanity itself? With a tense look on her face, the assistant continued to look back on her memories. "I used to think Jin was kind and approachable, but then I saw him slaughter a level 97 disaster beast in a split second." His eyes at that moment. The haunting image of those glowing red eyes flashed through her mind. Cold, detached, and godlike. Those eyes did not look human at all. The silhouette of Taiwawazan towered brilliantly, like a supreme being. They were like the eyes of a god. Nento pondered quietly, assessing Itsuki's potential. That kid has potential on par with Jin, but right now, he is nothing more than a diamond in the rough. If Jin is a godlike savior protecting humanity, then this kid is a demon consumed by hatred. The exact polar opposite of Jin. He quietly observed, keeping his eyes on Itsuki, who was holding the monster's severed head. Inside the game, Itsuki let out a heavy sigh, seeing how weak the monsters were. Absolute simulation did not even bother to activate against disaster beasts of this level. Suddenly, a massive shadow with glowing red eyes loomed right behind him, threateningly. Itsuki quickly spun around, unleashing a blinding lightning slash in a split-second counterattack. Looking at the monster collapsing at his feet, he coldly asked himself, "Is that it? Is it already over?" Itsuki narrowed his eyes, examining the monster's corpse as suspicion crept in. Is a level 10 disaster beast really only this strong? No, if that were the case, this place wouldn't be called the Rookie's Graveyard. There has to be something else. Instantly, the system flashed red, detecting a B-rank self-regeneration skill. Absolute simulation activated, beginning analysis. Analysis progress. 5%. Startled, Itsuki felt a massive surge of energy rising right behind him. The wooden monster from before revived, now even larger, shocking Itsuki. "I literally sliced off half its head. And it can still regenerate?" The resurrected monster's info flashed with overwhelming power. Resurrected Kodama. Upgraded to level 520. Kodama race level 10, second rank gift, defense minus 50%, self-healing capability greatly increased. Attack status, 110, agility, 100, defense, 60, mana, 180, total, 450. He gritted his teeth. "I knew this wouldn't be easy." Itsuki immediately activated the defensive power of his class. Dark Wall activated, and he plunged straight down like an arrow. To stop it from regenerating, I need to deal massive damage in a short amount of time. 17%. Continuous slashes tore through the air as the analysis progress reached 19%. Itsuki braced himself, channeling all his energy into his sharp ice gauntlets as he lunged at the beast. A brilliant sword strike cut through the night, pushing the analysis progress to 21%. The monster's body was torn apart by the powerful slash, revealing deep cracks as energy began to leak out. Itsuki let out a crazed, murderous laugh, his eyes flashing red. "We're not done yet. I'm going to hack you to pieces so you can never regenerate again." He unleashed tens of thousands of crisscrossing slashes at breakneck speed, surrounding the giant monster. Finally, the Kodama entity shattered into tens of thousands of tiny pieces, completely obliterated under Itsuki's terrifying power. Standing amidst the shards of energy, Itsuki panted heavily from exhaustion and thought to himself, "Surely this is enough. Using Dark Wall for too long is completely draining my mana." But right after, the ground shook violently as the giant wooden monster rose again, stronger than ever, with an earth-shaking roar. He quickly flipped to dodge the sharp tree roots. The progress bar showed 60% as he muttered in frustration, "It's still not dead after all that? This is getting really annoying." In the midst of this critical situation, Itsuki's eyes gleamed as he spotted an opening. But every time it regenerates, the analysis speed of absolute simulation increases. He began calculating his strategy, determination written all over his face. "I'll deactivate Dark Wall to save mana, and use Lightning Break to dodge its attacks while maintaining my distance. Keeping this up until the analysis is complete is my winning strategy." But looking at the analysis bar, which had reached 75%, Itsuki gritted his teeth under the pressure. I don't have much time left before the 3-minute limit. He decided to gamble everything. He gathered his power and unleashed a burst of energy, simultaneously activating Lightning Break and Dark Wall to push his attacks to the absolute limit and force it to regenerate continuously. This will boost the analysis speed. The moment the monster knocked him down, Itsuki gritted his teeth, enduring the bone-shattering pain. If Absolute Simulation can't activate once my mana hits 0, I'll die right here. The progress bar reached 80% as he flipped mid-air amidst a flurry of sharp roots. The progress shot up to 85%. Itsuki braced himself and charged straight at the enemy, telling himself, "But if I die, then that's all I was ever worth." His eyes flared with a murderous red glow as he prepared for a decisive strike, an explosive collision. The power of lightning struck the monster's body, creating blinding flashes of light, and sent him flying back with a blood-covered face. Itsuki groaned in pain. Damn it! As countless roots impaled his body, the progress bar reached 99%. He felt completely drained, his mana seemingly entirely exhausted. But suddenly, a sly smirk spread across his face as the notification 100% flashed brilliantly. He was victorious. Just as I thought, Absolute Simulation doesn't require any mana to activate. This battle is mine. A massive emerald green energy lotus erupts. The system window announces that the self-regeneration analysis is complete, and Lotus Burst has been acquired. Instantly, the skill details pop up. Lotus Burst, Level 2. Active effect. Consumes mana to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 5-meter diameter. Its power is directly proportional to the amount of mana consumed. Passive effect. Every time Lotus Burst defeats a living creature of level 1 or higher, the range of all skills increases by 1%. Standing in the center of the Divine Lotus, Itsuki's body is completely healed. He has acquired level 2 of Lotus Burst, granting him a plus 20 boost to all stats. All debuffs are cleared, and his wounds are fully healed. Looking at the terrified monster, the final notification pops up. Lotus Burst, activated. Itsuki calmly clasps his hands together, focusing all of his power into a single point. An explosion shaped like a massive flaming lotus erupts, swallowing the target in a raging sea of fire. The wooden monster shatters and turns to ash under the intense heat. Standing amidst the smoke and dust, Itsuki wipes a drop of blood from his lip and coldly remarks, "Lotus Burst isn't bad at all." He looks in astonishment at the massive crater he just created. To think I got this much power from just 1/3 of my mana. Clearing out those weak Calamity Beasts will be a breeze from now on. But I never expected Absolute Simulation to completely restore my mana, even after it hit 0. Suddenly, a green crystal drops to the ground. Itsuki stands there, puzzled. What's this? Meanwhile, on the outside, the receptionist panics as she looks at the timer hitting 2 minutes and 9 seconds. It's been almost 3 minutes since that rookie went inside, and there's still no sign of him. We need to call the rescue team. Fast. Shuha is extremely anxious, sweat dripping down her face. I don't think he'd lose to level 10 Calamity Beasts, but clearing the stage in under 3 minutes is practically impossible. Suddenly, the entire system glows a brilliant green, displaying the words, "New record achieved." Izumi Nentu and the crowd stand frozen in shock. He narrows his eyes, gasping in disbelief. Impossible. Shuha's jaw drops as she stares at the actual results. Did he really clear it? The crowd gathered in front of the scoreboard gasps in unison at the unbelievable number. It was still under 3 minutes. Challenge successful. Stage level 10. Challenger Itsuki Tenma. Elapsed time 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Clear record updated. The stage doors slide open, and Itsuki steps out. His clothes are in tatters, but his gaze is icy cold as he completely dominates the leaderboard. Rank 1, Itsuki Tenma, 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Rank 2, Jin Taiwa, 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Rank 3, Sohata, 7 minutes and 17 seconds. The surrounding crowd begins whispering in sheer disbelief. He actually survived. Is that green liquid the blood of a Calamity Beast? What? He was a whole minute faster than Jin Taiwa? Itsuki stands right in front of Izumi Nentu, looking him dead in the eye. So, will you officially train me now? He lets out a faint smirk, the dried blood on his face only making him look more resolute. Master. Or should I say, Sensei. Behind his mask, Nentu smiles with satisfaction, leaving Shuha standing beside him in utter shock. Well done. Exactly what I'd expect from my disciple. Father is actually smiling. How long has it been since I last saw him look like that? The whispers from the other students show no sign of stopping. Is he really Izumi Nento's student? No wonder he was able to shatter Jin Taiwa's record. But even if he is his student, as long as his level doesn't increase, he'll never have any room to grow. Suddenly, the receptionist from before approaches, her face flushed with embarrassment as she presents an elegant wooden box. This is your reward for breaking the record. Please, accept it. And, I'm deeply sorry for my rude behavior earlier. Itsuki calmly accepts the gift, his gaze softening just a bit. A reward? Don't worry about it. A level 0 rookie taking on a stage like that would look reckless to anyone. I'm a complete stranger, and my life shouldn't matter to you. Yet, you still tried to stop me. That tells me you were genuinely worried. The girl bows her head, blushing at Itsuki's words. Oh, thank you. It was really nothing. Shuha suddenly cuts through the moment, turning on her heel as she calls out, Hey, Tenma, don't make me leave you behind. She crosses her arms, giving Itsuki a stern look. And don't get cocky just because you've become my father's student. She's right. A stage at this level seems way too easy for you now. Maybe we should bump up the difficulty? Nento nods in agreement, looking toward the massive structures in the distance. You're ready to challenge the advanced stages now. The advanced stages? Itsuki asks, surprised, as the three of them walk across the campus. Nento begins explaining the harsh reality. A Calamity Beasts level isn't the only thing that dictates its power. The most crucial factor is their species. He points to images of savage monsters. Beasts without intelligence that move purely on instinct are easy to handle. But then, images of imposing, warrior-like beasts appear. However, some species possess intellect that equals or even surpasses humans. They are far more troublesome than ordinary Calamity Beasts. Choha chimed in after her father, explaining more about the mechanics of this world. Awakeners and Calamity Beasts are basically the same type of creature, but currently, only humans can have classes. In other words, stats vary depending on the species. She narrowed her eyes at Itsuki and announced his next challenge. High-tier stages feature powerful species or highly intelligent Calamity Beasts like that. Their difficulty is several times higher than normal stages. Most of the high-tier stages in the northern continent are located in District B. So, that's your next destination. Do you have any other questions? Itsuki's eyes flared with a brilliant blue light as dark, terrifying thoughts crossed his mind. Those two I just defeated, did they not have intelligence? They didn't even scream when they were attacked. Does that mean they don't even have pain receptors? Intelligent Calamity Beasts feel pain, right? A pitch-black aura of bloodlust swirled around Itsuki, causing Choha's face to turn pale. What is this terrifying aura? What on earth is he thinking? Meanwhile, in another area, the crowd was whispering about a powerful figure. Did you hear? Lord Izumi is planning to let him challenge a high-tier stage. That guy who broke Taiwan Jin's record should be fine. But almost all the high-tier stages in District B are under that man's control. More importantly, every awakener who entered a high-tier stage there has gone missing. Rumor has it that he killed them all. That man, do you mean Riji Kinoshita? Someone quickly covered his friend's mouth, his face completely drained of color. Shh, you'll get us killed if he hears you. Who exactly is this guy anyway? In a luxurious room, a man named Riji Kinoshita sat with his legs crossed, enjoying himself while a subordinate wiped his shoes. He was the son of the governor of Northern District 4, Riji Kinoshita. Sipping his wine, he wore an arrogant expression as his subordinate asked, When will you be departing, sir? Every stage in District B is under my control. I'll go whenever I want. Riji Kinoshita smirked disdainfully, radiating an air of tyrannical nobility. Waiting in line is for the peasants. Back with Itsuki, he slowly opened the gift box. A crisp click echoed. Under the cool shade of a tree, the three of them sat together, chatting. Itsuki was stunned by what was inside. This is from back then. Nento watched his reaction and asked, Have you seen a karma stone before? Itsuki stared at the green crystal on the ground and compared it to the stone in his hand. Yeah, after I defeated the Calamity Beasts inside the stage, something exactly like this dropped. There isn't a single difference. He held the stone up to the sunlight, silently noting its green color. But Choha jumped up in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. A mid-grade karma stone in a rookie stage? What exactly is a karma stone? Itsuki asked. Choha sat back down and began to explain in detail. Let me explain. Karma stones are also known as EXP stones. Come to think of it, you're still a rookie. An illustration popped up, showing the laws of this world. When a Calamity Beast or an Awakener dies, Their corpse releases karma, which is an invisible substance that acts like experience points. Absorbing it will level you up. In other words, a karma stone is a crystal that stores karma. On screen, an awakener was shown absorbing energy from the stone. Using a karma stone to absorb the karma stored inside is one way to level up. But strangely enough, karma stones aren't supposed to form naturally. Choha stared thoughtfully at the sky, trying to find an answer. Why was it in that stage? Maybe it's because of an innate gift. Nento suddenly looked at him, explaining the process of leveling up. Itsuki looked at Choha in confusion and asked, "A gift?" Nento continued to explain the anomaly. Normally, the karma of the defeated is absorbed by the one who defeated them. But even though Itsuki defeated those two Calamity Beasts, he didn't level up, which means it wasn't absorbed at all. However, once karma manifests, it can't just vanish without a reason. He looked at Choha and Itsuki, presenting a shocking hypothesis. If my theory is correct, then the karma of the Calamity Beast that attacked the school was absorbed by the awakeners who were present there, meaning us. The stone in Itsuki's hand shone with a brilliant blue light once again. Meanwhile, a stage is a completely closed space. Itsuki couldn't absorb the generated karma, and there was no one else there to receive it. As a result, it condensed together and formed a karma stone. Watching Itsuki from behind, Choha thought to herself in utter confusion. Can he really not level up? Then how exactly did his stats increase? What is the truth behind this? Right then, Izumi Nento cut in with a stern voice. Choha, an awakener's gift is top secret and must never be revealed. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Making her turn pale with regret, she murmured, "I'm sorry, father." Turning back to Itsuki, Nento advised him kindly, "I'll let you decide whether to keep that karma stone for yourself or sell it. I have a meeting with the commanders-in-chief of the 5 continents, so I'll be away for a while. In the meantime, Choha will look after you. But before I leave, there are a few things I want you to remember." He laid down some ironclad rules. First, keep our relationship a secret. Second, do not reveal your gift to anyone else. Third, conquer at least 6 high-level stages before I return. Fourth, do whatever you think is right without any hesitation. Because no matter what happens, I will always have your back. Itsuki smirked confidently, his determined eyes locked on his master as he replied, "Yes, master." Cut to a new scene. At the Flint execution ground in North District 4, the students blocked at the entrance were shouting in anger, "We got here first. Why won't you let us in?" But the guards in dark sunglasses coldly announced, "This stage has been reserved by Kinoshida's son. Go home for today." Refusing to back down, a blue-haired male student gritted his teeth and argued back, "Who cares? Just because he has money, he thinks he can do whatever he wants? He is not even here yet. Can't you just let us in first?" Suddenly, a massive figure named Takaru loomed from behind, his glowing red eyes radiating intense pressure as the student yelled, "I don't care who that rich brat is. If you don't let us in, I'm reporting this to the Awakened Association." Without saying a single word, Takeru unleashed a powerful punch that ripped through the air, heading straight for the students. His face contorted in sheer brutality as his muscular arm threw the devastating blow. With a shattering impact, the attack crushed all resistance in an instant. A blonde-haired student collapsed, his face completely pale with fear. "No way, my B-rank Earth Spike skill didn't even scratch him?" Standing tall like a steel wall, Takeru coldly retorted, "That didn't hurt or itch at all." The victim looked up, trembling, cold sweat pouring down his face in the presence of such monstrous strength. Earth Spike is a technique that can pierce through anything. Is this guy a monster? Showing absolutely no mercy, Takeru loomed over and grabbed the poor student by the head. He squeezed ruthlessly, making the student cough up blood and scream in pain. "Arg! Cough!" The surrounding crowd whispered in horror. A level 7 and level 8 duo got wiped out instantly without being able to do a thing? That big guy is way too strong. That's Oga Takeru, one of Kinoshita Raji's 4 pillars, and a level 12 metal elementalist. Level 12, no wonder. Takeru lifted him into the air with utter contempt, growling threateningly, "I won't forgive anyone who tries to enter this stage without Raji's permission. If you dare to resist, I'll make sure you share the same fate as these two." Standing proudly amidst the ruins, he gestured with his chin and ordered, "These pieces of trash can just rot right here. Nobody better think about helping them." His lackeys behind him burst into mocking laughter. "Takeru, please don't go too far. Those trash are watching, you know. If you beat up weak students, You'll get reported to the teachers. Bwahaha. He snorted in disgust and threw him aside like trash. Just then, Itsuki suddenly appeared and caught the victim, his calm expression leaving Choha, who was with him, completely stunned. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Who is that guy? Didn't he hear us tell him not to help? He is level 0, he is dead meat. The beauty next to him looks really familiar though. Takeru glared at Itsuki with intense, murderous intent. Hey, newbie. I said no one is allowed through here. Without Raji's permission, if you don't want to end up like that guy, keep your mouth shut and go home. Itsuki stared right back at him and calmly analyzed. I see, so I can't enter this stage unless I defeat you. Quickly pulling out her phone, Choha said, I'll contact the manager of North District B. This kind of behavior cannot be tolerated. Itsuki reached out to stop Choha, his eyes glowing with a determined blue light. That won't be necessary. My master told me I can do whatever I believe is right, without any hesitation. He handed the injured student over to her and calmly instructed, I'll leave their treatment to you. Takeru began to feel uneasy. He broke into a sweat as he faced Itsuki's hidden status screen. Who is this guy? Even though he is only level 0, he isn't intimidated at all and dares to stand in front of me. Is it because he has a rare class? He tried to reassure himself by comparing their power. Wait, why am I feeling pressured? Rare class or not, I'm still 12 levels higher than him. The gap in stats is impossible to bridge. Oga Takeru's status window popped up, showing a total stat of 605. Takeru glared at Itsuki, his pupils shrinking as he sensed the terrifying bloodlust radiating from the young man. Under his terrified gaze, Itsuki's figure lunged forward as fast as a whirlwind, reflecting clearly in Takeru's eyes. In an instant, Itsuki's heavy punch crashed straight into the giant's face, creating a massive impact. Arg! Witnessing that, the crowd of students gasped in shock. So fast! Is this guy really level 0? Even as a level 8, I don't know if I could keep up with that speed. However, as Itsuki's fist made contact with Takeru's skin, strange white smoke began to rise. Itsuki narrowed his eyes slightly in surprise, realizing his strike had been completely stopped. He blocked it using metallization. Takeru smirked triumphantly as his metallic hands locked onto Itsuki and roared. Grr, nice speed. He slams his fist down, unleashing a massive shockwave of pressure. Itsuki quickly retreats, but he doesn't have enough power. Landing in a defensive stance, Itsuki calmly recalculates his strategy to successfully take down an enemy over level 10. I need to boost my agility with Lightning Breaker. Just then, the system screen flashes brightly, updating his stats and beginning the duplication process. Tenma, Itsuki, level 0, human, fixed, total stats, 1000. C, rank skill detected, metallization. Absolute Mimicry activated. Analysis progress, 1%. Itsuki lowers his stance, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Is he threatening enough to trigger Absolute Mimicry? No, I need to take this seriously. He dashes forward again like a ghost, and the analysis bar leaps to 5%. Normal attacks can't pierce the metallized areas, so I'll aim straight for the exposed flesh. The ground beneath Itsuki shatters from the immense force of his kick. As he leaps in to attack, Takeru swings his massive metal fist down. He sneers with pure contempt at this weakling who has neither strength nor speed. Suddenly, blue lightning envelops Itsuki. He accelerates in an instant, catching Takeru off guard, as he had assumed that was Itsuki's maximum speed. Speeding up with Lightning Breaker, the lightning-infused strike slams directly into Takeru's ribs, making his eyes widen in terror. The lightning element? I won't even give you time to metallize. A tempest of consecutive strikes rains down on him. The analysis bar keeps climbing rapidly. 25%, 37%, 59%, 66%. The onlookers are completely blown away. That guy. How can he use a skill from another class? It's too fast. My eyes can't keep up. That level 0 might actually defeat Oga. Takeru gnashes his teeth through the pain, his face twisted in utter disbelief. Damn it, there's no time to metallize. How can a level 0 be this fast? At this rate, I'm going to lose. Backed into a corner, he screams in desperation. With Itsuki's pressure locking him down, he groans, damn it, I can't even make a sound. You guys, stop standing around and help me. In a fit of absolute rage, Takeru channels all his remaining strength into one final decision. I have no choice but to try that. A massive surge of energy erupts as he lets out a roar that shakes the entire area. Ha! Takeru's entire body turns into a polished, pitch-black metal as the system reports the analysis has reached 88%. This guy has fully metallized his body. I should actually thank you. I've never successfully achieved full-body metallization before, but you forced my hand. He stands proudly, showing off his absolute defense. The metallized areas increase his defense by 50%, and my gift adds another 50% defense when I stand still. In other words, my defense right now is over 500. Takeru's eyes gleam with sadistic malice as he threatens Itsuki. I was going to rip you in half, but since you helped me master this new skill, I'll give you a painless death. The two students watching from the sidelines whisper in terror. A defense of over 500 at level 12. No one at his level could ever break through that armor. He's a total monster. And here I thought the level 0 guy was going to win. While everyone else panics, Itsuki remains completely unfazed and smiles. The analysis progress hits 98%. If my theory is correct, full-body metallization consumes a massive amount of mana, 99%. If you dumped all your stat points into defense, your mana shouldn't be that high. Feeling deeply insulted, Takeru glares at him and snaps. Stop talking nonsense. Is this guy seriously just a level 0? His intuition is razor sharp. The analysis progress reaches 100%. A brilliant aura radiates from Itsuki. Don't worry, I won't use a boring tactic like draining your mana to 0. Let's finish this quickly. With the analysis at 100%, a colossal blue lotus suddenly blooms once again, enveloping Itsuki in the middle of the battlefield. There it is, that blue lotus again. Tenma is about to get even stronger. Everyone holds their breath as they watch the glowing energy bud. A lotus? Is this really a level 0 skill? It doesn't look like an offensive ability at all. But how does he plan to defeat Oga with that? A notification pops up on the system screen. Metallization analysis complete. Acquired skill, Dark Purge, level 1. Active effect. Fires a perfect sphere on a fixed trajectory. The sphere travels at a speed of 1 meter per second, piercing through all enemies in its path and ignoring defense. Passive effect. Each time an enemy with a higher defense than the user is defeated by Dark Purge, its flight speed increases. As Itsuki silently analyzes the skill, he thinks, ignores defense. If I land a hit with this, I can definitely deal some serious damage. The only catch is the speed of just 1 meter per second. Even a regular person could easily dodge it, so timing the strike is absolutely critical. Well, against a punching bag that refuses to move, I don't even have to worry about timing. His gaze suddenly turns razor sharp, radiating a chilling bloodlust. That absolute defense he's so proud of. I'll grind it into dust. Immediately after, the status board updates with mind-blowing numbers. Dark Purge, level 1, acquired. All stats plus 10, removes all debuffs and fully heals all wounds. Status: attack from 250 to 260, agility from 250 to 260, defense from 250 to 260, mana from 250 to 260, a total from 1000 to 1040. Itsuki, reaching his hand out toward Takeru, the energy lotus bursts around his body. Now, try to dodge this. Activate, Shadow Purge. The surrounding crowd starts whispering in hushed tones. They've never seen that skill before. So, this is the rule breaker. The class rumored to be the most mysterious of the four. Can a skill unleashed by a level 0 actually pierce the defense of a level 12 defense specialist? Look at that confident face. It has to be some kind of unbelievable technique. From the center of the lotus, a pitch-black orb begins to take shape, radiating a mystical light. The orb floats forward slowly, heading straight for the giant. The onlookers smirk mockingly. Tch, is that just a tiny little ball? Are you kidding me? How disappointing. Takeru smirks in disdain, confidently standing his ground. Do you really think a pathetic little ball like that can make me move and deactivate my gift? How naive. He flexes, showing off his polished metallic armor, and growls threateningly. If this is your trump card, you're about to die a pathetic death. The orb gently touches Takeru's chest, and he continues to laugh arrogantly. But suddenly, his smile vanishes, replaced by sheer terror as the orb sinks deep into his metallic flesh. Fresh blood splatters everywhere as his steel defense is pierced, causing him to scream in agony. Arg! Itsuki stands there, looking down at his fallen opponent, and mutters coldly, I told you to dodge. Since you're human, I only went for your arm. If you were a Calamity Beast, I would have aimed straight for your neck. Takeru clutches his arm and screams in pain. My arm! Itsuki turns his back and walks away, not even glancing at the henchmen who are frozen in shock. What are you all just standing there looking at? Hurry up and get him to the hospital. Didn't you hear me? A ruthless glint in his eyes sends shivers down their spines. I told you to get lost. Terrified, the bodyguards quickly carry their boss on their backs and scramble away from the scene. Cheers erupt throughout the entire area. He won. He actually won. Awesome job. He totally deserved it. A few awakeners rush over, eagerly trying to recruit him. Hey, do you want to party up with us? With 3 of us, we can clear this dungeon in no time, right? Party up with me instead. Since it'll just be the 2 of us, you'll get way more experience points. They desperately try to convince Itsuki. Are you really planning to challenge the Flint dungeon with only 3 people? All the Calamity Beasts in there have defense on par with Oga's. We have a healer, so we can restore your mana and let you fire those orbs endlessly. Itsuki narrows his eyes in calculation, quietly realizing an opportunity. Defense on par with Oga's. Perfect. The flight speed of Shadow Purge increases every time I defeat an enemy with defense higher than mine. I'll boost the flight speed of my Shadow Purge in this stage. Seeing his silence, the other 2 impatiently urge him. Come on, let us know who you're choosing. Itsuki's face remains cold and resolute. I'm going solo. The declaration leaves the crowd completely shocked. Challenging a high-level, level 15 stage all by himself? He's gotten cocky ever since he beat Oga. They watch Itsuki walk away with sneering looks. I admit he's strong, but arrogance has its limits. Looks like we don't meet his standards. Let's look somewhere else. Chuha quickly runs after him to stop him, warning him anxiously. I know you have the skills to defeat them, but is your mana really going to hold up? All the Calamity Beasts here have defense on par with Oga's. Itsuki nonchalantly replies, I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Chuha blushes and snaps at him to hide her worry. Who said I was worried? I'm only asking because my dad will blame me if you die out here. I'm off to treat the wounded. Just do whatever you want. Before leaving, she doesn't forget to warn him that the stone race has no intelligence, but they hunt in packs, so he needs to be careful with his mana consumption. Itsuki nods and places his hand on the control panel. Yeah, the system chimes with an announcement. Entry request for Awakener Tenma. Itsuki has been approved. The gate opens, and Itsuki peers deep into the darkness inside. There really are more monsters than I expected. Massive stone monsters begin to surround him. Just as expected from a high-level stage, the levels and stats of the Calamity Beasts are much higher than before. As a monster lunges at him with a roar, the system instantly displays its information. Stone statue of the 927th floor. Stone race, level 9. Tier 2 gift. Converts all mana into defense. Stats. Attack 115. Agility 50. Defense 295. Mana 0. Total 460. Itsuki raises his hand high, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Let's see if these guys trigger the passive condition of Shadow Purge. The purple lotus blooms brilliantly once again. Activate. Shadow Purge. The tiny black orb slowly glides forward, heading straight for the stone monster. The orb pierces through the tough stone body in the blink of an eye. Level 9. Stone statue has been defeated. The orb suddenly accelerates at extreme speed, blasting through a succession of other targets. Flight speed of Shadow Purge has increased by 100%. Itsuki smirks in satisfaction. Just as I thought, the fierce pack of stone monsters roared and lunged forward, but Itsuki stood calm amidst the crackling electricity surrounding him. These slow-moving beasts with terrible evasion were the perfect prey for purging darkness. The system notifications kept rolling in. A level 9 stone statue has been defeated. The projectile speed of purging darkness has increased by 100%. A level 8 stone statue has been defeated. The projectile speed of purging darkness has increased by another 100%. After clearing out the mob of small monsters, Itsuki stood amidst the ruins, looking at his mana bar, which sat at 110 out of 260, silently calculating his next move. Using Purging Darkness once costs 50 mana, which means I only have 2 shots left. He calmly observed the battlefield ahead and assessed the situation. 2 of them are charging right at me, and the boss has yet to show itself. That leaves 3 enemies in total. That means, instantly, Itsuki channeled the blazing energy into his palm, determination written all over his face. I have to take them both down at the same time, with just 1 shot. A massive explosion shook the area. the attack tearing through the ground and unleashing a powerful shockwave that completely obscured his vision. Using the thick cloud of dust as cover, he lunged straight toward his target and shouted, "Now!" Itsuki's eyes gleamed with a menacing red light. He roared as he unleashed his final strike. "Take this!" The energy sphere pulverized everything in its path. The system flooded him with victory notifications. A level 9 stone statue has been defeated, and a level 10 stone statue has been defeated. The projectile speed of purging darkness has increased by another 100%. As the battle finally quieted down, Itsuki collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily for air. This feeling of absolute exhaustion right before running completely out of mana is brutal. I really hope I can get a mana recovery skill someday. He sat up, looking at his newly upgraded skill screen with a satisfied smile. With my speed at 5 meters per second now, I can actually catch up to enemies who try to run away. Purging Darkness, Level 1. Current projectile speed has increased by 500%. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over him. Itsuki shuddered slightly and turned around. Huh? The ground shook violently, throwing up clouds of dust under the immense weight of this new enemy. A towering stone monstrosity appeared before him. A red warning flashed on his status screen. B. Rank skill detected. Giant stone golem, level 28. Stone race, level 15. Total stats, 777. Itsuki quickly rolled out of the way to dodge a devastating stomp. He immediately buffed his stats. It's way too big. Thunderbreak activated. Agility boosted by 50%. Facing an opponent of this scale, he quickly formulated a strategy. Can I actually take this thing down with just a single shot of Purging Darkness? He narrowed his eyes, studying its rocky body intently. Maybe if I aim for the head. Spotting an opening in the monster's attack pattern, Itsuki leaped high into the air and shouted, "There's an opening!" But the moment the energy sphere left his hand, Itsuki realized he had miscalculated. Oh no, the sphere is too small. Even if it pierces through, it won't do enough damage. The monster roared, swinging its massive arm with such force that the sheer wind pressure tore through the air, launching Itsuki high into the sky. Cold sweat poured down his face as he realized the danger he was in. Damn it, I can't dodge while I'm airborne. Left with no other choice in this do-or-die moment, he immediately activated his defense. Dark Wall activated! With a loud crack, the monster's massive stone hand sent Itsuki flying into next week. He quickly blinked back, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he waited as the system began copying its power. This big guy is tougher than I thought. Detected B-rank skill. Gigantification. Absolute Mimicry activated. 1%. But then, a smug grin returned to his face. So, it only became this massive because of a skill? Well, that makes things a whole lot easier. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious villa, a sweating lackey screamed into his phone. What? Kinoshita Reiji pushed up his glasses, giving him a sharp, commanding glare as a warning. I believe I told you not to make a racket in my presence. The lackey trembled and bowed deeply. I am so sorry, sir. Please forgive me. It's just that this news was so unexpected. What happened? Reiji asked coldly. The subordinate nervously delivered the shocking news. Someone defeated Oga and forced their way into the dungeon. Reiji furrowed his brows in disbelief, his hand tightening until his wine glass shattered. What on earth was he doing? He always bragged that no one under level 30 could ever break through his defense. Don't tell me an awakened of level 30 or higher has shown up. The lackey anxiously explained the situation. With the recent surge in meteor strikes, all awakened of level 30 or higher are too busy dealing with them to even think about coming here. Besides, the challengers at the Flint execution ground are mostly level 10 rookies. There is no way a level 10 could have defeated Oga. That should be impossible, right, sir? If you could give me just a little more time, I will gather all the details. That won't be necessary. Reiji coldly cut him off, staring into the distance with a scheming look. Even if our opponent is level 30, you are still here, aren't you? The Flint execution ground is notorious for housing stubborn, high-threat monsters that take forever to deal with. If we head out right now, we should still make it in time, right? But since we don't know who this opponent is, we should still proceed with caution. His eyes flared with a menacing purple light. He growled, I said we are leaving right now. Do not make me repeat myself. The lackey trembled violently, sweat dripping down his face as he bowed. Yes, sir. Reiji throws his coat over his shoulders as he walks, radiating an overwhelming aura. I'll make them regret ever crossing the Kinoshita family. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Itsuki stands bathed in a pillar of leveling up light and lets out a sigh of relief. Finally, I don't have to scurry around like a mouse anymore. As soon as the monster fades away, the system displays a notification. The analysis of the B-rank skill, Gigantification, is complete. Itsuki narrows his eyes to examine his new status screen carefully. Instead of getting a new skill, his clear orb has upgraded to 2 stars. Let's see if there are any new effects. Level 2 Clear Orb fires a perfect sphere with a fixed trajectory that pierces through all enemies, completely ignoring defenses. Once activated, the size of the sphere can be adjusted by consuming additional mana. Passive. Projectile speed is increased by 200%, current total, 500%. A smug grin spreads across his face as he realizes just how massive this upgrade is. The passive buff has jumped from 100% to 200%, and the best part is, I can adjust the size of the piercing sphere using mana. Itsuki channels his energy, a powerful surge of blue electricity wrapping around his body. Time to test this bad boy out. His status window glows brightly, signaling his breakthrough in power as he unlocks level 2 piercing orb. All stats increased by 20, removes all status ailments, and completely heals all wounds. Attack power increases from 260 to 280. Agility increases from 260 to 280. Defense increases from 260 to 280. Mana increases from 260 to 280. Overall total increases from 1,040 to 1,120. Itsuki leaps high into the air, pouring every ounce of his power into the massive sphere, burning through all of his mana. I'll take you down with the most powerful piercing orb I can muster. The concentrated energy inside the orb reaches its absolute limit, letting out a roar that literally shakes the surrounding space. He unleashes the attack. A colossal pillar of light pierces the earth, causing an apocalyptic explosion. Itsuki drops to his knees, gasping for breath as his mana bar flashes 0 out of 280, but a satisfied smile remains on his face. Oops, did I overdo it a little? Amidst the rubble, system alerts continuously pop up, confirming his victory. The level 15 giant golem has been defeated. Clear orb's projectile speed increases by an additional 200%. To think the orb I made by spending all my mana would be this massive. He pushes himself up and picks up his loot, his eyes gleaming with calculation. The sphere's flying speed is now 7 meters per second. If I clear this stage 2 more times, it'll be as fast as a moving car. Level 2, Clear Orb Passive. Each time an enemy with higher defense is defeated, projectile speed increases by 200%. Current total, 700%. Itsuki walks calmly through the billowing smoke and dust, lost in thought. I've ignored it until now, but these passive effects are actually pretty damn useful, aren't they? He continues to analyze his skill synergy. The passive effect of the Lotus Orb expands the range of all skills. So does that mean the range of Clear Orb gets boosted too? Lotus Orb. Every time Lotus Orb kills a living creature of level 1 or higher, the range of all skills increases by 1%. Itsuki stares toward the horizon, imagining his ultimate power. In other words, if I keep stacking the passive effect of the Lotus Orb, I could eventually wipe out disaster-class beasts from thousands, or even tens of thousands of meters away. At the dungeon exit, the electronic scoreboard flashes a shocking notification. Stage 15 cleared successfully. Challenger, Tenma, Itsuki. Time, 3 minutes and 1 second. New record set. The crowd of hunters outside erupts into chaos, unable to believe their eyes. 3 minutes and 1 second? No way. Even a 5-man party takes over 10 minutes. Did he take down all those disaster beasts in a single shot? He just shattered Tyra Wajin's record of 3 minutes and 19 seconds. What kind of monster is he? Look, he's coming out. Whispering, suspicious eyes lock onto Itsuki as he steps out looking completely unbothered. Wait, why is he still level 0? Is the clear notification just a system bug? Look, he's not even hurt. His clothes are barely dirty. There's no way he actually cleared that stage. Suddenly, Che-Ah approaches him, her eyes filled with admiration. Did you really clear it again, without a single scratch? And you broke Wajin's record again. You truly never cease to amaze me. Che-Ah gently pushes up her glasses, studying Itsuki inquisitively. Well, that fight wrapped up a lot faster than I expected. Itsuki replies with a casual shrug, scratching his head. Yeah, the disaster beasts inside seem to have pretty weak defenses, so taking them down was a breeze. Itsuki stares at the glowing creature perched on her shoulder, asking curiously, Hey, Che-Ah, what's with the butterfly? Che-Ah spins around gracefully, her elegant aura radiating outward. My class is a Shikigami summoner, and this is my Shikigami. Watching the butterfly flutter over her hand, Che-Ah softly whispers its name, Tamaku. Itsuki reaches out to touch it, unable to hide his wonder. This is the first time I've ever seen a Shikigami. It really is beautiful. Suddenly, Itsuki's expression turns serious as he asks a question that catches Che-Ah completely off guard. I've been wondering about this for a while. What kind of awakened classes actually exist? Her eyes widen as she stares at him like he's some kind of alien. You don't know? That's common knowledge. Flashing a captivating smile, Che-Ah holds up 3 fingers, ready to give the clueless rookie a quick lesson. Classes are broadly divided into 4 main categories. With your abilities, you should have seen at least 3 of them by now. Choha begins explaining the class systems. First is the Elementalist. They possess the power to control 7 elements: fire, water, wood, metal, earth, wind, and lightning. She gives an example of a lightning user, like your classmate here, and says that guy Oga from earlier is one too. Elementalists make up the largest portion of the awakened, and they also have the highest baseline combat ability. Continuing her lecture, Choha introduces the second class, the Shikigami user. They can summon Shikigami that obey absolutely no one but their master. Suddenly, her status window pops up. Izumi Choha, level 6, Shikigami user, with her B rank level 15 Shikigami, Tamako. These spirits are usually bound to their masters from the moment they are born. With a confident smile, Choha turns to Itsuki and asks, "So, do you have any questions so far?" Itsuki takes one look at her stats and bluntly remarks, "Your level is actually lower than your own summon. Are you sure you are a veteran awakened?" Choha freezes, completely dumbfounded by his bluntness. Does this guy not know the meaning of sugarcoating? She pulls herself together, putting a hand to her forehead to explain. That is true. Shikigami also absorb experience and level up, so they are basically always a higher level than their masters. Hearing this, Itsuki's eyes suddenly flash with a dangerous blue light. He quickly calculates in his head. If that is the case, when fighting a Shikigami user, targeting the summoner directly would be much faster. Choha shivers as she senses his intense bloodlust. That dark, negative aura is leaking out of him again. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Itsuki reins in his killing intent and calmly asks, "Is there anything else?" She had only introduced 2 classes. Choha gets serious again, tapping her chin. The third one is currently the most mysterious class, with the least amount of information. She looks straight at Itsuki and declares that it is his exact class, an order breaker. They are so mysterious because every order breaker has completely different abilities, just like your Blue Lotus. Some can change their body size at will, others can create endless clones, and there are even those who can stretch their bodies like rubber. She pulls up a diagram showing skill ranks. Normal classes have skills divided into 4 ranks from C to S, but order breakers only possess Z rank skills, which exist completely outside that standard system. Choha's eyes grow sharp behind her glasses. Order breakers get special treatment because of their completely unique, exclusive skills. If an enemy figures out your skills, you lose your greatest weapon. Choha crosses her arms, lost in thought. That is why my father scolded me when I asked about your skills. You are an anomaly, even among order breakers. From what I have seen, you can use at least 3 skills, and 2 of them are things only an elementalist should be able to do. Itsuki stands frozen, worrying to himself. My teacher isn't here to back me up, and I am going to be in deep trouble if she keeps digging into my secrets like this. To change the subject, Itsuki asks, "So, what is the final class? I have never seen it before." "The final class?" Choha puts a finger to her lips with a mysterious smile. "I will tell you once you actually see it with your own eyes. Think of it as punishment for keeping all your own secrets." Itsuki clicks his tongue and replies, "Fine." Choha adds, "Oh, by the way, the students you saved are all safe. What are you planning to do now?" Itsuki casually replies, "I was thinking of running this stage a few more times." Choha gasps in disbelief. "Wait, do you really not know? Every stage has a cooldown. This one is especially long, so you won't be able to enter it again for at least 2 days. Disappointment is written all over Itsuki's face. So cooldowns are actually a thing? No wonder that Kinoshita guy was monopolizing all the dungeons. If I cannot level up the passive effects for Clear Orb, I will just have to focus on Lotus Burst instead. Itsuki looks around and asks Choha, "Are there any stages packed with Calamity Beasts?" Choha taps her chin, deep in thought. "A stage packed with Calamity Beasts? If that is what you want, there is only one place. An image of a desolate land crawling with locusts flashes on screen, the Locust Wasteland. In that dungeon, the monsters are not very high level, but there are tons of them. A conservative estimate is at least 100 locust-type monsters. Most hunters end up retreating the second they see how many there are. Choha looks at Itsuki with concern. It is going to be incredibly tough without an AoE skill. How do you plan to handle it? Itsuki gives her a confident smile. An AoE attack is exactly what I need. I am definitely going. It makes sense. I haven't actually used Lotus Burst in front of her yet, so she has no idea I already have a massive area of effect skill. The crowd of hunters in the background whispers among themselves. Choha asks again, clearly worried, are you really going? Without an area of effect skill, you are going to struggle. Itsuki turns and begins to walk away. Yeah, I will be fine. Don't worry. The other hunters watch him leave with terrified looks on their faces. Is that guy seriously going to the Locust Wasteland? He really doesn't know when to be scared. More importantly, once Kinoshita Riji finds out what happened to Oga, he is going to come looking for blood. Let us get out of here before we get caught in the crossfire. At that exact moment, in a deserted hallway, Raji appears, his face shrouded in darkness. Is there really not a single soul here? His subordinate trembles as he reports, yes, sir, it seems the target has already left. It has only been 30 minutes. Are you telling me he already cleared the Flint execution ground? Raji grits his teeth. Veins bulge on Raji's forehead in fury. It is hard to believe, but it really seems to be the case. What do you plan to do now, sir? Damn it, he is making a fool of me. Raji turns his back, cold fury in his voice as he barks an order. If he used his skills, there is bound to be mana residue left behind. Contact Charlie, the tracker, and tell him to hunt that bastard down. Raji's face contorts with psychopathic rage. Bring him to me alive, no matter what. I am going to make him taste what true hell feels like. The scene shifts to a dark alley, where a hiding assassin thinks to himself, I have never heard of Kinoshita Raji having subordinates this strong. Damn it, I never should have taken this assassination contract. He collapses onto the ground, panting heavily. Covered in wounds, he gasps, if I had not used my earth escape skill to get away, that freak would have slaughtered me. He looks around, hyper-vigilant. I made it this far, I should be safe now. But suddenly, a giant, fanged maw of a pitch-black beast opens wide right behind his head, ready to swallow him whole. The giant black wolf, Death, clamps its jaws down on the assassin's throat. The man only has time for one final scream. Arg! Walking down the dark alley lined with pipes, Charlie, the tracker, steps forward casually. Looks like you have something to say. Death, ease up on him a bit. Sprawled on the ground with a blood-covered face, the assassin trembles and asks in despair, How? How did you find me? Charlie stands with his back turned, his voice chillingly cold. My Death has an exceptionally sharp sense of smell. He adjusts the brim of his hat, radiating pure predator energy. I can sense the stench of death rolling off of guys like you. The assassin weeps desperately, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Please, do not kill me. Charlie looks down at him with ruthless crimson eyes. That is a tough request. Lord Kinoshita would be furious. Besides, Death has not tasted fresh human meat in quite a while. A murderous gleam flashes in his eyes as he commands, Go on, it is dinner time. The wolf lets out a terrifying howl and lunges to finish off its helpless prey. A system notification pops up as Charlie stands beside his Shikigami, who has finally leveled up. Deathhound, B rank, level 16. Skills, C, rank Death Scent, B, rank Rebirth Desire. Attack, 250. Agility, 250. Defense, 150. Mana, 150. Charlie casually picks up his phone to report, I am done here. But his expression shifts to surprise as he listens to the voice on the other end. He is seriously injured? You mean that stubborn ogre? Did they actually find his weakness? Got it, I am on my way. Pointing forward, he commands his beast, let us go, Death. A new target just popped up. The scene shifts to Chapter 7, the Locust Wasteland. Itsuki stands before a massive dome-shaped structure. Is this the place? Itsuki looks out over the endless wheat field, wondering, a wheat field stretching as far as the eye can see? Are there really that many locusts here? Choha walks beside him, breaking down the basics. Calamity Beasts tend to choose their preferred environments when they invade our world. So, predicting the monster type based on the terrain is a crucial skill for any awakened. Itsuki nods. Got it. Choha pushes up her glasses, her face filled with anxiety. There is not even a reception desk out here. That is right. This dungeon is so extremely dangerous that it is actually slated to be decommissioned. Itsuki is confused. Comparing the levels, this place is actually 13 levels lower than the Flint execution ground, so why shut it down? Choha continues her explanation. In normal dungeons, you can always retreat if you cannot win. But she points toward the swirling black mist in the distance. The beasts in this wasteland are incredibly aggressive and exist in unreal numbers. An image of a surrounded hunter appears, illustrating the sheer horror. If you let your guard down for even a second, you will be swarmed by endless locusts and torn to shreds. A terrifying shot of a skull being picked clean by locusts flashes on screen. They will literally gnaw you down to the bone marrow. But instead of being terrified, Itsuki just grins with excitement. Heh, so there is a literal mountain of monsters here? Perfect. Choha is utterly dumbfounded. What? Are you in some kind of rush to die? Itsuki clenches his fist, his eyes locked forward with absolute resolve. I am not desperate enough to let myself get eaten by a bunch of bugs. Watching Itsuki calmly step through the portal, Choha sighs, trying to ease her racing mind. With an attitude like that, he will probably be fine. She looks down, telling herself, he went in there of his own free will, and I have given him all the warnings I could. Whatever happens next is on him. But suddenly, Choha's eyes widen in sheer panic as a crucial realization hits her. Wait, oh no, what do I do? I forgot to tell him that the locusts will keep multiplying forever unless he defeats the boss. I have to go in and warn him. Choha spins around, preparing to sprint after Itsuki into the dungeon portal. But she freezes instantly when she sees Charlie and his massive wolf, Death, already blocking the entrance. Charlie flashed a sinister grin, his crimson eyes locking onto Choha with sheer menace. My lady, I'm looking for someone. Meanwhile, Itsuki stood in the middle of a desolate field inside the stage, looking at the sight before him and muttering, what a total mess. Itsuki rubbed his hands together, his sharp eyes filled with confidence. Wake up, you bugs. I'm here to wipe you all out. Standing in front of the barren field with tattered scarecrows, he observed his enemies. Their individual levels are shockingly low. Well, they still meet the requirements for Lotus Burst, so it's not a problem. The system screen flashed a massive wall of monster information. Demon Locust, number 22,301, number 22,307, number 22,309. Level 1 and 2 insect class, no drops available. Looking up at the sky, blanketed by the dark swarm of monsters, Itsuki muttered, that is an insane number. He immediately channeled his mana, and a blazing lotus bloomed brilliantly in his palm. But this actually worked in his favor. Itsuki spun into a combat stance, a calculating look on his face. The more they pack together, the easier my job becomes. Once they're in range of my Lotus Burst, I'll crush them all at once. Just as the monsters swarmed down, he roared with determination. Now, a blazing red light exploded in midair, signaling that his skill, Lotus Burst, had been activated. Victory notifications rained down endlessly. Level 1 and Level 2 Plague Locusts eliminated with Lotus Burst. All skill ranges increased by 1%. Standing amidst the ashes of the explosion, Itsuki looked at the crowded notification screens with satisfaction. He checked the stats of his newly upgraded skill. Level 2 Lotus Burst consumes mana to deal explosive damage in a 10.5 meter diameter. 110% means I just took out about 10 of them just now. The range of Lotus Burst had expanded to 10.5 meters. Not bad at all. Itsuki narrowed his eyes, calculating remaining resources. Against these weak disaster monsters, using 10% of my mana for 10% output is more than enough. Based on my remaining mana of 252 out of 280 and my recovery speed, I have about 10 shots left. If I can take out 100 of them with each shot, I can increase my range by a total of 1,000%. He quietly pondered the dungeon's rules. If this stage didn't have a cooldown, my farming would be going way smoother. Suddenly, Itsuki froze, a look of doubt crossing his face. That's weird. The challenge cleared notification still hasn't popped up. Don't tell me the system is about to throw a new warning at me. Detected C-rank skill, Mother's Last Wish. Absolute Mimicry activated. Analysis progress, 1%. He looked around frantically as he felt the pressure rising. Are there still survivors? From beneath the cracks, black energy and monstrous shadows began to surround Itsuki once again. A sudden strike forced him to step back. Itsuki gritted his teeth, blaming himself. Is Mother's Last Wish the boss's skill? I let my guard down because I assumed there wasn't a boss here. Itsuki focused his gaze on the rubble to search for clues. Fortunately, I can keep expanding my skill range with Lotus Burst. But the problem is, I don't have a single clue about the boss's location. He decided to change his tactics. His petrified hands burst into flames. In that case, I'll wipe out all of these weaklings to force the boss out. A shocking explosion erupted on the ground, sweeping away all obstacles around him. The system continuously updated his progression stats. Demon Locusts Level 1 and Level 2 eliminated. Current skill range expansion effect, plus 220%. Itsuki looked at the status board with glowing eyes. The range of Lotus Burst was already 16 meters in diameter. The effectiveness was truly outstanding. Level 2, Lotus Burst. Its power is directly proportional to the mana consumed. Looking at the devastated field, he muttered in confusion. I've taken down 10 more weaklings, but the boss still won't show itself? Deep underground, thousands of glowing eggs began to hatch. New locusts were waiting to crawl up, regenerating in waves from the holes. The system reported that they had respawned once again. Analysis progress, 27%. Itsuki calmly checked his energy bar. I can still use Lotus Burst 9 more times. Mana, 232 out of 280. He clenched his burning hands, the stone plates on his hands rubbing together to generate immense power. No matter how many times you appear, I will wipe you out completely. Itsuki roared amidst the blazing lotus fire. I'll sweep all of you away. The attack exploded like a falling sun, wiping out every living creature in sight. Level 1 Demon Locust eliminated. All skill ranges increased by plus 1%. A chain of Lotus Burst explosions shook the ground, clearing all obstacles in sight. The status board lit up brilliantly. Level 2 Lotus Burst. Consumes mana to deal explosive damage within a 54.5 meter diameter. Current passive effect increased to plus 990%. Itsuki broke out in a cold sweat, quickly calculating. So far, I've cleared 9 massive waves and boosted my range to 990%. But my mana is down to 50 out of 280. I can only use it one last time. Looking at the pitch-black sea of locusts surging like a storm, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, is there no end to this? Itsuki looked around with a grim expression, still seeing no sign of the boss. Retreating temporarily and challenging it again once the analysis is complete is one way to go. But Itsuki's eyes narrowed with pride. That's only what losers would do. He concentrated the blazing lotus energy into his petrified hands. No matter how many disaster monsters there are, I will destroy every last one of you. A shocking explosion detonated in the middle of the field, its blinding light piercing through the darkness. After unleashing the move, Itsuki collapsed to one knee, resting his hands on his knees as he panted heavily. Suddenly, black energy erupted violently from the ground once more. There were still more of them, and their numbers hadn't decreased at all. Analysis progress. 91%. Itsuki narrowed his eyes, observing the tiny monsters that had just crawled out. What's going on? All the monsters appearing after the first wave was cleared are only level 1. Their bodies are also tiny, as if they just hatched. I get it now. The boss's ability is. An image of a giant locust queen laying eggs appeared. Infinite regeneration. Queen Locust, Subject 0379, Level 13. C-Rank Skill, Mother's Last Wish, controlling up to 110 demon locusts. Itsuki gritted his teeth in tension as he looked at the progress board. If it has infinite regeneration, all my efforts are pointless unless I can defeat the boss. His mana was completely depleted, but the analysis progress reached 98%, 99%. A burst of blue light exploded, and the system notified him. Analysis 100% complete. Acquired Level 1 Magic Detection Skill. The effective range has been expanded to 1,100 meters due to Lotus Burst's passive effect. Each time an enemy is detected, mana restores by 10%. Itsuki flashed a smug smile as he looked at his new skill board. The detection skill, thanks to Lotus Burst's passive effect, now has a range of over 1,000 meters. On top of that, my mana recovers every time I detect an enemy. He rested his chin in his hand, his eyes flashing with a scheming light. This is a perfect passive effect for this stage. Ignoring the boss and constantly farming the weaklings to grind stats wouldn't be a bad idea either. But Itsuki looked at his newly fully restored status board. But I'm keeping her waiting. Let's finish this stage. Right now. All stats plus 10, a total of 1,120, which is greater than 1,160. He stands tall, using his new energy to locate the boss with magic detection. Energy waves ripple out from Itsuki, sweeping through the area to track down his target. The detection waves pierce through the dust, pinpointing the queen grasshopper hiding deep underground. Itsuki's eyes glow with an icy blue light as he locks onto her location. He points decisively at the target, revealed through his magic vision. Dark purple energy swirls around Itsuki as he roars. Even if you try to use your spawn as a shield, it is completely useless. A brilliant pink lotus shoots forward, tearing through the night sky. With the passive effect of Lotus Burst and the current flight distance of Clear Orb, it is guaranteed to hit. The system displays the flight distance of Clear Orb at 120 meters. The attack pierces through the ground, aiming straight for the nest. Sensing danger, the queen grasshopper screeches and flees from her lair. Seeing this, Itsuki charges forward in majestic stone armor, crackling with blue electricity, aiming right for her. A ruthless look fills his eyes as a smug grin spreads across his face. Checkmate. He unleashes a lightning punch that shatters the alpha beast's body into pieces, splattering green fluid everywhere. He stands quietly, watching the swarm of grasshoppers scatter in all directions. They have fallen into utter chaos after losing their leader. Itsuki channels his power into his stone arm to wipe out the remaining monsters. Don't worry, I will send you to meet your mother right away. With everything finished, he stands amidst the post-battle dust and sighs in relief. All skill range increased by plus 1,210%. Lotus Burst's explosion radius is 65.5 meters, and Clear Orb's flight distance has also increased to 131 meters. The skill board updates with the details. Lotus Burst Level 2, range 65.5 meters, passive effect plus 1,210%, and flight distance of the true orb at 131 meters. Itsuki looks at the dropped item in his hand with satisfaction. This is quite a haul. Once the cooldown is over, I will challenge it again, and this time, I will push the passive effect of Lotus Burst into 5 digits. He steps into the deep blue portal to head back. A new record. 17 minutes 7 seconds. Did it really take me 17 minutes? Cho must be worried sick. Thinking about his friend, Itsuki smiles gently as he makes his safe return. She will probably act all indifferent again. But deep down, she is so kind and caring. That stubborn attitude of hers is actually pretty cute. Itsuki steps out of the portal with a smile on his face. I am back. Sorry for making you worry. He freezes when he meets the blood-red, murderous gaze of Charlie, who is standing there waiting for him. Charlie is choking the severely injured Cho, growling, clearing the stage alone and getting out safely. That means you are the one Jai is looking for, right? Charlie sneers maliciously as he watches Itsuki stand frozen. Perfect timing. I tried to beat some information about you out of her, but even in this state, she wouldn't say a word. She has got more guts than most men. Itsuki glares intensely at his enemy. Get your filthy hands off her. Do that, and I will only beat you half to death. In response to the threat, Charlie lets out an arrogant, dismissive laugh. Haha, don't get cocky. You are just a level 0 rookie. The moment the words leave his mouth, Itsuki explodes with energy, dashing forward like a flash of purple lightning that warps the very space around him. Shocked by that speed, Charlie breaks out in a cold sweat, barely able to scream in terror. Too fast. Just as the wolf lunges, Itsuki throws a punch crackling with lightning. The system immediately alerts. B-rank Shikigami, Deadhouse detected. Absolute simulation activated. Analysis progress at 1%. Itsuki's hand clamps tightly around the beast's snout as the progress reaches 12%. He analyzes the situation. That wolf is a Shikigami, which means the guy in the hat is a Shikigami master. Watching from a distance, Charlie narrows his eyes in horror at Itsuki's skill. Not a single wasted movement, and his speed is incredibly high. No wonder Oga lost. He probably didn't even have time to metalize. Regaining his confidence, he sneers and tightens his grip around the neck of the suffering Cho. But I have dead and a hostage on my side. Seeing his friend in danger, Itsuki grits his teeth and shouts as the analysis progress reaches 34%. Cho ha! At that moment, the wolf, dead, roars furiously, opening its fanged maw wide and lunging straight at Itsuki. Flashing a vicious smile, Charlie is certain of his victory. Dead's bite force can crush any enemy with defense below 30. You had better get ready to have your arm ripped off. But his smile suddenly vanishes, his eyes widening in shock. What? Instead of dodging, Itsuki blocks the bite with his petrified arm, while his other hand charges a glowing energy orb. He fires the blast right inside the wolf's mouth, a beam of light exploding out along with his shout, Die! As the dust settles, Itsuki stands calmly, looking down at the fallen beast. Analysis is at 77%. Without his Shikigami, a Shikigami master is basically defenseless. Charlie stands frozen in place, staring at Itsuki in utter disbelief. This guy, does he seriously not know that just because he is a rookie? But then, the wolf begins to stir again. Charlie thinks to himself triumphantly, that Shikigami is regenerating. With the B-rank skill, Desire for Rebirth, Dead's resurrection time is significantly reduced. The monster suddenly springs up, lunging from behind. Itsuki, under his master's cheers, go ahead and let your guard down, and become Death's prey. But in that critical split second, Itsuki had already activated his sensory perception and magic detection beforehand. Using the detection waves, he effortlessly landed a kick, sending the lunging wolf flying. Keeping his magic detection active ever since he acquired, it was definitely the right move. He glanced over at Charlie as the progress reached 95%. The analysis would be finished any second now. If the Blue Lotus manifested from the absolute simulation, Charlie might get suspicious. Across from him, Charlie was trembling, sweat pouring down his face in sheer helplessness. He has strength and speed far beyond Death's, plus that detection skill. I can't even pull off a surprise attack like this. Backed into a corner, he desperately squeezed Choha's neck to threaten him. If you resist even a fraction more, this woman's life is over. Itsuki narrowed his eyes coldly, calculating his final move in his head. He wanted to finish the analysis without letting the Blue Lotus appear. But right then, a notification popped up as the analysis of the Dead Eater reached 100% completion. Shikigami Eater acquired. Active effect. By directly touching a Shikigami, you can take control of your opponent's Shikigami. Smirking, Itsuki began to manipulate the energy swirling around him. So I can control its shape? The analysis finished without me having to reveal the Blue Lotus. A glowing status window popped up. Shikigami Eater acquired. Level 2. All stats increased by 20. Because the absolute simulation was only partially activated, debuff removal and full recovery failed. Total, 1,160 over 1,240. Itsuki's eyes flashed with a blue light. He realized that skipping the Blue Lotus meant losing his recovery ability as a trade-off. But since I fully recovered in the previous stage, I can still fight at almost full strength without any extra healing. Watching the wolf, Det lunge frantically at him again. Itsuki calmly reached out his hand. This skill was clearly designed to let him steal another person's Shikigami. Itsuki began gathering his energy to form a glowing lotus, whispering to himself, "In that case, I'll be taking your dog." With a roar, Itsuki slammed the lotus onto the wolf's head. Instantly, a surge of blue energy enveloped it. Seizing the momentum, Itsuki delivered a thunderous, powerful kick, sending the beast flying to relieve the pressure. Watching this unfold, Charlie gnashed his teeth and roared in fury. "You useless mutt. What do you think I fed you all that experience for?" He immediately choked Choha tighter to threaten him, his face contorted with murderous intent. "Hey, bastard! If you resist any further, I'll snap this woman's neck." Grimacing in pain with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, Choha managed to whisper, "Don't worry about me." Seeing his friend in danger, Itsuki calmly raised his hands in surrender. "I get it. Just don't touch her." Charlie let out a twisted, triumphant laugh as he saw Itsuki back down. If you'd just been obedient from the start, this woman wouldn't have had to suffer like this." Itsuki narrowed his eyes, staring coldly at his enemy. "Why are you targeting me? I don't recall having any grudge against you." Charlie casually revealed the scheme behind it, still trying to probe him. "What? Well, I might as well tell you. You'll be seeing him soon anyway. Lord Kinoshita Rigi is furious because you entered the stage in North B District without permission. I, Charlie the Howl, came here on his orders to capture you." Itsuki's face hardened as he heard the familiar name. Kinoshita Rigi, that guy again. "I need to meet him face to face and settle this once and for all." Charlie smirked, delivering a brutal threat. "Oh, you'll see him soon enough, but as a broken corpse. Det is going to tear your legs off. If you value this woman's life, don't you dare use that weird ice layer to defend yourself this time." He ordered the wolf, who was poised to strike. "Det, bite off both of his legs for me." Suddenly, Itsuki's eyes flared with a terrifyingly powerful red glow. "Det, prove to me that you're worthy of being my Shikigami." A lotus crest glowed brightly on Det's forehead, and his eyes turned a fierce red, radiating absolute loyalty to his new master. In the blink of an eye, enveloped in a flash of blue electricity, Itsuki dashed forward and scooped up Cho-ha, rescuing her from Charlie's grasp in spectacular fashion. Charlie screamed in horror as his own wolf turned on him. Damn it! Why? Why are you attacking me? I'm your master. Itsuki casually patted the head of the now completely submissive black wolf. Good boy. Holding Cho-ha in his arms, a heavy wave of murderous intent erupted from Itsuki, engulfing the entire area. Now, I'm going to make you pay 10 times over for the pain you caused Cho-ha. No, 100 times over. You will regret ever laying a hand on us, begging and crying for mercy. Charlie collapsed to the ground, his face pale as a ghost, frantically pleading, Wait, let me explain. I had no choice. I was just following Rigi's orders. That's right, let's work together. I'll lure Rigi out for you. Itsuki stared down at him with glowing red eyes, filled with pure mockery. That's a tempting offer. Thinking his opponent had fallen into his trap, a vicious sneer spread across Charlie's face. There's his opening. He suddenly pulls out his weapon, aiming to deliver one last sneak attack. Die, you brat. But Itsuki remains completely calm, his gaze piercing through the cheap trick. But I alone am more than enough to crush Reiji Kinoshita. He then turns and gives an order to his wolf, Death. Give him a taste of his own medicine. It's feeding time. Sari cries out in agony, completely breaking down as he drops to his knees, begging, My hand just slipped earlier. I'll apologize. Please, just give me one more chance. Ignoring his pleas, Death growls menacingly as he approaches his former master. In sheer despair, Sari screams through his tears, Death, have you forgotten? I'm your master. I'm the one who raised you. But the beast simply opens its massive, razor-fanged maw and lunges straight at him. Itsuki calmly carries Ageha as he walks away, not even bothering to look back at the horrific scene behind him. You've been tailing me since I cleared the stage, haven't you? Suddenly, Itsuki stops, sensing a lurking presence. How long do you plan on hiding? Why don't you show yourself? In the eerie silence of the dungeon, a soft rustling sound comes from behind the golden fields of wheat. From among the stalks, a cloaked figure slowly steps out with an awkward laugh. Heh, you got me. Itsuki, still holding Ageha, narrows his eyes warily and gets straight to the point. Are you with that guy from earlier? The stranger frantically waves his hands, panic written all over his face as he tries to clear his name. No, I'm not an enemy. Please, let me explain. Itsuki coldly turns away, unwilling to waste any time, and orders his wolf. Fine then, I don't have time for you. Death, catch up with me after you're done eating. The stranger watches Itsuki in absolute awe as he sees even the ferocious beast submit to him. He can actually tame a mad dog like that. This guy might be able to help me. He quickly catches up to introduce himself. I'm Iberia. What's your name? That fight back there was so cool, even if it got a little terrifying at times. You're the mysterious guy who defeated Oga Takaru, right? I'm Tenma Itsuki. Iberia leans in excitedly and offers, Could you give me a hand? I'll pay you handsomely. Or maybe some kama stones, or even a weapon. Seeing Itsuki walk right past him in silence, Iberia's face falls in disappointment. What? Dad said anyone would help if you paid them enough. Was he lying to me? In Iberia's memory, the image of his blacksmith father wielding a hammer comes to mind. A reward requires creativity. Just like a glass of water is worth more than treasure in the middle of a desert. For someone seeking revenge, give them a blade. For someone who is wounded, give them medicine. That is the ultimate reward. Suddenly snapping out of it, Iberia claps his hands in excitement. I get it now. He blocks Itsuki's path, pointing toward Ageha's wounds. You won't get very far carrying an injured person on foot. The nearest hospital is dozens of miles away. At this rate, she's going to die. Pulling out a scroll radiating a soft blue light, Iberia smiles confidently. I just so happen to have a healing item with me. Itsuki suddenly stops and looks back intently. I can save her, Iberia says. Itsuki's eyes fill with suspicion. Really? Iberia nods, his expression bright. I can't fully heal her right away, but I can save her life. As Itsuki lays Ageha down, Iberia begins bandaging her. Is it okay to do it over her clothes? This isn't your average bandage. It's a rare kama tool made from Shadow Clan ice and Kodama bark. Itsuki looks at it, completely unfamiliar with the item. Wrapping her wounds, Iberia explains. Since you don't know what a kama tool of this grade is, you must be a newly awakened. Huh? No wonder you have no idea. Since firearms are useless against monsters, modern weapons have no effect on Calamity Beasts, rendering them completely obsolete. But creators can craft equipment from relic fragments and monster remains, which are called tools. 4 distinct grades of equipment glow brilliantly under the forge's fire. These tools are divided into 4 tiers based on the creator's level and the materials used. Starting with the most basic, the common tier isn't much different from normal weapons, except it can actually slice through monsters. For example, a standard longsword. The rare tier boosts some of the wielder's stats, and a majestic, deep blue greatsword materializes. A rare Kama tool, the ocean sword, increases agility and mana. Then there is the epic tier, like a crimson demon blade, radiating a sinister aura, which boosts stats and grants special effects. The blood sword absorbs blood, raising the blade's temperature while reducing the enemy's self-healing rate by 50%. Then, a magnificent golden holy sword appears. The ultimate goal of every creator, the unique tier, boasting insane stats. The holy sword increases attack power, agility, and inflicts an infinite mana seal. Smiling proudly, Iberia notes that while creators aren't cut out for combat, their numbers are extremely low. Since they forge Kama tools, they are highly respected by all awakeners. Itsuki narrows his eyes and asks directly about Iberia's background. So, your dad is a creator? Not just any creator. Most can't even craft a single unique tier item in their entire lives, but across all 5 continents, only 10 people are capable of it today. Iberia proudly holds up 3 fingers, and 3 of those items were crafted by my dad. That's why everyone calls him the king of crafting of the northern continent. Itsuki suddenly turns away to examine another item, sending Iberia into a panic. Hey, are you even listening to me, Itsuki? Holding the crossbow he took from Zachary, Itsuki completely tuned out the nagging. Hey, I'm trying to explain this nicely, but you're being so rude. Don't ignore me. Itsuki muttered to himself, noting that this was the very weapon Zachary had used. He carefully inspected the crossbow, planning his next tactical move. You didn't even flinch when you heard about my dad? Normally, people would be kissing my ass by now. Meanwhile, Itsuki figured that with this weapon, he wouldn't have to rely on his clear orb as much, keeping his trump cards hidden. Observing the crossbow, Iberia explained further, "Oh, that's actually a rare magic weapon. Too bad it doesn't have a name, but you don't need to worry about ammo. It automatically converts ordinary arrows into magic bolts. Rare Hunter's Crossbow, agility plus 50. Suddenly, the weapon dissolved into energy particles. Iberia quickly explained, "It's gone. But don't worry, that's just a feature. Once it binds to its owner, it gets stored in an inventory space and summons back whenever you need it." Itsuki turned and offered a brief word of thanks. "Pretty handy, and thanks for treating her." Iberia replied, "Just let me know if you need anything else." Itsuki continued, "Once I'm done here, I have to go find Riji Kinoshita." Hearing this, Iberia gasped in sheer shock. "When I heard that name earlier, I thought my ears were playing tricks on me. You've got some serious guts to go up against Riji here in District North B." Itsuki shot back. "Why? Are you going to tell me to give up?" Iberia fell silent for a moment, then looked Itsuki dead in the eye. "No. If it's Riji Kinoshita, then it looks like we want the same thing." Itsuki frowned. "Did you piss him off too?" Iberia proposed a partnership. "Not exactly. But I want you to team up with me for the national tournament qualifiers the day after tomorrow." Itsuki replied, "The qualifiers? Sora mentioned that too. I've been grinding non-stop to get ready for it." Itsuki turned to him, seeking a clear connection. "What does that tournament have to do with Riji Kinoshita anyway?" The qualifiers are organized by continent, and the venue for the northern continent is District North B, which is basically his home turf. As the son of the District North 4 administrator, Riji Kinoshita is naturally aiming to compete in the official tournament. In fact, his older brother is also a savior. So, if he doesn't make it into the top 10, it'll be a massive disgrace to the Kinoshita name. Itsuki listened intently, as Iberia continued. "That's why he's seizing control of every single dungeon in District North B, just to power level. But why do you want to team up with someone like me? I've been the one receiving all your help this entire time." Iberia enthusiastically declared his faith in him. "Because you're crazy strong. My gut tells me that if we team up, we're guaranteed to crush the qualifiers. Besides, you're younger than me, right? You still have plenty of chances to try again in the future. Then why are you so obsessed with this year?" Iberia's expression suddenly turned somber as he replied, "Why, you ask? That's because, in Iberia's memories, the image of his legendary blacksmith father began to fade in. Ever since I was a kid, I watched my father craft Kama tools with my own eyes. Every finished piece was like a flawless work of art, and my admiration for him just kept growing. The image of Iberia wielding a weapon and fighting on the front lines flashed in his mind. So, I always dreamed that one day, I'd become an awakened and fight those beasts using the very magic tools my father crafted. Bitter disappointment was clearly written all over the young man's face. And just 1 month ago, I finally awakened. Thrilled, I immediately asked my father for a weapon. But he told me, "It's still too early for you. Only saviors are worthy of wielding my Kama tools." Iberia choked up as he recalled his father's harsh condition. But I didn't give up. I kept begging and begging until he finally set a condition. If I can pass the qualifiers this year, he'll let me have one. He clenched his fists in sheer determination. That's why. I absolutely have to win the qualifiers this year, no matter what. Itsuki narrowed his eyes, analyzing the situation logically. With an amazing father like that, you must have plenty of options. You don't need to team up with a level 0 like me. Iberia shook his head, recalling his father's strictness. My dad already saw right through that. Before I left, he looked at me and said, "Listen here. You are to pass those qualifiers using nothing but your own strength. If you just ride the coattails of powerful teammates by using my name, I will never let you have a Kama tool." He really is a strict father. Iberia sighed, deeply worried about his current situation. To make matters worse, according to my intel, almost all the strongest contenders have already been bought out by Kinoshita. The rest are either lone wolves who hate working in teams, or parties that already have their rosters locked in. I basically had zero hope of finding anyone. Iberia's eyes lit up as he looked at Itsuki. But then, 2 days ago, I heard rumors about someone who defeated Takeru Ogata, one of the 4 pillars, and even broke a dungeon record. I dug through intel non-stop until I finally tracked you down right here. Itsuki raised a hand, giving a decisive nod. All right, teaming up is fine, but first, I need to get her to a hospital. I'll tag along. From now on, we're an unstoppable duo. Iberia began rambling on, trying to brainstorm names for their new team. We need a name for our duo. You're Tenma Itsuki, and I'm Iberia. How about Ibiton? Actually, that sounds a bit like a grocery store, doesn't it? Then how about Ibisu? That's still kinda weird. What about Tenmaria, or Teneve? Itsuki sighed in exasperation. This guy was even more talkative than Rikuru. He cheered triumphantly. Oh, I've got it. We both have a Y sound in our names, so let's go with double Y. Itsuki muttered to himself. Speaking of which, I wonder how Riku and Sei are doing. Will they be entering the qualifiers too? At a training ground, Rikuru Horino suddenly lets out a loud sneeze. Siki Saraji turns to him, concerned. Are you catching a cold? Nah, someone's probably talking behind my back, Rikuru replies. Maybe it's Isuki. Sei murmurs, her face clouding with worry. Isuki, how long has it been since that attack? I never thought we'd be apart for this long. I wonder if he's doing okay. Rikuru smirks and teases her, making Sei blush. You're so weird. If you're that worried about Isuki, why didn't you just go visit him after the monsters were defeated? Embarrassed at being called out, Sei immediately attacks with a violent stream of water. Whoa! Rikuru yells, jumping to avoid it. Hey, sneak attacks are cheating, Rikuru protests. Sei coldly fires back. Cheating or not, we're in the middle of training. It's your own fault for letting your guard down. Their master, sporting a giant robotic arm, steps in and interrupts them. The national tournament qualifiers start the day after tomorrow. This is no time for messing around. Sei channels her energy, her eyes shining with excitement. Awesome, I finally get to fight other awakened. Training with Rikuru all the time was getting boring anyway. I've never been to the Hokuriku district. I heard it's a bustling city, and I can't wait to see it with my own eyes. Cut to Ri, who is opening a suitcase filled with black magic stones. The status screens pop up, showing Sei at level 11 and Rikuru at level 10. Ri's subordinate reports anxiously. Hasn't he arrived yet? It's highly unusual for him to be this late. Maybe something unexpected happened. Ri grits his teeth in rage, a dark aura swirling around him. Again? Did those useless fools use the Kama stones to gain experience? He growls, cutting off his subordinate who asks, Should we send someone to look for him, sir? Ri replies coldly, Forget him. The national qualifiers are our top priority right now. If I fail, my father will throw me back into that damn confinement room. Regaining his composure, Ri asks about his plan. By the way, how is the task I gave you coming along? Out of the 3,113 participants in Hokuriku, I've managed to convince 87 of them to cooperate. As you ordered, they are all level 5 or higher. A sinister grin spreads across Ri's face as he holds up a glowing stone. Excellent work. You're the only one I can trust. Ri holds the very last magic stone, his eyes gleaming with ambition. This is the final Kama stone. Purple electricity crackles around his body as his level surges. This is more than enough to crush those peasants. Ri Kinoshita, level 12, total stats, 603. In the hospital hallway, Itsuki stands frozen, watching the lingering energy slowly fade away. After rushing Cho to the emergency room, Itsuki bows his head in apology, unable to hide his sorrow in front of his master. I'm sorry, master. I let Cho end up like this. Izumi Nento stares thoughtfully at his daughter lying in the hospital room, then turns to Itsuki. What do you plan to do next? I can take care of him for you if you'd like. Itsuki's eyes suddenly turn cold and resolute. No, please leave him to me. I want to settle this with my own hands. Nento turns and walks away, his commanding voice echoing back. Very well. Tell me the details of what happened later. Standing nearby, Iberia is in utter shock as he realizes the man's identity. The commander-in-chief of Hokuriku is Itsuki's master? No wonder he didn't even flinch when he heard about my dad. Izumi Nento is shrouded in mystery. I've got to get his autograph later. Inside the hospital room, Itsuki stands by Cho's bedside and explains, and that's why I've decided to enter the national tournament qualifiers with Iberia. I see. Cho-ha, how are you feeling? Cho offers a soft smile as the divine butterfly, Tamaku, perched on her shoulder, glows with a gentle light. Tamaku healed my wounds, so I'm completely recovered now. It's also thanks to Iberia, who used a rare Kama tool to treat me. Nento suddenly turns a piercing gaze toward Iberia, making him flinch. Since you possess the rare Kama tool, the Kodama bandage crafted by Aiden, you must be his son, correct? Iberia breaks into a cold sweat, desperately trying to maintain his dignified, young master persona. He knows all about Kama tools, and he even knows my dad. I have to show some poise. I need to act like the proud eldest son of the master crafter. He boldly puffs out his chest, gives a confident thumbs up, and declares, That's right, I am Aiden's father. The entire room falls dead, silent. Nento, Cho, and Itsuki stare at Iberia, completely speechless. You got that backwards. Iberia turns beet red and buries his face in his hands in embarrassment. I'm so sorry. Aiden is my father. Nento clears his throat to break the awkward silence. Ahem. Well, regardless, I am deeply grateful to you for saving my daughter. Once the qualifiers are over, let me and Tenma pay Aiden a visit. He sits by the bedside and waves the two boys off. You boys still have to prepare for the tournament, right? Off you go. Cho and I will be there to watch tomorrow. Iberia and Itsuki walk out, filled with burning determination. Yes, sir. Rest assured, we will definitely pass the qualifiers. Watching Itsuki's retreating figure, Cho reflects on how much he has changed. Father really has high expectations for Tenma. Back when he was with Jin, he always brought me along to their meetings. Memories of Itsuki as a child flash through her mind. Because of his childhood trauma, whenever Tenma faces a disaster beast, a powerful, self-destructive urge awakens inside him. Images of C and Rikuru looking at Itsuki with deep concern flash back. But those impulses only weaken when he has someone by his side that he wants to protect. She looked at her father, finally understanding his deeper meaning. So that's why you put me by his side. To become his friend. She smiled gently as she looked down at her palm. To become his weakness. And the one Tenma wants to protect. The one Tenma wants to protect, huh? The atmosphere suddenly grew tense as Nento revealed a dark truth. By the way, regarding the beast attack at Tenma's school, it's been confirmed as a deliberate plot, not a coincidence. What? More and more traitors are defecting to the Calamity Beasts side. And though the scale varies, attacks targeting Grand Commanders have also been happening on other continents. Nento stood there, staring out into the dark night, his voice heavy. Right now, the future of humanity is pitch black. His eyes gleamed with conviction as he looked down at his robes. But Tenma will surely light the way. He will become our beacon of hope. The scene shifts to a bird's-eye view of a massive arena, the venue for the preliminary round of the Salvation Alliance National Tournament in the North B District. Itsuki walked through the bustling crowd, amazed by the sheer scale. There are way more people here than I thought. The moment rumors spread that Lord Izumi would be coming to watch, those who had no intention of competing suddenly changed their minds, causing the number of participants to skyrocket from 3,000 to nearly 5,000. Rigi stood high above, looking down at the arena with a sinister smirk. Izumi Nento, That old man is throwing a wrench in my plans by introducing this many variables? Don't worry, sir. They're just bottom feeders who decided to join at the last second. They didn't even have time to form teams, so we still hold the advantage in numbers. I've ordered our recruits to tie a red ribbon around their right wrists, so we can easily identify our allies. Down in the crowd, Horino Rikuru was on the phone. Is wearing a red ribbon some new trend? Should we wear them too? I heard Mr. Izumi is coming to watch, so Itsuki might show up as well. Over at the main stage, the host, Shinhara Soryu, made a booming announcement. Attention, everyone. I will now explain the rules before the preliminary round begins. As a large screen displayed a map, Shinhara Soryu continued. The preliminary venue is divided into two areas, the outer zone and the inner zone. In the first stage, you will start from 4 different directions in the outer zone. The brutal rules of the competition were finally being laid bare. First, you will race against the clock to make your way into the inner zone. The exact moment you cross into the zone, your rank will be recorded on your wristband. Only the 50 fastest participants will advance to the second stage. Standing in the crowd, Rikuru squinted at his wristband. This thing actually has a feature like that? CL added anxiously, eliminating thousands of people right in the very first stage. That is just way too brutal, Iberia urged Itsuki as the announcer's voice continued to blare over the speakers. Each person is allowed to bring a maximum of 2 karma tools. You are free to team up with anyone. Use whatever means necessary. Results are everything. Itsuki, look over there. He pointed toward Rigi, who was giving orders to a group of hunters. That's Kinoshita Rigi. He was instructing his lackeys. Listen up. Sabotage anyone running ahead of us, Iberia whispered, laying out the plan. The guys around him have definitely been bought off. Either way, we need to get to the inner zone as quickly as possible. We'll launch a surprise attack the moment Kinoshita lets his guard down, right after we make it inside. Suddenly, Iberia's jaw dropped in absolute disbelief. Itsuki was casually walking straight toward Rigi's crew, sending Iberia into a panic. Wait, are you even listening to me? Hey! Who the hell are you? Watch out, this guy isn't wearing a red ribbon. And now, the first stage begins. Up in the VIP stands, Soryu observed the scene. More and more young people are looking to join the Salvation Alliance. It's encouraging. But having quantity without quality is completely meaningless. The elite ranker, Hayato Akira, crossed his arms with a smug look. Back in our day, quite a few participants were above level 15. Quite a few, you say? Hayato Akira, class, gift. Soryu scrolled through the old records. There were exactly 2 participants like that in your year, Taiwa at level 21 and Hayato Akira at level 18. Akira smirked playfully. That's exactly why I'm saying it's boring without rookies like Taiwa around. I hope there's someone like him in this batch. Soryu replied. Don't be ridiculous. A once-in-a-century genius like him doesn't just grow on trees. Akira suddenly turned to Izumi Nento. Lord Izumi, I heard there's a student from the North Continent who defeated a level 8 skeleton soldier right after awakening, and even became your disciple. Is that true? Level 8 right after awakening? That's absurd. Nento, sitting with a majestic air, replied flatly, yes, it is true. Akira excitedly wondered if that person was among the participants today. The second disciple recognized by Lord Izumi after Taiwa Wazin, they must possess some truly extraordinary talent. Soryu quickly swiped through his tablet, a thoughtful look on his face. I wonder who it could be. Rikuru's profile popped up on the screen. Horino Rikuru, level 10, Metal Elementalist. His gift was also just an ordinary, second-tier type, so it's definitely not him. Next up is Sei Kisaragi, level 11 with a rank 1 gift. But since she's a support-focused water elementalist, she's probably not the one either. Soryu paused on a strong name. It has to be this girl, Hanyu Kana, a wood elementalist with an unusually high level, reaching all the way to level 16. Nento stared at the screen in silence. Soryu panicked. Was he completely off base? But Hanyu has the highest level out of everyone in the tournament. Suddenly, Akira noticed something bizarre. Is there seriously a level 0 player registered this year? There's always some tourist who joins out of pure curiosity, only to get absolutely wrecked and drop out. Down on the arena floor, Reiji laughed in Itsuki's face. A level 0 loser actually had the guts to show up? Wahaha! What's the matter, kid? Did you get lost? Itsuki didn't say a word, calmly raising his arm to reveal a mounted magic crossbow. Reiji's eyes widened in sheer terror as he recognized the weapon. That belonged to Shirley. Who? What the hell are you? Itsuki's eyes flared with a menacing, blue, murderous light. You've been looking for me all this time, haven't you? Reiji gritted his teeth in rage, the veins bulging on his forehead. This level 0 piece of trash is the one who took down Oga? There's no way in hell I'm believing that. I get it now. Someone sent you here to mess with me, didn't they? He gestured to his men and barked, "Get him. Leave him to us. We'll make him regret ever messing with us." Violent purple lightning erupted around Reiji. I don't have time to waste my breath on garbage like you. Surrounded by a hostile mob, Itsuki stood his ground, his face completely unbothered. Watching the feed, Akira murmured coldly. 3 level 6s and 2 level 7s surrounding him all at once? There's no point in even watching. It's already over. If you get down on your knees and beg for your life right now, I might just let you live. Iberia broke out in a cold sweat, terrified for his partner. I can take down one of them, but as strong as Itsuki is, taking on 4 of them at once is suicide. He reached into his bag, his eyes hardening with resolve. Looks like I have no choice but to use that. One of the thugs stepped forward with a sneer. I was actually wondering what kind of powerhouse would be waiting for us, but it turns out the first roadblock is just a level 0 piece of garbage. Itsuki's face was cast in shadow as he muttered coldly, "Get out of my way." The thug suddenly froze, his face twisting in shock. But then, he burst into a hysterical laugh. Akira watched closely, a smirk playing on his lips. "Nice. I like that attitude. I'll step in and save you right before you get." He lunged forward, his eyes bloodshot with madness. "Let me crack your skull open and see what's inside. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, a devastating punch connected with a sickening crack, striking him dead in the face. Itsuki stood towering over his fallen foe, his eyes glowing with overwhelming power through the shadows. "I told you. Get out of my way." Akira stared in disbelief at the sheer absurdity of it. The guy was 7 levels higher, and he just put him down in a split second? The other hunters began to panic, looking at their fallen comrade. Handa is a level 7. How could a rookie do that? "Don't lose your heads. He just caught him off guard." A fire element user roared, unleashing his full power. B-rank skill, maximum output flamethrower. "I'm going to burn you to ashes." The flames erupted so violently that Iberia, standing nearby, couldn't react. "It's too fast. I don't even have time to use the Kama tool." The surrounding crowd grinned triumphantly as the fire swallowed Itsuki. Talk about overkill for a level 0. But hey, people die in the preliminaries all the time, don't they? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so arrogant when you're just a level 0. But as the thick smoke began to clear, the hunters noticed something strange. Wait, something is wrong. In the middle of the blazing inferno, Itsuki stood perfectly fine, shielded by a jagged wall of stone. What on earth is that? Iberia cheered in excitement, seeing his teammate completely unharmed. No way. He completely blocked that wide-range attack. It really was him. Itsuki glared at his enemies through the jagged barrier with a cold stare. He stood quietly in the middle of the raging sea of fire, his expression completely unchanged. Its power had increased since earlier, but in the end, it was still just a basic fire skill. In an instant, his figure was swallowed by the surging, blazing flames. The onlookers trembled in fear at the sheer, terrifying power of the strike. You're taking this way too seriously. This level of attack power, it's easily on par with level 8. The fire hunter was completely out of mana, his face pale and dripping with sweat. All of his energy had been completely drained in the blink of an eye. "This is my ultimate technique. It honestly feels like a total waste to use it on a level 0 loser, but it's time to bring this farce to an end." Suddenly, he stumbled back, gasping in utter horror. "No way, that's impossible." Meanwhile, Itsuki calmly stood amidst the dying embers, closely observing the effects of his skill. When facing the exact same skill from the same target, the passive effect of Black Wall doesn't trigger a second time. So that's how it works. Standing tall in the middle of the dusty arena, he calmly gave a decisive command. "I've confirmed what I needed to. Now, let me put an end to this." The hunter collapsed to the ground, completely unable to accept reality. "My ultimate technique. Bypass that easily? This can't be happening. That ice skill of his is definitely powerful, but I've already figured out his weakness." Another enemy rushed forward, launching a furious attack with flaming hands, using the B-rank skill, Rapid Fire. Itsuki immediately activated his defense again to face the crowd. "Black Wall, active. Do you idiots really think you can win just by outnumbering me?" A massive explosion erupted with a deafening crash. The enemy gritted his teeth and sneered maliciously, fully convinced that Itsuki was on the verge of running out of mana. No matter how strong your skills are, the mana pool of a level 0 loser is absolutely pathetic. If we keep draining his mana until he can't even form that water barrier anymore, we'll win. Suddenly, an iron grip clamped down on his arm, causing his eyes to widen in sheer terror. What the? The moment Itsuki closed the distance, the hunter gasped in absolute panic. He closed the gap in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Itsuki calmly did the math. Even if he took this many fireballs, the passive effect would still only trigger once. A hulking henchman with a savage look on his face roared, "If your specialty is speed, then mine is raw power." Itsuki stared right into his opponent's eyes through his stone mask, asking coldly in return, "Are you really putting everything you've got into that single attack?" With one swift, decisive move, Itsuki slammed the giant to the ground, making him cough up blood and scream in agonizing pain. Standing in the middle of the arena, Itsuki calculated his defense stats. My defense increased by 31 instead of 34, which means it calculates based on the original value before any enhancements. Right now, since I blocked that B-rank fire skill with Black Wall, my defense has reached 310, plus an extra 62. He strolled forward casually, looking toward two new enemies. Two more lightning elementalists, huh? Perfect for stacking my passive effect for Lightning Breaker. Meanwhile, the remaining henchmen scrambled to escape in utter terror. "This guy's stats are fake. Run for your lives." Itsuki stared after them, his eyes glowing with a menacing emerald light. "What makes you think you can actually run away?" The two enemies whipped around, desperately casting their C-rank skill, White Snake. "Damn you, you're going down with us. This isn't a fire skill, so don't even think about using your old trick." The system screen flickered rapidly as Itsuki absorbed the blow. C-rank, lightning skill absorbed. Agility increased by 5%. Current base stats, 133. Agility, 340. 1. Defense, 372. Watching through the screen, Akira Haitani's face hardened in sheer disbelief. He's taking down awakened ones with levels far higher than his own, as if it's child's play. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he watched Itsuki stand calmly among the heap of fallen enemies. Just what on earth is this guy? Itsuki thoughtfully examined the crackling electric currents wrapping around his body. The passive effect of Lightning Breaker works just like Black Wall. Does it really only stack once per skill from the same target? Standing among the unconscious henchmen, Ivelia gasped in surprise. Everyone's been completely knocked out. He then cheered with absolute admiration. I thought this was going to be a brutal fight, but I had no idea Itsuki was this strong. One of the masked henchmen trembled, pointing a shaking finger at Itsuki. What kind of insane power is he using? There's no way in hell you're a level 0. Who are you anyway? Ivelia stepped up, standing right in front of Itsuki as he smugly shot back. You're asking who we are? This left Itsuki, utterly baffled, muttering, "We." Ivelia smirked, proudly declaring to the enemy, "Together, we are Double I. One day, we will become the strongest duo in the northern continent. Remember that name." Itsuki grabbed Ivelia by the collar, dragging him away. "That's enough out of you. Let's go. We need to catch up to Kinoshita." Ivelia whined. "Aw, come on. I was just getting to the best part." The henchman stood frozen, utterly speechless at the incredibly cheesy team name, Double I. How incredibly lame. Meanwhile, Raji Kinoshita was rushing forward, surrounded by crackling purple electricity. Seriously, by now, that level 0 loser is probably getting beaten to a bloody pulp. He narrowed his eyes, calculating his options with caution. But that crossbow, it definitely belonged to Charlie. I'll need to look into this more thoroughly once this is all over. Suddenly, a shadow dashed right past Raji at an absolutely terrifying speed. The speed specialist hunter smirked with smug satisfaction. And that's another one down. I'm nothing like those brainless brutes who rely on raw strength. When it comes to pure speed, I'm the absolute king. But out of nowhere, a bolt of purple electricity struck him from behind, making him shriek in pure terror. He crashed face first onto the ground. With his face covered in scratches and smoke rising from him, did he get hit while running at full speed? Who the hell did this? Suddenly, a foot stomped heavily onto his back, the sheer speed accompanied by a violent crashing sound. Rigi stood tall, looking down at his defeated opponent with pure contempt. This is what happens to anyone who dares to run ahead of me. He turned around and barked orders to his squad. Group up, everyone. We need to save our strength for Phase 2. Don't waste your time on this piece of trash. Chia watched from above, narrowing her eyes in disgust. Is that the son of the North District B administrator, Genki Kinoshita? How arrogant. I wonder what kind of upbringing he had. Nento silently watched the arena. Still, he didn't break any rules, so there is nothing we can do. While Rigi's lackeys gloated, thanks to those peasants clearing the way, our energy is still full. Phase 2 is going to be a breeze. The crowd of contestants surged toward the massive structure in the middle of the desert arena. Rigi Kinoshita stood at the boundary of the inner zone, looking completely smug and relaxed. Is the inner zone right ahead? Wow, this was surprisingly easy. Suddenly, a roaring scream ripped through the air amidst crackling electricity. Rigi Kinoshita flinched, sweat dripping down his face as he felt a terrifying pressure from behind. Furious, he spun around and yelled at the trembling crowd of contestants who were scrambling to get out of the way. Who the hell just called my name? No, it wasn't me. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything. From behind. It's him, that level 0 rookie. The crowd parted to make way for Itsuki, who was walking forward with an imposing aura. Level 0? Don't tell me. A panicked contestant pointed to confirm the identity of the person who had just appeared. It was really him. Rigi gritted his teeth, refusing to believe the harsh reality. No way. Are you saying they've all been wiped out? No. There are too many enemies for a level 0 and a level 7 to handle. Veins bulging on his face, Rigi sneered with bitter resentment as Itsuki closed in. I get it. He paid them off. How long do you plan on tailing me, you level 0 piece of trash? Iberia stood right behind Itsuki, trembling as she clutched her magic bracelet. I demand you stay right here until we settle this. I only made it this far because I relied on Itsuki. Every enemy we met along the way was wiped out in an instant. If it weren't for Itsuki, I would have been disqualified a long time ago. Rigi coldly turned his back, raising his hand to give a dismissive order. I'm busy. I don't have time to chat with garbage like you, but I'll introduce some friends to play with you instead. A brutal red light flashed behind his glasses. Get him, boys. The hunters closed in, raising their weapons mockingly. What? He's just a level 0 kid? You've got some nerve calling out Kinoshita by name. We're going to teach you some manners. Heh, don't worry. I'll make these guys taste hell. Iberia turned pale with fear as she saw the overwhelming number of enemies. 80, 78, 79. There are at least 100 of them. What are we going to do? Itsuki coldly grabbed Iberia's collar and yanked her down. Keep your head down, Iberia gasped. Huh? Instantly, a surge of blue electricity burst forth as Itsuki activated his skill, charging straight into the blockade. He closed in on Rigi so fast that the impact resounded with a deafening screech. With a powerful kick, Itsuki sent Rigi flying into the air, leaving his lackeys completely stunned. Iberia and the crowd of contestants froze in disbelief as they watched Rigi get utterly dominated. Standing among the defeated enemies, Itsuki radiated a chilling bloodlust. It seems I didn't make myself clear enough. He stared directly at the enemy with glowing, menacing eyes. Let me correct that. Until we settle this, I'm not letting anyone leave. In another corner, Seiya leaned on his knees, panting heavily. Meanwhile, Rikuru collapsed onto the ground, rank 4 in the inner zone. Those red ribbon bastards have all made it inside, and they had the nerve to block our path again. If we had acted alone, we probably would have collapsed before even reaching here. Rank 5 of the inner zone. Rikuru panted, staring at the leaderboard in shock. But I thought we were running pretty fast. I didn't expect others to be even quicker. Rank 3, Uku, held his massive mace and clicked his tongue in disappointment. Tsk. I only came in 3rd? Rank 2, Akagami, replied sarcastically. Are you hungry again? You literally just finished eating. Everyone's eyes turned toward the blue-haired girl sitting alone in the distance. More importantly, look at first place, Hani. She's already reached level 16. Seiya and Rikuru suddenly flinched as they sensed a strange surge of energy. Knowing Itsuki, he's definitely acting on his own. And if he got blocked just like us. Wait a minute, someone is flying this way. A figure was sent flying right out of the arena. The system screen popped up. Iberia, rank 6 of the inner zone. Iberia screamed from the rubble, her face filled with terror. Itsuki! Seiya and Rikuru's eyes widened when they heard the familiar name. Did that guy just call out Itsuki's name? Yeah, that's exactly what I heard. Through the rising dust and smoke, Itsuki's figure emerged majestically. The silhouette of his back. There was no doubt about it. It was Itsuki. Under the pouring rain, Itsuki blocked the path with a dark glare. Until we settle this, I'm not letting anyone leave. Up in the VIP stands, Judge Soryu looked thoughtful. That rookie is only a single step away from the inner zone. Why is he so obsessed with Reiji Kinoshita? Chuha watched Itsuki's situation on the screen, her face filled with anxiety. Beside her, Nento Izumi coldly gave an order to the high-ranking hunter next to him. Haitani, lend that guy a hand if he gets into trouble. Akira Haitani stared at Itsuki with sheer admiration, silently comparing himself to the rookie. That Itsuki Tenma. His speed just now was unbelievable. I seriously wonder if I could have done that when I was his age. Reiji hung his head, his face twisting with absolute rage. You dare to interfere time and time again? You better brace yourself. He looked up, his eyes glowing with a crazed purple magic. What is about to start isn't going to be just a simple fight. It will be your absolute submission. Hundreds of Reiji's red-eyed lackeys surrounded Itsuki all at once. In other words, this is a 100-on-1 beatdown. Itsuki looked at them disdainfully, his sheer bloodlust bursting forth. Passing the preliminaries is just a side quest. Right now, getting payback for Chuha is my top priority. Reiji immediately pointed and screamed like a madman. All of you, get in there and tear that bastard apart. In the middle of the burning arena, Itsuki Tenma stood tall, staring down the hundreds of hunters surrounding him. A fierce thug rushed in to make the first move, shouting, "No one is getting past me, your head is mine." C-rank skill, Fire Fist. Itsuki easily raised his hand and blocked the fiery strike, making the thug scream in horror. What? Instantly, Itsuki launched a massive counterpunch, making the very air around them vibrate violently. The devastating punch landed square on the hunter's face, knocking him out instantly and leaving everyone in utter shock. The crowd began to panic in fear. Knocked out with just one punch? Don't lose your heads, we have the numbers. There is no way we lose to a level 0 brat. Exactly. Everyone, get him. Itsuki looked down coldly as his system screen popped up. Perfect. Blocked C-rank fire skill with Black Wall. Defense increased by 10%. Seeing the enemy wave charging at him, Itsuki raised his hand and declared, "Let's put an end to this farce." System alert. Lotus Burst skill activated. A massive earth-shattering explosion erupted from Itsuki's palm. It blew away all the surrounding hunters. From a distance, Itsuki's teammates gasped at the sight of the massive surge of energy. Is this Itsuki's skill? Even the elite hunters were stunned. What kind of explosion is that? Mew Mew-chan could easily swallow an explosion of this size, right? Mew Mew-chan? Through the smoke and dust, Hanukana quietly watched the scene with sharp, mysterious eyes. Meanwhile, the judge panicked as he looked at the tournament data. That explosion was caused by a level 0? It's not just his power. How is he using a skill outside of his class? Chuha and Nento watched closely, their eyes wide with shock. I had no idea Tenma learned an AoE skill. Well, that explains his confidence back during the Locust Desert battle. Looking at the ruined battlefield, Nento wondered, just how many trump cards is he hiding? 30% of my output is enough. They are humans, so I need to hold back to keep from killing them. As the dust settled, it revealed a devastated scene with hundreds of hunters scattered all over the ground. Itsuki approached Reiji with intimidating, glowing eyes. Now, only you are left. Reiji trembled and backed away, sweat pouring down his face in sheer shock. Over 100 people. Wiped out in the blink of an eye? What kind of monster are you? Why do you keep targeting me? Itsuki stood proud, his bloodlust reaching the heavens. Targeting you? Are you kidding me? You were the one who targeted me first and heavily injured my friend. Today, I am going to pay you back for all the pain she had to suffer, Reiji screamed hysterically, purple electricity crackling around his body. I am the young master of the prestigious Kinoshita family in the North B district. Everything that happens here is within my control. Without even lifting a finger to fight monsters, just by using the karma stones my family provided, I can easily reach levels that you peasants could never dream of. Gathering all his strength for a final blow, he yelled, "You and I are on completely different levels. I am definitely going to finish you." B-rank skill, Purple Lightning Cannon. Itsuki dashed like a bolt of lightning to close the distance. The system screen flashed. B-rank skill, Purple Lightning Cannon detected. Activating simulation avatar. Analysis progress. 1%. With a lightning-fast movement, Itsuki delivered a devastating blow, making Reiji scream in agony. Reiji collapsed to the ground, completely broken by reality. He dodged that? Is this speed really possible for a level 0? There is absolutely no way I can beat him. Desperate. He opened his mouth and screamed for help. What the hell are you guys doing? Get over here and help me. Whoosh. A giant hunter with glowing red eyes suddenly stepped in to intervene. Even if it breaks the rules, I don't give a damn about my pride anymore. Reiji smirked like a madman upon seeing his savior. 40 is a level 35. Awakened. Prepare to be torn to pieces. In the observation room, Nento senses the danger and immediately barks an order. Yes, sir, Akira replies with a sharp, understood. Itsuki feels a new wave of pressure rushing toward him, and his magic starts reacting. Someone is approaching at high speed. Analysis progress, 19%. And it is not just one person. Through the pouring rain, more mysterious figures begin to join the fray. Amid the thick smoke and dust after the explosion, Itsuki stands tall, surrounded by the debris of the battlefield. In another corner, Han easily restrains a guard, trying to interfere, and gestures to Itsuki. Keep going. Itsuki steps right up to Ryuji. With his eyes flashing with lightning energy, he coldly delivers his judgment. Looks like your lifeline is not coming for you anymore. Ryuji panics completely. Tears and snot streaming down his face as he screams in desperation. Wait! My dad is the administrator of the North B District, and my brother is a member of the Salvation Alliance. If you touch me, you will. Ignoring his threat completely. With a loud slam, his head is buried in the ground. Itsuki leaves Ryuji lying motionless on the cracked pavement under the pouring rain, and coldly walks away. He wipes the sweat from his cheek, thinking with a relieved expression, that settles the debt for Choa. Watching through the monitor, Choa blushes with emotion, her eyes sparkling as she realizes Itsuki did all of this for her. Examiner Soryu strokes his beard, observing Choa before looking at the monitor in confusion. Why is he looking in this direction? Did that guy really defeat Kinoshita Ryuji? Meanwhile, Itsuki checks his status window and makes a strategic decision. Analysis progress, 99%. If I pause the analysis at 99%, I can recover my stamina once during the second round. Analysis paused. From the entrance, Sia rushes over in a panic when she sees the chaotic scene. Itsuki hears a familiar voice. Startled, he turns around, sweat dripping from his face. That was her voice. He looks down and sees Sia looking up anxiously. With tears in her eyes, Sia urges him in a trembling voice. We need to get inside, quick. She blushes, looking at him with deep concern and worry. You are going to catch a cold. Itsuki smiles, happy to see Sia after so long. At the same time, a notification pops up. Tenma Itsuki, 7th place to enter the inner area. Suddenly, Iberia rushes over and hugs Itsuki, sobbing, while Rikuru stands nearby, grinning. Itsuki, I wanted to see you so badly. You bastard, I am glad you are safe. Meanwhile, Rikuru, wearing goggles, looks at Iberia with irritation. Sparks practically fly between their eyes. What the hell are you crying and hugging Itsuki for? Iberia replies blankly. Who, me? Iberia lets go of Itsuki. Running a hand through his hair and posing confidently, Iberia says, I am Itsuki's partner. Rikuru immediately grabs Itsuki's shoulders and shakes him violently, visibly jealous. I did not hear anything about you teaming up with someone else, you traitor. Sia stands nearby, covering her mouth as she giggles. Heh, it is rare to see Itsuki making friends. Rikuru and Iberia start bickering. Is Itsuki a traitor? Did you form a duo with him? What is the team name? A team name? Who would think of something so childish? We are not kids. Do you guys have a team name? Iberia puts his hands on his hips and laughs triumphantly. Of course we do. Oh. Really? Let's hear it then. Itsuki stands between them, breaking into a sweat. Mumbling to stop him, please, do not. Iberia winks, his face shining with pride. Double Y, as in, 2 Ys. I put a lot of effort into coming up with that name. Hearing the name, Rikuru falls to the ground, laughing hysterically. Double Y? That is such a tacky name? Ha ha ha. Iberia snaps angrily. What is so funny? It is a great name. Their fun is interrupted by an announcement echoing across the arena, declaring that 500 people have now entered the inner area. Those who have not arrived yet are eliminated. Phase 2 will begin shortly. The examiner's image appears on the giant screen to explain the rules. In Phase 2, you will have to fight disaster-class beasts alone in the training ground for 1 hour. Itsuki, Iberia, and Rikuru are all stunned by the harsh rules. So, Phase 2 is finally here. Heh, alone. Huh? In a dark corner, Heitan lets out a wild, excited grin. Phase 2 is finally here. I have been looking forward to this for a very long time. The list of the top performers from Phase 1 appears on the screen in a dramatic fashion. Let us see what you guys are made of. Hani 1st place, Uigaku 3rd place, Horino 5th place, Tenma Itsuki 7th place, Akagamasan 2nd place, Iberia 6th place, Kisaragia 4th place. From a high angle overlooking the massive architecture of the next stage's arena, the crowd of contestants begins to file through the giant gates. The atmosphere becomes extremely tense. So, the venue for Phase 2 is inside here, right? Rikuru walks through the dark space of the arena, shivering slightly as he remarks on how gloomy and creepy it feels. Then he turns and asks, "It has been a while, but are you really still at level 0? Is your level actually locked?" He continues to ask with concern, "In that case, your stats will not increase easily either, right? How did you even get so strong?" This flusters Itsuki as he recalls his master, warning him not to tell anyone else. Iberia cuts in to remind Rikuru, "We learned in class that order-breaking skills are national secrets, remember?" Sheesh. Itsuki, you do not have to answer him. Itsuki smiles gratefully. As the group arrives at the gathering spot, a commanding voice echoes from above. "Everyone, are you ready?" Rikuru, Itsuki, and Iberia all looked up at the high stands, totally stunned. The crowd began to buzz as they recognized those high-profile figures. That was Fujiwara Soryu, the overseer of the annual national tournament. Beside him was Hira, the veteran of the river-crossing war, who possessed the strongest physical constitution. And that masked man was the legendary Izumi Nento. They were all absolute legends. Soryu began to declare in a booming voice, "I will now explain the rules of the second round. Listen up, everyone." He pointed to the virtual display. Various disaster beasts will appear in the training grounds, and the elimination points will vary based on the difficulty level. Hard-tier disaster beasts are worth 1,000 points. The elimination points based on difficulty are as follows. Beginner tier is 100, normal tier is 500, hard tier is 1,000, and nightmare tier is 5,000. Soryu continued to explain the time rules. You will have 1 minute of rest after defeating each disaster beast, after which you will be forced to proceed to the next difficulty. As the countdown screen popped up, showing 56 seconds of rest time remaining, Oku, who ranked 3rd, gripped his weapon and sneered arrogantly. "Heh, I'm going straight to the nightmare tier." The status board showed Oku, a human at level 13, Earth Element Spiritualist, rank 2. Suddenly, Itsuki raised his hand and spoke up amidst the silent crowd. I have a question." The surrounding contestants began to whisper mockingly. "That guy is level 0. How did he even pass the first round? He must have been carried for sure. Don't tell me he's scared because he knows the second round is individual combat and wants to back out. Ha ha ha, that must be it." Soryu looked down with an encouraging gaze. "What is it? Don't hesitate to ask your question." Itsuki stood up straight and asked a question that caught everyone off guard. "Is the nightmare tier really the highest difficulty?" The arrogant question left Soryu wide-eyed in shock. While Hayton Akira stood beside him with an excited grin, the crowd took the opportunity to mock him again. What a show-off. If a level 0 guy runs into a nightmare tier disaster beast, he won't stand a chance of surviving. Forget about nightmare tier, he probably can't even handle a beginner tier beast. What a piece of trash, all talk and no action. Soryu explained solemnly. Theoretically, there is no upper limit to the difficulty of disaster beasts. You will understand once you actually defeat a nightmare tier disaster beast. Rikuru anxiously whispered to Itsuki, "No upper limit? It's useless to even think about that. The nightmare tier requires us to be at least level 10. Just defeating a hard tier beast would already be amazing." Soryu continued to lay down the crucial rules. The points earned in the preliminary round will be added to the main tournament. In other words, today's performance will heavily impact whether we can join the Salvation Alliance in the future. Hearing this, Rikuru and Iberia became more determined than ever. "So the points earned here will count toward the main tournament? I have no choice but to use that." Itsuki recalled the record in his head and made up his mind. Taiwa Wazin's record of 115,000 points included the points he earned in the preliminary round. To surpass him, I need to make the most of this opportunity. The signal sounded, the gates opened, and everyone entered the training grounds. A crowd of contestants leaped down the steep cliff all at once. Itsuki landed safely and looked around. The second preliminary round begins. So this is the training ground. It's not much different from a regular arena. Darkness enveloped the area when suddenly, dozens of glowing red eyes flashed with murderous intent from the shadows. A notification popped up. Beginner, Tier Disaster Beast, Calamity Mad Dog, Level 1, Quantity, 10, Elimination Points, 100. Itsuki thought with excitement. Finally, I get to fight some disaster beasts. Itsuki activated his skill, Black Wall activated. He dashed forward with a sharp gaze. I can't increase my stats with these weaklings, so let's end this quickly. In the control room, Nento asked Soryu, "Are you monitoring him again?" Soryu replied, "While keeping an eye on this screen, I also want to watch that Hanyu girl's battle." Heitan Akira stood with his arms crossed, smiling with amusement as he stared at Itsuki's screen. This guy is much more interesting. Suddenly, Soryu gasped in shock, prompting Heitan to tease him. Is it really that surprising every single time? Down on the arena floor, Itsuki glided like the wind, slicing through the monsters in the blink of an eye. Time elapsed, 1 second, 100 points acquired. Soryu broke into a cold sweat from shock. 1 second? Normally, it takes a few minutes. Heitan smiled smugly. I told you, didn't I? This guy is far more interesting. Soryu tried to calm himself down and analyzed. The Calamity Mad Dogs are numerous, but they're only level 1. Going all out could definitely take them down instantly. But the next opponent is level 8. An instant kill should be absolutely impossible. Immediately, a massive, fiery beast materialized in front of Itsuki. Normal tier disaster beast, salamander, level 8, elimination points, 500. Soryu noted with concern. Facing a disaster beast 8 levels higher than himself, he's bound to struggle. But Heitan smirked and asked back, "Do you really think so? I don't think a level 8 salamander poses much of a threat." Soryu turned to ask about the overall situation. How are the other participants doing? He then operated the control panel. Apologies, I got too carried away. Switching to multi-screen mode now. With this setup, we can watch the top 10 at the same time. He took in the overall view and commented with a look of dissatisfaction. Most of the participants are still fighting in the beginner tier. On the screen, Zone A shows someone using water magic, while another candidate with a sledgehammer is struggling against their own beast. Soryu noticed another screen, where only Hanukana was keeping up with Tenma Itsuki's pace. The blue-haired girl was using green light magic to overwhelm a pack of rabid dogs. Suddenly, Soryu gasped in panic as he looked at Itsuki's screen. Oh no, Tenma! To everyone's shock, Itsuki's figure was completely swallowed by a blazing inferno. He was engulfed by the salamander's flames. Examiner Soryu cried out in a panic. Did he use up too much energy fighting those rabid dogs that he couldn't dodge? Taking that fire head-on won't end well. Quick, call the medical team. But Han calmly stopped him. Wait, let's watch a bit longer. With the speed he showed earlier, dodging an attack of this level should have been easy. From within the sea of fire, a jet-black, spiked ice armor completely covered Itsuki. The system panel popped up with a notification. Black ice wall activated. A razor-sharp slash of ice tore through space as Itsuki swung his arm, cutting the flames right in half. And with that single strike, the giant salamander was sliced in two right through its hard scales, sending shattered dragon scales flying everywhere. Amidst the terrifying power of his attack, Itsuki walked away coldly, leaving the dissolving corpse of the beast behind him. The system announced the results. Time elapsed, 5 seconds, 500 points awarded. Soryu stared at the screen in utter disbelief. Unable to believe his eyes, he muttered. Is he completely unharmed? Did that ice armor really cover his entire body? He could have taken it down instantly, so why did he purposely take the opponent's hit? Itsuki smirked with satisfaction. Looking at the notification that popped up, his defense increased by 10% for blocking a C-rank fire attribute skill with his black ice wall. He thought to himself that he had to make the most of every opportunity to boost his stats. The status window appeared in detail, showing his defense had reached 434. Tenma, Itsuki, Human, Level 0, Classless, Order Breaker. Skills, Hyper, Mimicry, Lightning Burst. Black Ice Wall, Lotus Strike. Total stats, 1,395. The system prompted him. Remaining rest time, 58 seconds. Skip rest period? Yes or no? Itsuki decided to test his defensive capabilities. As for the next disaster beast, inside the control room, Han crossed his arms and remarked to Soryu. This difficulty is meant to test the participants' speed and combat instincts. Soryu nodded in agreement. That's right. The information on the new monster popped up menacingly. When attacking, the lightning rhino channels electricity into its horn, launching a dual physical and lightning attack on its foe, a hard-tier disaster beast. Level 10 lightning rhino. Defeat points. 1,000. If you get hit by it. Soryu continued, analyzing the worst-case scenario. Either your body will be impaled by its horn due to a lack of defense, or you will be paralyzed by the current due to low lightning resistance, leaving you completely immobilized. He sternly emphasized the strategy. To defeat the lightning rhino, you must use speed to outmaneuver it and strike when it is exhausted. But suddenly, Soryu's eyes widened in horror, sweat pouring down. Wait, what on earth is he trying to do? Down on the arena floor, Itsuki wasn't dodging at all. He casually walked up and reached out to touch the massive beast's sharp, electrically charged horn. He tapped his finger on the glowing horn, thinking to himself that it was absolutely perfect for testing his defense. Infuriated, the lightning rhino snorted steam, channeling all of its electrical energy into its horn to crush the provocateur. A loud explosion echoed as the monster charged straight at Itsuki with terrifying speed. Violent currents of electricity discharged everywhere, engulfing the entire space. Itsuki's body was thrown backward, taking the full impact of the powerful lightning strike with a completely open posture. He didn't defend himself at all. Watching through the screen, Soryu couldn't hold back a panicked scream. "Tenma!" Hound smirked with amusement and remarked, "This guy only ever does the most unpredictable things, but he always delivers results that go way beyond our imagination." From within the frosty mist, Itsuki emerged completely unscathed. The system announced that he had absorbed the C-rank lightning skill with Lightning Burst, boosting his agility by 5%. He muttered, "Test complete. It seems that attacks from disaster beasts within the level 10 range can't damage me at all." Itsuki's eyes glowed, crimson with killing intent. He looked up and declared, "Now, let's wrap this up." He lunged down from the air like a bolt of lightning. System activated. Lightning Burst triggered, agility increased by 50%. A lightning-fast strike cleanly sliced through the monster's neck, letting it only gasp out its final breath as the massive lightning rhino slid across the arena, a wave of invisible energy splitting the surrounding air in two. Itsuki landed on the back of the dead beast. The results board popped up. Time elapsed. 7 seconds. 1,000 points awarded. Han looked at Itsuki with sheer admiration, murmuring, "His total time so far is less than 15 seconds. Not only is he faster than I was in my youth, but I feel like he hasn't even used his full strength yet." However, Soryu's face suddenly darkened, looking more serious than ever. But what came next was that creature. Examiner Soryu began describing the next monster. With a deeply concerned look, he described its agile movements, tearing enemies apart with sharp claws and spitting out iron chains, and a massive mouth that devours everything, along with a colossal body encased in an exoskeleton as hard as armor. He concluded with a cold, serious gaze, describing a ferocious disaster beast that possessed all of these traits. This was the strongest opponent in the preliminary round, and the ultimate target for every contestant. Before Itsuki, a massive monster clad in jet-black armor appeared, radiating a terrifying pressure. A nightmare-class disaster beast, the level 15 Inferno Giant, 5,000 elimination points. At the same time, the system announced the activation of the Purification Orb. Instantly, a black-purple energy orb shot forward at wind-tearing speed, blasting straight into the giant's body. With just one blow, the monster was completely defeated. The level 15 Inferno Giant has been defeated. The flight speed of the Purification Orb has increased by 200%. The entire panel of judges froze, speechless in sheer shock at the unbelievable sight. Itsuki stood on top of the monster's corpse. The system updated the skill stats. The Purification Orb's flight speed is now 9 meters per second, a 900% increase in flight speed. Soryu stammered as he stared at the screen. Even the Nightmare-class Inferno Giant was taken down instantly. Elapsed time, 3 seconds, 5,000 points received. Now, on to the next one. Meanwhile, in another arena, a roaring beast was also finished off with a single blow. She activated her skill. The C-rank skill, Water Bullet, has been activated by Kisaragi. If I defeat the remaining two, I can advance to the normal rank. Beginner rank completion progress, 80%. Ogaku was also facing a giant dragon, wearing a smug smirk, but since he skipped his break, I'll definitely reach the normal rank before Ogaku. Regular rank completion progress, 0%. Hanyu calmly stood among a horde of monsters, using recovery magic to restore his consumed mana before continuing. Hanyu. Regular rank completion progress, 100%. Suddenly, an announcement rang out, leaving everyone stunned, confirming the completion of the nightmare rank. Elapsed time, 21 seconds, ranking, first place. Kisaragi gasped in shock. It has to be Itsuki. Someone is actually faster than me? Is it Hanyu? While Hanyu remained silent with an unreadable expression, Itsuki didn't stop for a second. He summoned another energy orb and declared, "Let's keep going." Soryu was still in a state of shock. He analyzed the situation. The level 15 Inferno Giant was taken down instantly, to pierce through its armor. Just what is that black orb? Heitan Akira smirked with excitement and ordered to raise the difficulty, wanting to see just how far this kid could go. The system interface immediately updated. Nightmare rank, Stage 2, Level 15 Inferno Giant times 2. 10,000 elimination points. 2 Inferno Giants appeared before Itsuki, but he only casually remarked, "I was expecting something else, but is it just an increase in numbers?" The two monsters let out an earth-shattering roar and rushed to attack Itsuki together. With a calm expression, Itsuki raised his hand, forming another energy orb. While they're busy roaring, I might as well take one out first. The orb shot forward and pierced through one giant's body in the blink of an eye, activating the Purification Orb. The level 15 Inferno Giant has been defeated. The Purification Orb's flight speed increased by 200%, bringing it to 11 meters per second, an overall increase of 1,100%. Soryu screamed in absolute panic. Another one-hit kill. Just what is that orb? Is there no limit to how many he can summon? Heitan calmly explained. It's definitely powerful, but that skill has a fatal weakness. This prompted Soryu to ask curiously, a weakness? Suddenly, the remaining Inferno Giant accelerated, rushing forward at an unbelievable speed. Even Itsuki was taken aback in surprise. This speed. It's faster than any disaster beast I've ever encountered. Izumi Nendo chimed in to explain, Inferno Giants are often mistaken for being slow due to their massive size, but Soryu quickly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Itsuki focused all of his energy into his hand, preparing for a direct attack. He fired straight at the incoming monster, activating his skill, activating the Purification Orb. Heitan continued his explanation. The unique trait of the Inferno Giants is a racial characteristic. They possess no magical power, but their other stats are significantly enhanced. Despite that massive body, they are technically a speed type. A stat window popped up as the monster charged, dodging Itsuki's attack. The 108th Inferno Giant, Giant Race, level 15. Second tier talent. Cannot use magic, but other stats are increased by 25%. Skills. None. Attack stat. 320. Agility. 300. Defense. 320. Magic. None. Total. 940. Itsuki was stunned when his attack missed it, had actually dodged it. Inside the control room, Izumi Nendo analyzed. That black orb certainly deals massive damage, but its flight speed isn't very fast. That kid definitely has great combat instincts, capitalizing on the Inferno Giant's habit of roaring before battle to launch a surprise attack. But he continued with a serious expression as the giant swung a devastating punch toward Itsuki. If he can't speed up the flight of that black sphere, he won't be able to go any further. The monster unleashes a devastating spinning punch, sending sharp gusts of wind ripping through the ground. Itsuki is sent flying back. He realizes that from mid-range, the attack can easily be dodged. Soryu notes anxiously. He knows it won't land, yet he's still using it. That must mean he's completely out of options. Hyuntae crosses his arms, looking thoughtful as he asks, "Is that really true?" Soryu glares at the screen, wondering, then why on earth is he smiling? Itsuki smirks defiantly, thinking, not bad speed. In that case, I'll just close the gap. He stomps his foot hard, unleashing a surge of blue electricity as he activates Lightning Burst. The two charge at each other with terrifying speed. The monster's punch triggers a massive explosion, blasting straight toward Itsuki. Gasping at the sight, Choa quickly covers her mouth in horror. Soryu grabs his phone, shouting in a panic. This attack is nothing like the electric rhinos. If he takes a direct hit, even that kid won't survive. Call the rescue team now. But Izumi Nendo quickly stops him. Hold on, Hyuntae says calmly. That strike is incredibly powerful, but it means absolutely nothing if it doesn't hit. The giant's massive fist grazes the ground, tearing open a deep crater, but Itsuki is already gone. As the dust settles, the monster looks around in utter confusion. Suddenly, a voice echoes from above. Hey, I'm right up here. The giant looks up in sheer disbelief, finding Itsuki hovering midair. Itsuki dives down like a bullet, letting a dark purple energy sphere rip straight through the back of the monster's head. He touches down gracefully, crackling with intense purple electricity. With a deafening boom, the giant's massive body shatters into a million pieces. A system notification pops up to announce Itsuki's victory. Level 15 Inferno Giant defeated. The flight speed of the purification sphere has increased by 200%. Current speed is 13 meters per second, a total increase of 1,300%. The system updates his score. Clear time, 12 seconds, 10,000 points awarded. Choa squeals with joy. I knew you could do it, Tenma. Soryu stares at Choa in disbelief, rarely seeing her get this worked up. Choa's face turns bright red as she stammers, I was just praying for everyone's safety. Think about it. If the youth who carry the future of humanity die, it would be a devastating loss for all of us. Their families would be heartbroken. So I just want everyone to be safe. That's literally it. It's not like I think Tenma defeating that Inferno Giant was cool or anything. I would have reacted the same way even if it wasn't him, so don't get any weird ideas. Izumi Nento just stares at her, completely bewildered. Soryu mutters under his breath, Man, Choa, you've gotten way more talkative since the last time I saw you. Soryu turns to Hyante and asks, By the way, how did you know Tenma was going to dodge that? Hyante explains, his base speed isn't much different from the Inferno Giant's. But once electricity starts coursing through his body, his speed shoots up drastically. Once that happens, there's absolutely no way the Inferno Giant can touch him. Soryu nods. True, he managed to take down 2 of them, but those were some pretty close calls. With his current score, first place is practically guaranteed. If I were him, I'd pack it up and stop right here. But Itsuki stands tall, his eyes burning with determination to surpass Taijin, humanity's absolute strongest. Channeling energy into his hands, he roars, I can't stop, not even for 1 second. Right on cue, 3 more Inferno Giants materialize before him. The system panel updates. Nightmare mode. Stage 3. 3 level 15 Inferno Giants. Elimination reward. 15,000 points. Without a shred of hesitation, Itsuki launches his attack, activating his purification sphere. First, I'll take down one of them. Hyante smirks with pride. Just as I thought, he chose to keep going. That's my boy. Soryu remarks thoughtfully, Come to think of it, you made it all the way to stage 4. That was my absolute limit too. Soryu stares at the screen, shocked, and says to Hyante, Even you, with your freakish physical strength, only made it to stage 3. Let's see how far Tenma can go. Back in the arena, the small-statured Tenma Itsuki faces down a colossal beast charging at him with raw fury. He unleashes a lightning-fast jolt of electrical energy, punching straight into the beast's weak spot. Quickly planning his next move, Tenma boosts his agility with Lightning Burst, closing the gap and slipping right behind it. That's number 2. He launches the sphere directly at the giant beast. Immediately, the system flashes a victory alert. Level 15. Inferno Giant, defeated. Purification. Sphere flight speed increased by 200%. Current speed, 17 meters per second, a massive 1,700% increase. Tenma looks up, his eyes sharp and intense. But as he goes for the third one, a massive jaw lined with razor-sharp teeth suddenly casts a shadow over his entire head. The beast roars wildly, snapping its jaws shut and swallowing him whole. Yet, Tenma remains terrifyingly calm, his eyes locked dead on his enemy. That's right. He gathered a blazing rocket of energy in the palm of his hand and declared, I will rip you to shreds. Lotus Burst activated at maximum power. The attack exploded right inside the giant beast's mouth, unleashing an earth-shattering blast of fire. Following the explosion, the system screen updated with new stats, showing he had defeated the level 15 Purgatory Giant. Thanks to Lotus Burst, all skill ranges were boosted by 1%, making the current total boost 1,101%. Tenma strode confidently through the smoke and flames of the battlefield. The system recorded a clear time of 13 seconds. He received 15,000 points. In the spectator stands, Soryu froze, sweat pouring down his face in utter shock as he gasped. That was when he realized the move flashing brilliantly on the screen was the exact same skill that had wiped out dozens of candidates in the first round of the exam. However, Tenma began to pant heavily, his face pale with exhaustion as his energy bar ran completely dry and his mana bottomed out. His mana was down to just 31 out of 310. He stared at his status screen, searching for a quick way to recover. But as long as these disaster monsters kept spawning, the passive effect of mana detection would replenish his mana. The passive effect. Detecting an enemy unit restores 10% of his mana. Suddenly, a new nightmare, difficulty challenge appeared with overwhelming numbers. Stage 4. 4 level 15 Inferno Giants. Elimination points. 20,000. With 4 enemy units detected, his mana recovered by 40%. His mana was now at 124 out of 310. Soryu and Haitan watched the screen with incredibly serious expressions. Stage 4 has officially begun. If he passes this round, he will surpass your past self. That's right. Other than you, no one has ever cleared Stage 4. It's going to be very interesting to see how far that kid can go. Tenma dashed nimbly through the chaotic strikes of the lunging monsters. He quietly noted that as the speed of his purifying orb increased, the blue electricity wrapping around his body let him move like a ghost, boosting his accuracy even further. Facing the aggressive monsters, he calculated his next move, thinking, if I increase the projectile speed a few more times, I won't need to get so close to hit them. But my mana is limited. I can't afford to waste even a single purifying orb. Tenma's eyes blazed with raw determination as he channeled every ounce of his strength to prepare for a decisive blow. Suddenly, massive iron chains shot out of the shadows with a bone-chilling rattle. Tenma's eyes widened in shock as the projectile closed in on him too fast to react. Chains? The monster roared, unleashing a lightning-fast strike that seemed to rip through the air around them. Caught completely off guard, Tenma could only watch as the dark silhouette of the enemy deflected his counterattack. A deafening crash echoed as the blow connected. Gritting his teeth in agonizing pain, he snarled, "Damn it!" The monster's iron grip locked around him, leaving him completely helpless. This is bad. I can't gather any power in this position. Suddenly, a brutal squeeze followed, shattering Tenma's bones. Cornered and broken, Tenma collapsed under the overwhelming power of the Inferno Giant. He lay motionless in the rubble, his suit stained red with blood. Witnessing this horrifying sight, Soryu lost his composure and shouted, "Haitan, go help him, now." Haitan stood in silence, his eyes darkening as he whispered, "So, this is his limit?" He recalled his own painful past, seeing the vivid image of himself collapsed on a blood-drenched battlefield. Steeled with fierce resolve, Haitan prepared to step in, saying, "I will go help him right now." "Wait." Soryu tried to stop him. Soryu looked at the screen, noticing something strange. Tenma hadn't given up yet. He continued, "Mr. Izumi, whether he's giving up or not, this is no time to argue about that. He's in critical condition. If we don't act fast, Tenma is going to die." Izumi remained unusually calm. "I can sense that he still has a trump card up his sleeve." Soryu snapped in frustration. "A trump card? How could you possibly know that?" Izumi pointed directly at the screen. "Look at his eyes. Those are not the eyes of someone who has accepted their fate." Back in the arena, Tenma forced himself to stand, his eyes blazing with sheer fury. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "I pushed myself to the absolute limit just to destroy that bastard." A surge of blue electricity enveloped his body as he triggered his final skill. Super simulation activated, resuming analysis. Memories of his battle against Kinoshita flooded back, and the image of the purple lightning cannon flared in his mind. During my fight with Kinoshita, super simulation had triggered on his skill, but I chose to pause it at the very last second before the analysis completed. Analysis progress was paused at 99%. Now, fueled by his thirst for revenge, he reactivated the suspended skill, pushing the analysis progress to 100%. It was all to prepare for a moment like this. B-grade skill, Purple Lightning, Cannon Analysis complete. Acquired Level 2 Purple Lightning. Soryu noticed a bizarre surge of energy enveloping Tenma. "Look at that, it's that familiar blue lotus," he muttered in disbelief. Is that another one of his skills? But in the state he's in, what can a blue lotus even do? What's the point? Juha flashed the brightest smile Heijin had ever seen, making him gasp. She looked so incredibly happy. Is it trying to tell me something? The system displayed the details of a new skill. Lightning Burst Level 2. Active effect. Allows the user to absorb B-class or lower lightning type attacks into their body. Upon releasing the absorbed lightning energy, your agility increases by 100%, with the number of absorptions capped at 5. Passive effect. Each time a B-class lightning type attack is absorbed, your agility increases by 10%, currently at plus 15%. Tenma clenched his fists. The explosive surge of electrical energy made his clothes flutter violently. Having acquired Lightning Burst Level 2, all stats are increased by 20, all negative status effects are cleared, and his wounds are fully healed. The monster swung its fist, shattering the ground, but Tenma had completely transformed. Standing tall, he blocked the attack effortlessly, lifting his chin as he made his declaration. The warm-up is over. From now on, I'm going all out. Attack, 31,330. Agility, 31,330. Defense, 31,330. Magic, 3,330. Total, 1,240 out of 1,320. Soryu stared at the screen in absolute shock. He was beaten to a pulp, but he completely recovered in just a matter of seconds. This level of healing power is far beyond even a professional healer. Not to mention that ridiculous area of effect attack. Just how many broken skills does he actually have? Meanwhile, Tenma lunged forward at blinding speed, blowing away 2 monsters with a single punch. Level 15, Inferno Giant defeated. Flying speed of the Purification Sphere increased by 200%. He kept pressing forward, absolutely nothing capable of stopping Tenma's advance. Nightmare difficulty. Stage B has been successfully cleared. Time elapsed, 31 seconds. Received 20,000 points. With my current strength, I won't lose no matter how many Inferno Giants show up. Tenma launched an energy sphere at the final monster. Level 15, Inferno Giant defeated. Flying speed of the Purification Sphere increased by 200%. With a flight speed of 27 meters per second, a 2,700% increase. His power had now surpassed all limits. He wiped out every monster with ease. Nightmare difficulty, Stage 5 has been successfully cleared. Time elapsed, 57 seconds. Received 25,000 points. Finally, Tenma finished off the last monster with a critical blow. Nightmare difficulty, Stage 6 has been successfully cleared. Time elapsed, 1 minute and 34 seconds. Received 30,000 points. Soryu was left utterly speechless by Tenma's terrifying power. Wow. Heijin watched the battle, muttering in sheer awe. Is this place actually hell? Between Tenma and the Inferno Giants, who's the real monster here? I'm starting to lose my mind. Tenma stood in the middle of the ruined battlefield, sweat dripping down his forehead. He locked his gaze forward, his voice echoing with fierce determination. What about the next stage? No more Inferno Giants are going to appear after this. Examiner Soryu stammered in complete shock, staring blankly at the screen. Unbelievable. I never would have thought this was possible. His hand trembled as he slammed the red button on the control panel to end the chaos. Soryu's voice crackled through the speaker, sweat pouring down his face. Tenma, it's over. Looking down from above, a horrific scene lay before them. You defeated every single Inferno Giant we had prepared. The monsters' corpses piled high into a massive mountain, serving as a brutal testament to Tenma's devastating power. Tenma panted heavily, chains wrapped around his body. He asked in confusion, I beat all of them? Didn't you say there was no upper limit to the difficulty? Walking through the blood-soaked battlefield, he muttered to himself as he calculated, I don't even remember how many of them I took down. But how many points did I get? Well, if I've already hit the ceiling, the gap between me and Jin Taiwa shouldn't be that big anymore. The system screen flashed, with notifications of rewards for defeating 11 level 15 Inferno Giants. Flying speed of the Purification Sphere, plus 1,100%. Current flight speed, 38 meters per second. A 3,800% increase. That is quite a haul. Tenma tested the new speed, realizing that 38 meters per second was actually faster than the average speed of a car. Suddenly, Tenma froze, steam rising from his body after the intense battle. He stared at the glow in front of him, thinking for a split second that another enemy was appearing. Oh right, I completely forgot. A glittering blue stone materialized. Since I can't level up, all the experience points from the disaster beasts I defeat are converted directly into karma stones. In the control room, Soryu and Heijin's eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Is that a karma stone? Why on earth did it appear in the training ground? If it's blue, that represents at least 10,000 experience points. Since Tenma cannot absorb experience points, all the experience dropped in the training ground simply crystallizes into karma stones. Soryu shuddered as he analyzed the situation. I thought his locked level just meant he was masking his true stats. I never imagined he actually couldn't level up at all. That means if Tenma parties up with someone and enters the sky screen, his teammate will get to hoard all of the dropped experience points. We're incredibly lucky he was born human. If he had been born a disaster beast, it would be too terrifying to even imagine. Tenma held the sparkling blue stone in his hand. a satisfied smile playing on his lips at the unexpected loot. He turned and walked away, leaving the ruins behind. I've done what I needed to do. Time to head out. The heavy metal door creaked open with a sharp, screeching sound. Seeing the door open, Soryu blurted out, "He's out." The scoreboard lit up brilliantly to honor the winner, Tenma Itsuki, for completing the Stage 2 qualifiers. Score achieved, 106,600. Time elapsed, 3 minutes and 55 seconds. First place. Soryu rushed over to block Tenma's path, eagerly inviting him. "Tenma, I witnessed your performance with my own eyes. You are pure potential. Come with me, and I will personally arrange a master worthy of your talent." Tenma coldly rejected him. "I appreciate the offer, but I already have a master training me, so I'm good." Soryu kept trying to convince him. "You just don't get it. So what? Even if you have a master, not just anyone is qualified to guide a young prodigy like you. You'd be much better off with someone like me, who has the connections and resources." Standing nearby, Heitan noticed Tenma's irritation and warned Soryu, "I told you, he's fine. Keep pushing him like this, and he's going to start hating you." Soryu turned around to argue, "I can't just give up that easily. Try talking some sense into him. Are you seriously okay with letting some nobody waste Tenma's talent?" Heitan patted Tenma's shoulder reassuringly. "You're the one who dealt with Kinoshida's lackeys back then. Don't worry about it. I only judge those who break the rules. Plus," Heitan smirked, "he's that guy Izumi's disciple. There's no way I wouldn't help him out." Soryu froze upon hearing the familiar name. "What? What did you just say? Whose disciple?" Soryu stared at Tenma in shock, stammering, "Tenma is Izumi's disciple?" Meanwhile, Tenma bowed to Izumi. "Thank you once again for what you did back then, Master." Heitan crossed his arms, proudly confirming, "Yep, that's right." Soryu stood there, completely frozen, staring at the three of them. An absolute anomaly of a youth appears. And of course, he turns out to be Izumi's student. "Master?" Chuha walked up, her face turning bright red as she stammered with concern. "Great job. I was watching your performance closely. Are you hurt anywhere? If you are, I can heal you." He was aggressively pushing through Stage 7. There is no way he got hurt. Tenma scratched his head with an awkward smile. "I'm not hurt, but I'm pretty exhausted. I think I'll be fine after a little rest." Soryu let out a weary sigh. "Well, if you're Izumi's disciple, it makes sense that you can pull off something like this. My other disciple also wiped out all the Calamity Beasts prepared for Stage 2. He asked curiously, "Did Taiwa make it to Stage 6? Izumi shook his head. "No. Stage 4 was the maximum back then. We expanded it to Stage 6 after that, but it seems even that isn't enough. Maybe next time we should expand it to Stage 8. Heitan turned back to look at the monitor. "Anyway, let's just sit down and watch." For the other participants, Stage 2 has only just begun. Meanwhile on the screen, Rikuru was gasping heavily for breath, completely exhausted. "Hard difficulty progress at 100%. I can't even lift my arms anymore. Looks like nightmare difficulty is just too much for me. Rikuru Harino's Stage 2 challenge has ended. Time, 17 minutes and 17 seconds. Score, 1600. Sei was also at her limit. Hard difficulty progress at 100%. I don't have any high damage skills, so I tried to suffocate it by trapping it in a giant water sphere. But it took way too much time, and I'm almost out of mana. The next difficulty is probably impossible. Kisaragi's Stage 2 challenge has ended. Time, 19 minutes and 1 second. Score, 1600. Tenma looked at his friend's results and remarked, "So both Rikuru and Sei stopped at hard difficulty. I thought they would have gone a bit further." Soryu replied solemnly, "Don't assume everyone is as strong as you. Most participants can't even clear normal difficulty. With how fast they took down the lightning rhinos, those two will definitely make the top 10. Tenma wondered, if their runs ended in failure, why haven't they come out yet? Soryu explained, "Unless they are severely injured or an extraordinary circumstance occurs, they aren't allowed to leave the training grounds. You're just a special exception." Heitan suddenly noticed another monitor. Looks like someone else has reached nightmare difficulty. Ugaku was swinging his weapon, dealing a heavy blow to the enemy. With a rare karmic tool, Ugaku can definitely take down at least one inferno giant. On another screen, Akagami was commanding her Shikigami, along with the other Shikigami user. Akagami making it this far is also very impressive. Mai-chan, the tiny black cat, instantly transformed into a massive, ferocious monster. The fully unleashed Mai-chan threw a devastating punch at the enemy. the terrifying power shaking the entire ground. Witnessing this, Tenma turned to Cho and asked, "Can Shikigami transform like that? Can your Tamako do that too?" Cho replied, "No, this is my first time seeing it. A Shikigami's abilities are still full of mysteries. You should be careful." Tenma stared at the massive beast with a calculating look. Seeing this made him realize just how powerful Shikigami really are. "From now on, I'm going to dump all the dropped EXP into my black dog." He sighed, his face weary but determined. Since Seiya and Rikuru have already withdrawn, there is no reason to stick around here anymore. It is time to head out. Wait. What an unexpected surprise. He sees Iberia activating a blazing red suit of armor that radiates an insanely powerful aura. "Iberia? What on earth is that? Did you get that armor from your old man?" Iberia proudly clenches his fists as the armor begins to envelop his entire body. "This is the strongest, epic-grade karmic gear my dad custom-made just for me." Immediately, the system panel pops up, displaying the terrifying stats of the epic-grade Dragonsteel armor. Attack plus 100, agility plus 100. Its special effect increases stats by 20 for every minute it is equipped, lasting up to 15 minutes. Iberia recalls the grueling journey he had to endure just to obtain it. This gear possesses its own will, choosing its own master. "I had to go through hell just to lay my hands on it." He then explains the risks of using this power. "Though it is incredibly powerful, if I wear it for over 15 minutes, the penalty is absolutely brutal. That is why I have to finish this within 15 minutes. With that, Iberia rockets into the air, his power stats skyrocketing. His current status boost: attack plus 120, agility plus 120. He plummets like a flaming arrow, his mind focused entirely on his teammate. As the announcement of the Nightmare Stage's conquest echoes, he thinks, "It has to be Itsuki. I have to give it my all so I do not drag him down." Iberia unleashes a strike on the colossal beast, shouting with pride, "After all, we are double E, double I. We are a duo, through and through." From a distance, Itsuki watches and smiles softly. "It really suits you." Right after, the doors to the arena seal shut. An announcement rings out. Phase 2 has concluded. In the main hall, Judge Soryu stands before the remaining participants, confidently declaring that only the top 10 scorers will advance to the main event. The top 2 will receive special rewards. Below, Gaku Uje lies sprawled on the floor, gasping for breath but still oozing confidence. Aside from Hanyu Kana, there is no way anyone scored higher than me. Heh, those special rewards are as good as mine. Without keeping everyone waiting, Soryu begins reading off the results. "I will now announce the top 10. The leaderboard flashes onto the giant screen, sending shockwaves through the entire arena. First place, Tenma Itsuki, 81,600 to 106,600 points. Second place, Hanyu Kana, 16,600 points. Third place, Gaku Oj, 16,600 points. Fourth place, Iberia, 6,600 points. The crowd of hunters breaks into a shocked uproar. What? Over 100,000 points? Even Tyvane only scored 60,000. Just how many Inferno Giants did he have to slay to get a score like that? Meanwhile, Gaku Uj leaps to his feet, unable to believe his eyes. What? I am in third place? Who the hell is this Tenma Itsuki guy anyway? I have never heard of him in my life. On the other hand, Hanyu Kana tightly grips her sword, her sharp gaze filled with intense desire. Tenma Itsuki, I am definitely going to fight you. Meanwhile, Seiya looks up at the leaderboard, feeling completely overwhelmed by insecurity. Thinking about the massive chasm between himself and Itsuki, he cannot help but think that maybe a combat-oriented class was never meant for him. Soryu continues to introduce the leader, his voice brimming with pride, and taking first place nationwide, with a colossal lead of 65,000 points over second place. As Itsuki stands there in silence, Izumi Nento thinks to himself, I cannot see his face, but I can feel that he is deeply satisfied. The new dawn of humanity is shining brighter than ever. Back in the arena, Iberia lies flat on his back, on the cold ground, wearing a satisfied smile despite his utter exhaustion. Over 100,000 points, huh? Well, if it is Itsuki, taking first place is just a given. Looking at the carcasses of the chained monsters scattered around him, he whispers to himself, but I think I did well enough to not shame the name Double E. Itsuki walks over, looking down at his friend, who is completely wiped out on the ground. Yeah, you did great. You actually managed to surprise me. Tears stream down Iberia's face from a mix of emotion and pure exhaustion as he stammers, really? An overhead shot pans across the entire magnificent arena, capturing the qualifiers of the 21st Savior Alliance National Tournament. In the end, Itsuki carries Iberia on his back, walking off in the glorious glow of victory. And that is where it ends for now. Over in District 1 of the Southern Continent, the morning sun casts its light across a sprawling plaza, illuminating majestic, ancient architecture. A group of guards stands around, whispering and gossiping among themselves. We seriously got dragged out of bed at the crack of dawn just to watch some old guy meditate? Watch your mouth. That man is the commander-in-chief of the Southern Continent, and he can see the future. The guard continues to explain with deep reverence. He is a prophet, and the Southern Continent's commander-in-chief, Banga. Another soldier scratches his head, questioning, then why are we only getting notified after the barrier has already been set up? If he can actually see the future, shouldn't he have warned us about the impact points of the stone tablets beforehand? The other guard replies, well, it is true that Elder Banga can only catch a small glimpse of what lies ahead. But even so, the reason he is considered a pillar of humanity, standing on equal footing with the Northern Continent's commander-in-chief, Izumi Nento, is. Suddenly, the old man's eyes snap open, cold sweat pouring down his face, just as the soldier delivers the punchline with absolute confidence, is because his prophecies are accurate, a whopping 10% of the time. Banga collapses to the ground in sheer panic, his subordinates rushing over to support him. Elder Banga, are you all right? Gasping for breath, the old man warns, the Northern Continent is in grave danger. His face contorts with sheer terror as he delivers his prophecy. A massive onslaught of disaster beasts is about to descend upon the Northern Continent, and among them are beasts with levels exceeding 100. The scene shifts to the Hokuriku region, where a quiet night envelops the trees rustling in the wind. Tenma Itsuki stands alone, checking his status screen. His total stats have finally surpassed 1500. The system screen displays the details. Attack is 330, and agility is 380, plus a 15% boost from breakthrough. Defense is 462, with a 40% increase from Black Wall. Magic is 330, bringing the total to 1502. He recalls the basics. Normally, an average person gets 50 stat points when they level up. Now, he has to decide how to distribute them among his abilities. Itsuki quietly compares it. At 1500 points, he's on par with a level 30 average, awakened, and his agility and defense can scale infinitely thanks to his passive skills. A holographic projection pops up, illustrating his thoughts. Agility plus 10%, defense plus 10%. He continues analyzing his weaknesses. His magic also recovers infinitely thanks to the passive of magic detection. But he has no way to boost his attack power. Is there a way? His train of thought is interrupted by a voice calling out from a distance. Dinner's ready, Rikuru calls out, spatula in hand, with Sia waving beside him. Itsuki, I made a bunch of your favorite dishes. Itsuki walks over to them, putting his planning on hold for now. Well, I'll think about that later. After all, I can probably get an attack-boosting skill through simulation anyway. The group then gathers around a lavish dinner table. Sia says happily, it's been so long since I've eaten Rikuru's cooking. Itsuki looks around the table, noticing a vacancy. Where's Iberia? Is he still sleeping? Sia explains, yeah, I just treated him, and all his wounds have healed. But he seemed completely exhausted, so he's still asleep. Rikuru says in amazement as he grabs some food. Honestly, I'm surprised. A nightmare-grade dungeon that Sia and I couldn't beat. Yet a level 7 guy like him cleared it. Sia suddenly freezes mid-bite. Seeing Sia cover her mouth, Rikuru asks worriedly, hey, what's wrong? Are you so moved by my amazing cooking that you're crying? Sia points a trembling finger. Behind him, a massive shadow with glowing red eyes looms right over Rikuru's shoulder, leaving him utterly clueless. Huh? Is there something behind me? The shadow lets out a haunting, raspy groan like a starving ghost. Food. Give me food. Rikuru screams at the top of his lungs as the shadow lunges at the table with terrifying speed. It turns out to be Iberia, his cheeks already stuffed to the brim. Rikuru snaps in annoyance. You scared the living daylights out of me. Creeping up on someone like that is bad for my heart. And why are you eating other people's food without even asking? Ignoring the scolding, Iberia happily slurps down a bowl of soup on the table. He looks up with an innocent face at the raging Rikuru. What? Why are you so mad at me? Then, Iberia flashes a satisfied smile, his mouth covered in crumbs. This is so good. Rikuru beams with pride at his own work. Heh, you're bursting with energy now, and that's all thanks to my cooking. Iberia asks back, surprised. Meanwhile, Sia teases, you made this? You should quit being an awakened and become a chef. You're way more suited for that. Flustered, Rikuru asks, is that supposed to be a compliment? The cheerful atmosphere suddenly turns quiet as Izumi Nento speaks up. All of you are aiming to become saviors, right? In that case, I have a question for you. His stern gaze sweeps across every face around the table. What is your greatest fear? Rikuru rests his chin on his hand, thinking simply, our greatest fear? Like, the exact opposite of what we hope for? My dream is to become a savior, save up some money, travel the world, and eat delicious food while I'm still young. He starts imagining a terrible scenario. So, I guess the opposite of that would be getting old. If I get old, I won't have the energy to travel, and my taste buds might deteriorate so much that I can't even taste food anymore. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. When it's Sia's turn, she hesitantly shares. As for me, well, I was born into a family of doctors, so I basically grew up in a hospital. Memories flood back as she recalls the cold corridors. Ever since I was little, I saw so many people suffering from all kinds of illnesses, both big and small. That ended up traumatizing me, so now I get absolutely terrified even when it's just a simple cold or a fever. It finally clicks for Rikuru, so that's why you ran away the other day just because I sneezed. It all makes sense now. Izumi Nento reassures the young girl. An awakened's lifespan is double that of an average person, and they almost never get sick. You can say goodbye to that fear now. Iberia flinches as he feels everyone's eyes on him. Is it my turn? He answers seriously. My biggest fear used to be failing the qualifiers. But now, Iberia smiles, looking over at his companion. I'm afraid of not being able to fight alongside Itsuki. Then, he eagerly turns to ask, what about you, Itsuki? What's your biggest fear? Itsuki is caught off guard. Why are you asking me all of a sudden? Curious, Sia chimes in. Does Itsuki even have things he's afraid of? Tell us. Don't tell me you're not afraid of anything. Rikuru adds, Itsuki's fear? I honestly can't even picture it. Itsuki falls quiet, his eyes turning somber as he looks down. After my parents passed away, I didn't even know how I was supposed to keep going. I was so scared. C looked on in surprise. For Iski, the lonely memories of his past returned, completely engulfed in darkness. Helplessness, anger, sadness, hunger. All these negative emotions completely took over my body. Isuki recalls the image of a little boy huddled in the darkness, until C and Rikuru appeared right in front of him. Why are you crying all alone in a place like this? With a sky this beautiful, it's a total waste to keep staring at the ground. The memory of his two childhood friends' smiles warmed his heart. Do you have a cold? Should we go to the hospital? Let's go eat something delicious, and all your worries will just blow away. Isuki's eyes welled up with tears as he looked at them with deep gratitude. The warmth you two gave me dragged me right out of that dark, negative world. After that, I also met Master, Choa, and Iberia. Iski looked around the dining table at everyone with a gentle gaze. It's like having comrades, or more like, my family has grown. He smiled softly, savoring this rare moment of peace. I haven't felt this safe in such a long time. Sometimes, I find myself wishing this moment could last forever. What I'm most terrified of is being left all alone. Choa blushed as she quietly watched him. The aura around Tenma right now was incredibly calm and peaceful. It was a complete contrast to the overwhelming anxiety he used to feel. Suddenly, Iberia rushed over and threw her arms around Iski, shouting, Iski, I will never leave your side, not even for a single step. In a panic, Iski pushed her off. No, that is not what I meant. Izumi Nento spoke up, explaining the real meaning behind his question. I asked this to see if you would ever regret choosing this path. When you become saviors and face real danger, regret is the one thing a savior can never be forgiven for. He stood up, his massive figure radiating absolute authority. Remember this. Dying without regrets is the ultimate goal of every savior. The group replied in unison, yes, sir. We will keep that engraved in our hearts. Izumi turned back and urged them, now, hurry up and finish eating so you can get some rest. Kisaragi and Ino need to head back to North District 6 tomorrow. The next morning, Iberia waved goodbye to Rikuru. Next time, you have to make me some of your home-cooked food again. Rikuru yelled back over his shoulder as he ran. Yeah, leave it to me. Just make sure you don't cause any trouble for Itsuki. See you at the main tournament. Itsuki watched them go, asking Iberia curiously, "Since when did you and Rikuru get so close?" Iberia turned away, secretly wiping her tears. Itsuki turned to walk away with Izumi, saying, "We should head back too. Come to think of it, there is something I want to ask C. I can probably ask him during the main tournament." Suddenly, Itsuki froze when he noticed the strange look on Choa's face. "Choa, why are you in such a rush?" Choa was sprinting toward them, her face filled with anxiety and tension. Izumi Nento also sensed something was wrong. "What happened?" Choa panted as she reported, "Classified information from the South Continent." She hesitated for a moment. "What is the content?" "This is top secret information with the highest security clearance. It can only be shared with level 50 saviors and above, and the Continental Commanders-in-Chief." Izumi glanced at his two students, asserting, "Do you trust me that much? It is fine for these two to hear it, too. Go ahead and tell us." Choa solemnly delivered the prophecy. "A new prophecy has come from the Commander-in-Chief of the South Continent, Elder Ban. Within the next 3 days, a massive attack by Calamity Beasts will strike the North Continent." Itsuki asked anxiously, "Elder Ban, is that prophecy actually reliable?" Izumi Nento explained in a low voice, "Elder Ban is the most famous prophet across the 5 continents. His prophecies are as good as a guaranteed future." Choa immediately made a suggestion with an urgent expression on her face. "So father, please leave the North Continent immediately. There must be a reason why the Calamity Beasts are launching such a massive attack. This time, the target of their attack is likely you, the Commander-in-Chief of the North Continent." Izumi Nento lowered his head in thought, realizing his dangerous situation. "That means if I stay here, I will definitely become prime bait." Choa continued to persuade him, "Fighting isn't even your specialty, father. And if you know you are the target, there is no reason to risk your life by staying here. Please evacuate to the Central Continent right away." Itsuki agreed. "I side with Choa. If you are short on manpower, I will stay behind and fight." However, Izumi raised his hand to stop them, making a firm decision. "My mind is made up, say no more. And Tenma, there is another task I need you to do." Tenma protested in surprise. "But what about protecting you, master?" "Nothing is more important than that." Izumi explained the secret mission. Iberia's father, Aiden, is the finest blacksmith in the 5 continents. It would be a disaster if anything happened to him. I want you to protect Aiden alongside Iberia. We will also send some awakeners from here to support you." Tenma frowned in suspicion, thinking to himself, "Splitting our forces just for her, old man. Is master just trying to keep me away from the battlefield?" After Tenma and Iberia left, Choa stood quietly beside Izumi. "Choa, I have 3 requests for you as well," Izumi commanded, his eyes glowing with absolute authority. "First, notify the residents of the North Continent about this attack and safely evacuate the civilians and any awakeners below level 50. Next, notify all awakeners of level 50 and above, and be ready to fight the disaster beast at any second. Finally, Aiden's guards are here. With the low population density in North District 1, we don't need to worry about civilian casualties during the battle. We can face them head-on right here." Bowing her head to report after completing her mission, she said, "Father, I've arranged everything just as you instructed. Aiden will be here soon. I'm sorry for the trouble. You can go rest now." But as she turned to leave, her face was filled with extreme anxiety. Sweat rolling down her cheek, she bit her nails, thinking anxiously, "Is father worried? Even if Aiden has skilled guards by his side. In that case, I just need to crush all the small fry and drag the boss out into the light." Suddenly, her face flushed with embarrassment as her father's voice echoed, "Just as expected of my daughter. You've seen right through everything." Her father analyzed the current situation with absolute seriousness. "There's a prophecy that a disaster beast of level 100 or higher will arrive this time. They'll definitely have to play all their trump cards. The specific reason I sent Tenma away is because of his abilities. If he joins the fight against a disaster beast like that and uses his usual style, his skills will be exposed to them, and they'll do whatever it takes to eliminate Tenma at all costs." She continued to piece it together. "I see. So to avoid that," Izumi added, "Yes, but there's one more reason. Looking at his battles so far, it seems Tenma lacks raw offensive power. There are rumors that Aiden possesses an artifact that boosts attack power." An image of Tenma reaching his hand toward a glowing cube appeared, full of hope. If he can get his hands on that artifact, a perfect awakened being who has it all will be born. The fateful hour had arrived as the sky over the North Continent grew pitch black. Day 1 of the prophecy, 8 p.m. In every district of the North Continent, night fell alongside a torrential rain of falling stone slabs. In North District 2, Tenma and Iberia were running for their lives through the dark. It's already 8 p.m. How much further to your place? Iberia panted heavily and replied, probably about 100 kilometers. Tenma looked at Iberia with deep concern. Iberia had to be exhausted after such a long journey, yet he hadn't asked to rest even once. He must be incredibly worried about his father. It wouldn't be surprising if the disaster beast attacked at any moment. We have to reach Iberia's father fast. Suddenly, Iberia pointed to the sky, screaming in sheer panic. Tenma, look! Startled, Tenma looked in the direction Iberia was pointing. A blazing meteor was hurtling downward at a terrifying speed. A stone slab. The attack has begun, and that slab is falling right into the city. A deafening explosion shook the ground as the massive stone collided with the earth, sending a towering column of smoke and dust into the sky. Tenma turned pale as he realized the consequences. The announcement was made so recently that the citizens were still in the middle of evacuating. If a disaster beast appeared right now, as the panicked citizens looked up at the torn sky, massive casualties would be inevitable. A disaster beast is coming. Everyone, run. Get away from that stone slab. It's just like Elder Vaga prophesied. Damn it, it's way too early. A barrier began to form around the impact zone. Tenma stood at a crossroads, forced to make a choice. A barrier is already starting to form. If we leave the citizens here, there will be massive casualties. But if we go help, it'll delay our mission. Tenma glanced at Iberia, thinking, if I suggest saving the citizens, he'll definitely hate it. But contrary to Tenma's thoughts, Iberia pointed toward the city and shouted with determination, Tenma, let's go help them. The disaster beast inside the barrier is at least level 20. If there are no high-level awakened there, who knows how many people will die. Tenma was taken aback for a second but quickly snapped out of it. Right, got it. Change of plans. We'll deal with the disaster beast in the city first. Over in the city, a massive stone foot slammed heavily onto the ground. Through the chaotic smoke and dust, a giant flaming monster emerged with scorching heat, a level 21 fire golem. A group of hunters surrounded it. Calculating their strategy, 3 level 15 hunters and 1 level 16 hunter. Tesk, this is going to be tough, but against a level 20 disaster beast, we can win this. The shield bearer shouted, raising a solid defensive wall. C-rank skill, stone shield. Don't break formation, I'll block its attacks. Bracing himself against the searing heat, he ordered his teammates. Find an opening and counterattack as soon as you can. But the fire golem didn't even flinch. It slammed a fiery fist down onto the pavement, shattering the hunter's formation. The shield bearer stared in disbelief at his crumbling shield, his face turning pale. What? No way. His teammates panicked instantly upon seeing their strongest member fall. Even him, the one with the highest defense among us, got taken down in one shot. Then we definitely stand no chance. What are we supposed to do? Overcome with fear, they began to flee. Why are you even asking? Run. Fighting this thing is just suicide. Hey, watch out. A figure leaped forward, blocking their path and shouting mockingly, watch out? You guys better worry about yourselves. Let's get out of here. But suddenly, a dark figure looms right behind him. He can feel its cold presence, his eyes trembling with pure terror. Wasting no time, he spins around to unleash a final, desperate strike. Please, I'll do anything. Just don't kill me. B-rank skill, water cannon. He blasts a powerful torrent of water at the monster, thinking to himself with smug confidence, how the hell did this thing even get behind me? That's why those pathetic words slipped out of my mouth. But this is the end of the line for it. After all, I'm a water attribute mage, the natural enemy of a fire-type Calamity Beast. Thick smoke billows into the air. Suddenly, another swordsman rushes forward, trying to steal the credit. Did he actually pull it off, or is he just trying to steal the kill? I'll finish this. He swings his sword and screams selfishly, stay out of my way. I'm the one who took down this Calamity Beast by myself, so I'm going to be the one to end it. But out of nowhere, the flames erupt with a vengeance. The golem regenerates in the blink of an eye, leaving the swordsman frozen in sheer terror. It's back alive. Kill it. Hurry. The golem roars, radiating a terrifying wave of heat as it prepares to reduce everything to ashes. What is this insane fire? We're dead meat. Boom. A massive explosion shakes the ground, but miraculously, no one is hurt. Tenma Itsuki had leaped right into the heart of the explosion, shielding them with his own body. He stands tall, unfazed by the raging flames. Iberia turns to speak, but Tenma firmly interrupts while blocking the attack. Leave this guy to me. Iberia, don't worry. I've got this. Go evacuate the civilians. Activating Black Wall. Defense increased by 10% for blocking a B-rank fire attribute skill with a black ice wall. The surviving hunters gape in utter disbelief. You blocked that massive wall of fire so easily. Are you guys our saviors? We aren't saviors yet. But one day, I'm going to become a savior who is even stronger than Jin Taewa. A savior stronger than Jin Taewa? Talk about a cocky kid. Despite being saved, the hunters remain incredibly arrogant and ungrateful. What the hell were you guys doing letting a kid save us? Nobody asked for your help anyway. I was just about to take that thing down myself. He's not even a savior. How can a regular awakened guy handle a calamity beast like that? One of them stares at Tenma, breaking into a cold sweat. Look at that ice armor covering his body. Could that be an artifact? Meanwhile, Tenma recalls his master's teachings before they parted ways. Come to think of it, Master did say something before we left. That black sphere of yours packs an incredible amount of power, but it takes too long to cast. And compared to the truly powerful calamity beasts, its travel speed is far from fast. His master's voice continues to echo in his mind. If you miss your first shot, they will be on high alert, making it even harder to land a hit. So, avoid using it as much as possible in your future battles. Save it as a trump card for when it really matters. Listen closely. You must only use that black sphere when you are absolutely certain it will finish off your opponent. Tenma scans the crowd around him and realizes, I can't use the penetrating sphere with all these people around. Is he an awakened who came to help? His gear looks so cool, he must be a high-ranking awakened. He clenches his fists, glaring sharply at the golem. In that case, I'll just have to overwhelm it with raw, brute force. Tenma leaps high into the air, throwing a lightning-infused, black-armored punch straight down onto the monster's head. System notification. Activating area of effect skill. Lightning burst. Lightning wave. A massive shockwave of blue lightning erupts, crushing the flame golem into the cracking pavement below. The giant monster is utterly crushed under his overwhelming strength. Its blazing flames slowly flicker out right before everyone's eyes. Rushing forward, he delivers another devastating lightning strike from above, completely shattering the flame golem's head into the fractured ground. From a bird's eye view, a violent shockwave ripples outward, blowing away everything in the immediate vicinity. The fleeing crowd spots the commotion and starts whispering in shock. Is that Calamity Beast actually being pushed back? Wasn't that thing supposed to be incredibly strong? I caught a glimpse of that awakened guy's face. He looks like he's only about 18. The Calamity Beast must be severely injured by now. A nearby hunter stands frozen in shock. Are you kidding me? Right before his eyes, a massive level 21 flame golem is being completely dominated, unable to even fight back. A level 21 flame golem can't even land a counterattack? Who on earth is that kid? The crowd of hunters murmurs in absolute awe. The moment he defeated the Calamity Beast, he took off somewhere with that blonde girl. How could a level 0 like him pull off something like that? It has to be because the flame golem's HP was already dragged down to rock bottom. Even as a level 15, I couldn't even track his speed with my bare eyes. Not to mention that insane strength to blow away a flame golem with his bare hands, leaving the shocked crowd behind. Tenma Itsuki dashes through the ruined city, murmuring to himself, that level 0 guy, he might even be on par with a level 30. Even against a calamity beast of that tier, pulling off an instant kill is impossible. This doesn't bode well for the future. He runs while analyzing his current stats, thinking, I need to find a way to boost my attack power somehow. As the clock strikes 10:30 p.m. on day 1 of the prophecy, Tenma throws a punch at a monster, but it narrowly dodges. That was incredible, Itsuki, your speed just now. I couldn't even follow your movements with my own eyes. Iberia ran behind him, panting heavily from exhaustion. Haha, I never would have thought that about you. But Tenma stopped, turning to look at Iberia, who was resting his hands on his knees. If you want to boost your attack power, I have a great method. A great method? Iberia smiled hopefully. There are tons of artifacts in my dad's warehouse. I'm sure there's one that can boost attack power. You're strong, and you're Master Yumi's apprentice. I'm sure he'd be happy to let you have one. Tenma imagined himself in a badass set of armor, as Iberia giggled with a smirk. Itsuki wearing an artifact, just the thought of it. Heh, what's with that creepy laugh? What the hell are you imagining? Iberia eagerly urged him on. Let's go. Once we get there, I'll ask my dad to prepare a handy artifact for you. I thought I slowed down on the way here, but even with his agility, Iberia must have struggled to keep up. Suddenly, Tenma grabbed Iberia's shoulders and shouted, "Iberia, what the hell are you doing? Don't push yourself if you're tired. You won't be able to fight properly if we run into a disaster in this state." He hoisted Iberia over his shoulder and dashed off. "Wait, I didn't mean that," Iberia screamed into the wind. "Too fast," Tenma replied firmly. "We've wasted enough time. Hold on tight." Night fell over the dense forest. The clock struck 11:05 p.m. on the first day of the prophecy. The sound of insects buzzed through the air. The two stopped in front of an old wooden cabin in the middle of the forest. "Finally, we're here. I thought my arms were going to snap off." Tenma wondered why he lived so deep in the woods, since the town was much safer. He said the town is too noisy to focus on crafting, Iberia warned. "It might look like a rundown cabin, but don't assume its defenses are weak. My dad set traps all around this place." "I see," Tenma muttered. "I think I can feel a faint magical fluctuation. So that's it. Activating magic detection." Iberia reassured him, "But don't worry. If you follow me, you won't trigger a thing. Stay close. Even without you, I can easily avoid them with my magic detection." Iberia confidently led the way. "Hey, watch your step there." Hey, it's finally my turn to take the lead." Suddenly, Iberia stepped on a dry branch on the ground, making a sharp snap. Both of them froze. Breaking into a cold sweat, Iberia stammered, "Shoot, I got too excited and forgot about this trap. Are you sure this is actually your house?" Tenma asked. The ground shook violently. Iberia screamed, "Oh no, this is the worst trap of all." Speaking of which, the magical fluctuations were surging rapidly. A giant golem rose from the ground, a humanoid artifact. Epic Iron Golem. Attack, 500. Agility, 300. Defense, 500. Magic, 200. Tenma was shocked. He even has a humanoid artifact? The golem swung its massive fist, aiming straight for Iberia. Tenma shouted a warning, "It's coming." He quickly rushed forward, shielding Iberia and taking the devastating blow head-on. The two attacks clashed, causing a massive explosion. Tenma slid backward across the ground, silently assessing the situation. Even an artifact has higher attack power than me? But since it was made to protect Iberia's dad, I can't just destroy it with my penetrating shock. This was going to be tough. Turning to Iberia, he asked, "Iberia, is there any way to stop this thing?" "Aim for the karma stone on its chest." Iberia pointed out its weakness. "That's its power source. Destroy it, and it'll shut down." The green gem on the golem's chest flashed. Tenma smirked confidently and activated lightning shockwave. "Now that I know its weakness, this will be over quick. It might have raw power, but I've got speed." He lunged forward like lightning, dodging the golem's strike and unleashing a thunderous punch. The punch landed, but the golem was completely unscathed, counterattacking even more fiercely. He quickly slipped past it, aiming directly for the green gem on the golem's neck. He swiftly leaped up and grabbed it. The giant golem stiffened, freezing in place after the intense clash. A towering shadow suddenly loomed over Tenma as he thought to himself, "That should do it, right?" Witnessing the terrifying sight, Iberia panicked and screamed, "Stop, Josuke!" Suddenly, a sword strike sliced through the air at terrifying speed, heading straight for Tenma. The blade stopped right above the young man's head, leaving him stunned. When did he even get close to me? The swordsman, Bokuto Josuke, sheathed his sword and looked coldly at Iberia. "Iberia, I thought you were a stray bandit." Tenma calmly stood up, dusted himself off, and wondered, why didn't I feel a single trace of magic until he attacked? And who is this guy? He looked in astonishment at where the attack had just come from. The sword. "It's gone." Iberia introduced him excitedly. "This is my partner, Itsuki Tenma. He's level 0 but super strong. We've formed a duo." "Our team name is Tenma," interrupted. "Forget about that. Where's your dad?" Josuke pointed toward the cabin. "Master is in the back. But be careful." Iberia ran off immediately. "Oh, right, Dad." Josuke watched him go with a solemn expression. He doesn't seem to be in a very good mood. As soon as he saw his father, Iberia happily bragged about his achievement. "Listen, Dad. I passed the qualifiers." He continued to ramble on. "4th place in the region on nightmare difficulty. Just like you promised. Let me choose whatever I want. Whichever artifact I want." Smack! A sudden stinging slap lands right on Iberia's face. Clutching his cheek in agony, Iberia asks in disbelief. Dad, why did you hit me? Old man Aiden roars in pure fury. Give back the dragon iron armor. You stole it, didn't you? Iberia defends himself. What the hell? I only borrowed an epic-grade artifact. There was no need to hit me. The old man growls. The dragon iron armor causes irreversible damage if worn for too long. If you ever take it without permission again, I won't go easy on you. Overwhelmed with resentment, Iberia throws the bag to the ground and storms off. Fine. I'll never use any of your artifacts ever again. Old man Aiden turns to Tenma with a sharp gaze. Are you Izumi's second disciple? Tenma replies politely. Yes, I'm Itsuki Tenma. Master sent me here to protect you, Mr. Aiden, because of a prophecy predicting a catastrophic attack in the north. I've heard about it. Aiden looks him up and down with deep suspicion. That guy is extremely picky and rarely takes on disciples. Why on earth did he choose an ordinary-looking kid like you? Suddenly, he pauses, his eyes widening in utter shock. Wait, is your level locked? Right in front of Aiden, Tenma's status screen appears. Itsuki Tenma, human, level 0, fixed class, order breaker, unique talent, undisclosed. Aiden asks suspiciously, are you using some kind of karmic artifact to fake your stats? Tenma replies calmly, no, not really. The old man stares ahead thoughtfully. I see. No wonder Nento Izumi requested that specific item. Aiden speaks as he walks. Your master is a very calculating man. He always demands something in return. Tenma asks, confused, Master only told me to protect you. I didn't hear anything about a reward. Aiden explains further. He contacted me and said that in exchange for his disciple's protection, I must give that disciple a specific karmic artifact. Tenma is surprised. Master did that for me. It's fine, Mr. Aiden. Even without an artifact, I will still protect you. Aiden shakes his head. I have plenty of them, so I don't mind giving you one. I'm just curious. Why did he choose a broken item? Tenma is startled. A broken item? Aiden reminisces and describes the original legendary item. It was a masterpiece, a unique critical crystal. It doubled your attack power upon a critical hit, with a 99% critical rate. Every single strike was a critical hit. His face fills with deep regret, but a crack suddenly formed, completely reversing its power and turning it into a cursed item. Aiden holds up the cracked crystal and explains, the grade of this artifact has become unidentified, and a mysterious glitch effect has been added. The stats pop up. Broken critical crystal, multiplies attack power by 10 times on critical hits. Critical rate, 0%, increases by 1% for every stronger enemy defeated. The old man looks at Tenma and continues to analyze its uselessness. To any normal awakened, it's completely worthless, because the critical rate you work so hard to build up will be reset back to 0 every time you level up. Aiden's eyes gleam as he realizes the bizarre compatibility. That's why I couldn't understand why Izumi requested this defective item. But looking at your stats, I finally understand why. You're quite special, aren't you? I don't know how you get stronger, but since you never level up and your level is locked at 0, this artifact is absolutely perfect for you. Tenma takes the stone, a vision of the future flashing through his mind. As I keep defeating Calamity Beasts, my critical rate will eventually hit 100%. In the future, every single attack will be boosted by 10 times. Destructive Iron Fist. The system alerts that the broken critical crystal has been equipped. Current rate, 0.0%. Tenma ponders the harsh condition of the item. So the critical rate only increases when I defeat enemies with higher attack power than mine? That's pretty brutal. I'll figure out a way to deal with it after we get through this incoming wave. Aiden nods in satisfaction as he sees the glow from the artifact resonate with Tenma. It looks like it was successfully equipped. It really does suit you. Tenma replies, I've actually been struggling with my low attack power. This item will be a huge help. Thank you, Mr. Aiden. Aiden turns away, his expression growing distant. I craft the artifacts, and you kids use them to fight the Calamity Beasts. We are all doing this for the survival of humanity. No thanks are necessary. Suddenly, he pauses as he spots a streak of light plunging from the sky. Unless someone knew my location beforehand, there is no way those beasts would attack a remote place like this. For now, you kids should get some rest. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupts in the middle of the forest, sending thick dust and smoke billowing into the air. The sheer force of the blast forces Josuke and Tenma to shield their faces. The ground shakes violently as Iberia screams in a panic from amidst the rubble. What is this? What just happened? A massive magic circle appears in the sky. Iberia says in terror, "A barrier? Why is there a blue barrier here?" Aiden grits his teeth as he senses a betrayal or a sinister plot. Only the commanders of the 5 continents know my location. Is the fall of this stone tablet a mere coincidence? Or, Josuke drew his sword, shouting a warning to the group. Get back, now. The Calamity Beasts are coming, and they are heading straight for us. Meanwhile, Tenma stood completely still. His eyes glowed with a sharp, cold blue light. I can feel something approaching at a terrifying speed. Shadows darted through the deep forest as deafening roars echoed. 6. No, 8 of them. A massive monster with a razor-sharp horn burst from the bushes. A level 14 one-horned demon. Everyone screamed. They are here. Tenma moved like lightning, catching the deadly swipe of the first beast. Instantly, he launched a counterattack that tore through the air. The system interface appeared, activating the black ice wall. The pack of monsters surrounded Tenma, roaring furiously as a chaotic battle broke out. Tenma focused energy into his hands, wrapping them in a crackling blue current. Against enemies of this level, numbers do not matter. I can finish them off instantly with a lotus burst. He glanced over at Josuke, who was swinging his sword and slashing through the beasts. Josuke could probably withstand the aftershock of the lotus burst, but Tenma turned his head toward the old wooden cabin. Aiden and Iberia are hiding in the cabin right behind me. To avoid hurting his allies, Tenma dashed straight ahead, luring the monsters away. If I used the lotus burst recklessly, the 2 of them might get caught in the blast. After a series of deafening explosions, Tenma stood amidst the corpses of the monsters. He sighed, thinking to himself, maybe I really am better off playing solo. Suddenly, his sharp senses made him whirl around. Another wave of mana was surging, and this one was far stronger than the others before it. An even more colossal monster appeared, its 2 horns glowing with a purple light. The level 24 two-horned demon guardian exuded an overwhelming pressure. The scene shifts to a dark, desolate realm, where glowing red lava flows through the rocky crevices of the demon world. On a throne of bones, a powerful shadow spoke. We have teleported the first vanguard, consisting of low-level slaves, to the human realm. Of the 8 demon kings, who should be entrusted with leading the main force? A pair of glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness, accompanied by a cold command. Through the eye I left behind, during my last descent to the human realm, I have sensed the presence of someone extremely important. Capture them. In the darkness of the demon realm, Enmaraku Yama, one of the 8 great demon kings, appeared in all his imposing power. A subordinate reported, "Should we entrust this task to one of the 8 great demon kings right away?" The supreme leader worried that too much power might ruin the plan. A demon king's power might destroy the very eye I left behind. I will assign this task to a demon general. The servant bowed deeply, obeying his command. He continued to issue orders, his purple eyes glowing brightly. Furthermore, I shall hand over full command of the main force to Ensokuma, the primate eater. The image of Ensokuma, one of the 8 great demon kings, appeared, looking incredibly fierce. It has been a long time since he tasted living human flesh. I am sure he is starving. Back in the human realm, a piercing scream rang out. Ah! Tenma gasped, recognizing Iberia's voice. Had a Calamity Beast managed to break into the room? Suddenly, a level 24 two-horned demon guardian, number 815 of the horned demon tribe, lunged forward to attack Tenma viciously. Facing this dire situation, Tenma gritted his teeth and made up his mind. If it has come to this, I have no choice but to use that. He faced the monster's devastating punch head-on, preparing to unleash his secret technique. Tenma calculated quickly in his head. Its attack power is likely higher than mine. So if I can take it down, I might be able to boost my critical rate. The critical crystal stat suddenly appeared. Critical rate, 0%. Increases by 1% for every stronger enemy defeated. A purple light gathered as the system announced the activation of the piercing orb. The strike landed, and the critical rate increased by +1%. Tenma breathed a sigh of relief. It actually went up, just like I thought. Current critical rate, 1%. Standing on the monster's corpse, Tenma said to his ally, "Josuke, I am going to take out the Calamity Beast that broke into the room. I am leaving this area to you." Josuke replied, "Leave it to me." Tenma channeled his power and dashed off like a bolt of blue lightning toward the cabin. Behind him, Iberia was severely injured, bleeding profusely. "Desperate," he muttered. "It is useless. I cannot win without my gear." Iberia's vision blurred with pain and terror. Realizing this might be the end, as the monster prepared to deliver the finishing blow, Iberia screamed through tears, "Itsuki, save me!" Suddenly, with a loud crash, a massive iron anvil slammed down, blocking the monster's strike. Aiden, Iberia's father, stood tall in front of him. Iberia was stunned. "My dad has a non-combat class, but he is not afraid of a Calamity Beast at all?" Aiden said coldly to the beast. "You are a stubborn one, aren't you?" The monster growled, turning its head to look at the silver-haired man radiating pure killing intent. Aiden took a combat stance and shouted, "I will leave the rest to you." In an instant, Tenma appeared like a savior. The young man immediately blocked the monster's massive strike. His arm transformed into a blade, piercing straight through its body. The system interface appeared. Black ice wall activated. The piercing attack sent the monster crashing to the ground. Tenma retracted his power. Turning to Aiden, he said, "Sorry I'm late. It took me a bit of time to deal with the scouts. How's the situation outside, sir?" Looking at the pitch-black monster corpse at his feet, Tenma felt that there were no longer any magic fluctuations coming from the outside. He figured Josuke had already wiped out all the Calamity Beasts. Aiden looked out at the yard, where Josuke stood in the middle of a sea of monster corpses. Whoa, did Josuke really do all of this by himself? Josuke sheathed his sword, giving a grave warning. "Don't let your guard down. Unless we destroy that barrier, the Calamity Beasts will keep spawning endlessly, and they'll only get stronger over time." He continued outlining the plan. "My plan is to destroy the barrier and take out as many monsters as possible along the way. But if any of them manage to slip past me, you guys will have to." Tenma cut him off, his eyes suddenly glowing a terrifying, brilliant blue. "No, I'll be the one to slaughter every last Calamity Beast inside that barrier. Josuke, you stay here, and protect Uncle Aiden and Iberia." Aiden fell silent, staring intently at Tenma. Looking at those eyes, Aiden silently marveled in shock. There wasn't a single trace of fear in them. Instead, they were burning with an intense hunger for battle. Aiden made his final decision. "We'll leave the destruction of the barrier to Tenma." Josuke asked back with concern. "If that's a green barrier, the beasts inside must be at least level 250. Are you sure you can handle this?" Tenma asserted. "I'm sure of it." Cut to Tenma dashing off at lightning speed, his heart racing with excitement. Iberia struggled to stand up. "If Itsuki is going, I'm going too." "All right, Josuke, keep an eye on my dad." Aiden stopped him. "Not you." Iberia gasped. "Why not? We're a team." Aiden looked at his son with a cold gaze. "Stop playing at being teammates, it's pathetic. You and Tenma live in two completely different worlds." Iberia screamed in frustration. "We've made it all this way together." "What the hell do you mean by different worlds? A team is supposed to support each other and cover for each other's weaknesses." Aiden roared, cutting his son off. "But you're not supporting him at all. You're nothing but dead weight holding him back." The old man growled bitterly. "At this rate, you'll end up getting Tenma killed." Aiden turned away, lost in thought. "And of course, I'm not just talking about you. Tenma is a special existence. No one of his generation can even stand on the same level as him." He watched Tenma's silhouette fade into the forest. Have you ever seen his eyes when he faces a Calamity Beast? Those are the eyes of someone consumed by pure hatred. Aiden fell silent, watching Tenma go and analyzing him in his mind. Tenma rushed forward like a blue lightning storm. The system notification chimed. Mana detection has located 5 enemy targets. 50% of the user's mana has been restored. He launched himself into the air, his eyes sharp and lethal. He shouted, 5 Calamity Beasts? They must have just crawled out of the barrier. This is perfect to get my mana back to full. Get out of the way. A fiery explosion engulfed the entire forest. The system screen popped up. Lotus Burst has been activated. 5 enemies eliminated. Skill-wide range increased by 5%, currently at plus 1,106%. Critical rate plus 1%. Critical crystal damage plus 2%. Tenma glided through the night, clicking his tongue as he calculated. The defense of that 2-horned guardian was too high. I had to use 80% of my mana just to take it down with Lotus Burst. But I won't let any of them get close to Iberia and the others. From afar, Iberia stared in shock at the column of smoke and fire rising high above the treetops. He turned to Josuke in a panic and asked, "Where did that explosion come from?" Josuke narrowed his eyes, recognizing the familiar surge of power. That's Itsuki's skill. He must have run into the Calamity Beasts in the forest. Josuke's grew deep as he pondered. An explosion of that scale is not something a level 0 should be able to produce. Could the reason Tenma can't level up be because of the stat reduction effect from his talent? At this moment, Tenma stood before a massive wall of energy, so this is the green barrier. These Calamity Beasts seem to be on a completely different level, compared to the ones I've faced before. Mana detection activated. Tenma was stunned. He didn't expect his detection skill to be blocked. He couldn't gauge the number or the strength of the monsters inside. He recalled his past knowledge. Master once taught me that you can identify monster levels by the color of the barrier. Gray barriers are levels 1 to 25. Green is 26 to 50. Blue is 51 to 75. Purple is 76 to 100. And red is 101 or higher. Since this one is green, the beasts inside must be level 26 to 50. Tenma looked at the glowing white lotus mark in his palm. If I wipe them all out, they'll drop a massive amount of experience points. He waved his hand and commanded as a stream of black smoke condensed into a bizarre shape. Summon Shikigami. Deathhound. A giant black wolf materialized with terrifying stats. B. Rank Deathhound. Level 16. Skills. Death Scent, Mana Detection, Regeneration, Reduced Resurrection Time, Attack and Defense, 250 over 150. Tenma stroked the Shikigami's head meaningfully. I'll give you all the experience points that drop. Then he stepped into the barrier and coldly gave an order. Until I give the command, you're not allowed to touch a single hair on them. Tenma's eyes flashed with a deadly blue light. Every single disaster beast in here is my prey. Cut to another location. The first day of prophecy, 11:30 at night. A girl standing on the balcony reports, "Father, the awakened guards have arrived." A man in blue armor stepped forward proudly. "Miss Izumi, from this moment on, I, first-class savior Kei Kirishima, will be your protector." A level 63 wind mage. She gently pushed up her glasses and calmly said, "Thank you for coming." Besides him, 5 third-class saviors and 3 second-class saviors were also present. "Has Akira Han not arrived yet?" I tasked him with guarding the perimeter. She looked at her phone anxiously. "When we spoke on the phone 6 hours ago, he said he was on his way. However, when I tried calling again 1 and 3 hours later, I couldn't reach him. Massive stone steles have been falling all over the northern province since 8 p.m. tonight. Maybe he ran into some trouble on the way, but a normal disaster beast couldn't possibly threaten him. After all, he's one of the 6 pillars of special grade saviors." Izumi turned and instructed them, "Please keep trying to contact him. Only a special grade savior can stand against the disaster beasts appearing here." Kei Kirishima gave a confident smirk. "Aren't you overestimating those special grade saviors a bit too much, miss? No matter how strong Wu Jin-tae or Akira Hon are, they're still just human." He clenched his fist with ambition. "I don't believe there's that much of a gap between them and first-class saviors like us. We might struggle a little, but there's no way we can't take down a beast they can defeat." Lady Izumi glanced at him with a knowing look. "Confidence is good, but if you think you're on the same level as a special grade," she continued as she stared out at the crimson sky, "that's probably because you've never actually faced a truly powerful disaster beast before." Suddenly, with a loud crash, a stone stele plummeted from the sky. Kei drew his sword in a panic. "It's a stele! The disaster beasts are coming!" Izumi stared in shock at the magic vortex swirling above. "It's finally here. It's no use, I still can't reach them." Kei Kirishima flashed an arrogant, confident smile as he said to Lady Izumi, "If a special grade savior can't even show up, then they're not worth relying on anyway. Don't worry, we'll wipe out every last one of these beasts." His gaze turned sharp and ambitious. "I'll prove right now that a first-class savior is just as capable as any special grade." Meanwhile, in another area, the massive blue barrier glowed silently deep in the forest. Tenma and the Deathhound had already stepped inside. He looked around. The scenery inside the barrier was no different from the outside, but there was an aura here that made him feel uneasy. He stood still to sense the flow of energy, activating mana detection. "I can feel the fluctuations of mana inside the barrier from here, but as expected, I can't grasp the situation outside. It seems the inside and outside of the barrier are completely separate dimensions." A notification popped up. Mana detection has located 5 enemy targets, restoring 50% mana. All right, now he had the rough coordinates of the 5 newly detected targets. Tenma turned to instruct the Black Wolf, "Stay here and wait. If you spot any disaster beasts trying to escape this way, you can feed on them." He patted the divine beast's head. "Good boy," activating lightning break, sonic roar. Guess it's time for me to make my move too. Immediately, two ferocious disaster beasts dashed through the deep forest, hunting down the intruder. Tenma suddenly appeared, closing in on one of the monsters at an unbelievable speed. He landed a powerful punch that sent the beast flying, then activated Black Ice Wall. A massive pillar of blue lightning struck down from the heavens, hitting the ground with a deafening boom. The terrifying power tore through the night sky, blasting the pack of disaster beasts away as blood splattered everywhere. Amidst the ruins, a giant purple-horned monster clad in stone armor loomed over Tenma. Unfazed, Tenma pointed his finger at it, activating Piercing Orb. The orb released a concentrated beam of deep purple light, shooting forward and piercing through the giant beast's head in an instant. The system continuously notified. Critical rate plus 1%. Shattered critical crystal. Current critical rate is 3%. Tenma landed gracefully, looking toward the faint blue pillar of light. My critical rate went up to 3% again. Statistically, out of every 100 attacks, 3 will be critical hits. Maybe I'll get to see my very first critical strike soon. Even so, this is the first time I've actually seen a stone stele this close up. He approached the magic stele. If I destroy this stone stele, the barrier will vanish, right? 1 hit should be enough. The system notified. Enemy detected, restoring 10% mana. Tenma's eyes suddenly narrowed in high alert. There's still one more hiding somewhere. Swoosh! Out of nowhere, pitch-black tentacles sliced through the air, lunging at Tenma from behind the stone stele. Tenma flipped through the air, dodging it by a hair's breadth. If I hadn't picked up on that mana fluctuation and stayed on high alert, I would have been skewered. There you are. He stared intensely at the swirling darkness. It turned out it had been hiding behind the stone monument all along. This was a completely different kind of calamity beast than anything they had faced before. A grotesque shadow began to emerge from the eerie blue light of the stone monument. The glowing blue barrier enveloped the entire sky, signaling a brutal battle ahead. Outside, Josuke looked at Iberia, who hung his head in deep shame. Even Tenma might not be able to stop all the beasts. It is too dangerous outside, so just wait in your room, Iberia asked in shock. Josuke, will I really be the death of Itsuki one day? Josuke tried to comfort the young man. Master tends to exaggerate, so do not worry too much about it. Iberia sighed gloomily. But looking back at everything, it really feels like I am just a burden. Josuke pointed toward the energy barrier. The level of the beasts inside a blue barrier ranges from 20 to 50. Do you have the confidence to defeat even a single level 26 beast? Iberia trembled. Not at all. Josuke gave a reassuring smile. Do not be so hard on yourself. I am not saying you are not good enough. When I was your age, I did not even have the guts to step into a blue barrier, let alone fight a calamity beast. Iberia looked up in surprise. Even you felt that way, Josuke. Josuke nodded. The difference between the beasts in gray and blue barriers is not just a matter of level. As Iberia wondered what else there could be, Josuke explained. The calamity beasts in a gray barrier have no intelligence. They are just mindless creatures, stuck in an endless cycle of slaughter and destruction. Recalling past battles, Josuke added, they are definitely strong, but with a plan, there are plenty of ways to take them down. But inside a blue barrier, they are just like us humans. A massive, imposing figure emerged. General Square, 336, level 34. Tenma thought to himself. So there are calamity beasts with actual intelligence. Was I too careless? It looks like he has some kind of detection skill. Among Tenma's generation, very few would have the strength to stand against a beast of that level. Peering through his hair, Tenma carefully observed his opponent. Just as I thought, the calamity beast in this barrier is completely different from any I have faced before. Josuke turned to Iberia, who still had his head down. So, the reason you are a burden to Tenma is not because you are weak, it is simply because he is way too strong. Tenma stood tall and defiant. He saw right through my skills in just a few seconds. And on top of that, it can speak human language. I have finally met you. The intelligent calamity beast I have heard so much about. The monster sneered, baring its razor-sharp teeth. What are you babbling about? Begging for your life already? It looked down at Tenma with sheer contempt. I thought you would be strong, but you are just a level 0 weakling, a coward trembling the moment you set eyes on me. A wild, ecstatic grin spread across Tenma's face. I am just excited. There is something I have wanted to ask your kind for a long time. Since you can speak, why don't you give me an answer? Gathering lightning around its body, the monster growled. Fine. If that is your dying wish, I will grant it. With fire in his eyes, Tenma asked coldly, "Do you actually feel pain?" The demon general scoffed in disdain. "You think a mere human can make me feel pain? You have got some nerve." Its pitch-black tentacles whipped forward to attack. Inflicting pain is our sole privilege. Whoosh. The wind-splitting attack lunged, but Tenma swiftly dodged it. Suddenly appearing right in front of him, Tenma's body erupted with intense, wild arcs of lightning. He delivered an earth-shattering punch, sending the demon general flying hundreds of meters away. His glowing red eyes stared into the rising smoke. Did I get him? No. His mana is surging even stronger now. The pitch-black tentacles rose again in a rapid, relentless assault, their speed noticeably faster. Flashing forward like lightning, Tenma closed the distance. But when it comes to speed, I am still one step ahead of you. He swung his blade down, but it failed to cause any significant damage. Tenma clicked his tongue in frustration. Damn it. Without enough raw power, I cannot even decapitate him. Even when I land a hit, it barely does any damage. The monster watched his agile movements in sheer surprise. I cannot believe a level 0 could move this fast. What is your actual level? It lashed out, whipping its tentacle violently at Tenma. Regardless, no matter how fast you are still nothing but an insect. Unleashing a barrage of attacks, the monster declared with absolute authority, "Your pathetic attacks can hit me hundreds of times, and I will not feel a thing. But if you take even a single blow from me, it is all over." But suddenly, Tenma teleported right in front of his face, delivering a direct, heavy punch. At that exact moment, the monster's tentacle whipped back, striking Tenma head-on. Whoosh! A lethal strike grazed Tenma, leaving a glowing trail of mana in its wake. Leaping onto a high branch, he challenged, "If you think you can, then bring it on." A surge of blue electricity erupted from Tenma as he quickly teleported away. That lightning was just a skill to boost your speed, was it not? Let us see how long your mana can hold out. Tenma calmly analyzed his opponent's body. These tentacles are not a skill, they are a part of his actual body. That is why over-mimesis cannot activate. He had been miscounting the attacks while fighting. Just how many hits has it been by now? The 18th, or maybe the 19th? His mana bar was plummeting. 97 out of 330. I have been spamming my skills constantly. My mana is almost dry. Sweat drenched Tenma's forehead, but his gaze remained resolute as his stamina also drained rapidly. At this rate, even my speed is going to drop. In that case, I will put everything into my attacks. Tenma rushed forward at terrifying speed. Betting on that tiny 3% chance, I will just keep attacking again and again. If I can land just one critical hit, I will win. Loud, metallic clashes rang out continuously as Tenma launched a relentless assault against the monster. He grit his teeth, concentrating intensely. The only way to trigger a critical hit was to rack up even more landed strikes. Faster! I need to strike even faster. Beams of light and blue lightning clashed, creating a chaotic melee inside the barrier. Suddenly, Tenma froze, blood coughing from his mouth as his body was pierced straight through. The monster looked triumphantly at the pinned Tenma. Charging in so recklessly like that, what an absolute idiot. It leaned in close to Tenma, mocking him. "What is wrong? Weren't you going to make me feel pain?" Tenma chuckled softly. The monster squeezed Tenma's shoulder in surprise. "You are still alive? It seems your defense is pretty high." Tenma flashed a bloodthirsty smile, blood dripping down his face as he received a notification. "Finally, you are here." Notification from the broken critical crystal. The next attack has a 100% chance of becoming a critical hit. Instantly, he unleashed a devastating, thunderous punch straight into the monster's chest. The words, "critical hit," flashed in bright red amidst the breathtaking impact. The monster roared in agony, its face twisting under the sheer power of the blow. The shockwave from the impact blasted dirt and leaves into the air, creating a scene of absolute chaos. The demon general collapsed against the base of a tree, trembling as he asked, "What on earth is this? What just happened? How do you suddenly possess such terrifying power?" Tenma casually wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes cold. That was stronger than I expected. He walked forward slowly, emotions welling up. And ever since that critical hit, all kinds of emotions have been surging from deep within my chest. I have never felt anything like this before. Blood stained his clothes red, but Tenma's steps did not falter. Blood is pouring out of my stomach, yet I do not feel any pain at all. He looked up at the sky, his breath misting in the night air. This feeling is unbelievable. Tenma approached and gripped the dying monster tightly. "Well, do you feel pain now?" The monster was terrified. What on earth is this guy? Aren't humans supposed to be filthy, weak creatures? He is clearly level 46 or higher, yet he showed fake stats. How underhanded. Hey, what are you planning to do? Tenma's eyes burned with a brutal, glowing red as he made his move. Until now, the Calamity Beasts had no intelligence, so they did not even cry out when they were killed. But this monster screamed in agony. He let out a sinister, deeply satisfied smile. Just as I thought, the screams of a Calamity Beast that can actually feel pain are on a whole different level. Tenma ruthlessly finished off his opponent in a pool of blood as the monster despaired. No way! Is he going to crush my head? This thing is not human, he is a demon. As everything fell silent once more, the system finally notified him that it had been dealt with. Critical rate plus 1%. Broken critical crystal. Current critical rate is 4%. As the adrenaline wore off, Tenma collapsed in pain. Perhaps because the danger had passed, and he had begun to let his guard down, that special sensation from earlier vanished. A sharp, intense pain surged from his wound. He looked up at the fading energy barrier. Its color had turned completely transparent. That meant there were no Calamity Beasts left inside. Clutching his wound, Tenma took heavy steps toward the center. All that is left now is to destroy the stone tablet. Gathering his remaining strength, he delivered a punch that shattered the magic tablet. It was more fragile than I expected. The tablet crumbled. Tenma leaned his back against the rubble, panting heavily. Before going back to Iberia, there is one thing I need to check. He whispered a mysterious word. Death. Instantly, a massive dark shadow descended from above at its master's call. Show me your face. The black wolf stepped out of the darkness. Tenma was surprised. Huh. Haven't you gotten bigger than before? He looked deep into its glowing eyes and realized. What is more, his Shikigami's status window displayed some impressive news. My level has jumped up by 3 levels all at once, and I also have 150 more attribute points. Stats: B rank Deathhound, level 16. Attack and defense, 250 over 150. Tenma stroked the wolf's fur, lost in thought. I get it now. As its level increases, its body grows larger, along with it. So it wasn't just my imagination, that means. He smiled with high expectations as he looked at the beast, which was now taller than him. If it gains a few dozen more levels, I wonder just how massive it will become. I am really looking forward to that. Cut to the Izumi mansion on the first day of the prophecy, at 11:35 p.m. Darkness blankets the forest, carrying a sinister, ominous aura. Pointing to the sky in absolute shock, Iberia tells Ryosuke, the barrier, it has vanished. Yuki Tenma actually did it. Ryosuke quietly observes the shifting atmosphere. He destroyed that silver barrier in just about 10 minutes. There might not have been any intelligent beasts inside, but even so, that speed is unbelievable. At the very least, he is much stronger than I used to be. Back to Tenma, he is slumped against a cliff, his breathing growing fainter by the second. After a long journey and back-to-back battles, I barely have any strength left. And with all this blood loss, my body has officially hit its limit. Despite being gravely injured, Tenma struggles to hold onto his summon's shoulder. Death, you can track mana, right? Follow my mana trail and take me back to Iberia. The loyal black wolf lets out a low howl and dashes off, blurring through the dense forest under the quiet night sky. Meanwhile, back at the wooden cabin, Ryosuke freezes in high alert as a howl echoes in the distance. Is that the roar of a Calamity Beast? The barrier should have been destroyed by now, so why? Sensing imminent danger, Ryosuke immediately turns and barks an order to protect his teammate. Iberia, get back to your room right now. Iberia freezes, his face filled with anxiety as he whispers, this roar, I have heard it somewhere before. Out of the deep darkness, a massive shadow with razor-sharp claws lunges forward at a terrifying speed. Ryosuke draws his greatsword, taking a stance filled with killing intent in the gloom. It is getting closer. I do not know where it came from, but if it is a Calamity Beast, I will slice it to pieces. A clash erupts as Ryosuke swings his sword with full force at the lunging beast. Suddenly, Iberia gasps in utter shock. Wait, that is the Maydog that Yuki Tenma turned into his summon the other day. Seeing Ryosuke about to deliver a finishing blow, he screams frantically to stop a terrible mistake. Wait, Ryosuke, that is Yuki's summon. The razor-sharp blade tears through the air, barely missing the charging black wolf. Ryosuke stops in his tracks, staring in shock at Tenma's unconscious body, lying right beside his summoned beast. He begins to piece together the strange anomalies surrounding this young man. Only a summoner can order them around, right? His combat power is far beyond anyone his age. a level that never goes up, and he even possesses skills from other classes. Iberia rushes over, tears welling up in his eyes. Are you okay? Itsuki Tenma is truly a walking mystery. Spotting the pool of blood on the ground, a panicked Iberia gently lifts his friend's head. What happened here? There is so much blood. Iberia. Tenma mutters, his lips barely moving, his voice as faint as a whisper. Just let me rest for a bit. As Tenma's eyes close, Iberia breaks down, sobbing hysterically. What do we do? Yuki. Wah. Ryosuke checks Tenma's condition and says, cold yet reassuring. He is not dead yet, so there is no need to cry like that. Stopping his tears, Iberia looks up at Ryosuke with eyes full of hope. Yuki. Is he really going to be okay? Ryosuke points to Tenma's gently rising and falling chest. Look, he is still breathing normally. Without wasting a second, Ryosuke scoops Tenma up and orders Iberia, you have Kodama bandages, right? These wounds need to be treated immediately. Iberia replies, right, I will take care of it. In the quiet room, Tenma lies motionless with thick bandages wrapped around his stomach. Iberia steels his resolve. It is true that I might never catch up to Yuki in combat power, but there is something that only I can do. He recalls the nature of his own magic. My class is Wind Mage, a controller of air currents and gales. It is a versatile class with both combat and support capabilities, but the status window that appears reveals his special gift. My talent is Tier 2, Concentrated Healing. Wind attribute attack damage is reduced by 50%, but the recovery speed of wind attribute healing skills is boosted by 50%. A low-grade Tier 2 talent that can only heal oneself or teammates. Iberia stares at his hands, his eyes burning with determination. I used to hate it, so I never used this skill even once. But for my teammates, and for Yuki, I will use it as much as it takes. A burst of green mana explodes around Iberia. The system announces the activation of the C-rank skill, Healing Window, as a warm glow envelops Tenma. Iberia silently prays, please recover quickly. For the sake of our duo, Yuki. Meanwhile, near the outskirts of the Tenma estate at 11:35 p.m., a massive purple barrier deploys from a stone monument that just crashed down. An incredibly powerful attack strikes, completely shattering every layer of defensive barriers. Chirajima lies defeated and broken in the gray smoke, as Chu can only scream in despair. Chirajima. Chao rushes to cast healing magic on Chirajima, urging him to hang in there. Hold on, I will heal you right now. What is the situation outside? Chirajima can only wheeze weakly. Run, get out of here. His face is contorted with pure terror as he stares at the massive shadow looming behind them. Its defense, strength, and speed, everything is on a completely different level. Even a special grade savior would not stand a chance against it. Humanity stood absolutely no chance against a monster like that. A terrifying presence towered over them, the 14th warrior of the Oni clan, level 81. In the midst of despair, Nento appeared to protect them. Chirajima screamed, Choha, run. The monster growled as it glared at its new opponent. That ridiculous outfit. You must be Izumi Nento, right? It let out an arrogant laugh as it readied its attack. What a stroke of luck, running right into my target like this. At this rate, we won't even need to bother Kusakuma. Nento calmly replied, so, I really am your target. Well, that's a relief then. Boom. A cataclysmic collision erupted, engulfing the entire area in a blinding white light. Choha screamed in panic, Dad, while Chirajima wept in despair. It's over. Everything is over. Slowly, the dust began to settle. Nento stood tall, looking at the figure who had just arrived. You're late. A man with glowing red eyes emerged, radiating pure bloodlust. It was Akira Hayato. He stepped forward to shield Nento. My bad. I'll take care of this one. The monster burst into a mocking laugh. Huh? I don't know what rock you crawled out from under, but you've got a big mouth. Chirajima frantically tried to warn him. Watch out. That thing is insanely strong. Without wasting a single breath, Hayato channeled his energy into his fist and unleashed a devastating punch that literally tore through space. Pitch-black blood splattered everywhere as the monster imploded. Chirajima's eyes went wide, completely paralyzed by the terrifying sight. Staring at the back of the man who had just struck, he gasped in shock. So, is this the power of a special grade savior? Chirajima shivered as the reality sank in. I used to think a special grade was still just human, but this isn't human anymore. He was a monster with power that defied all logic. Choha cheered. We did it. We actually survived. Right? Hayato replied coldly. No. This is where everything actually begins. Instantly, the sky shifted into a menacing shade. The first day of prophecy, 11:40 p.m. The barrier near Izumi Nento's mansion turned from purple to blood red. A massive, hairy beast materialized within the flames of the red barrier. How will Saru Akuma torture humanity now? A demon with blazing, fiery hair let out a sadistic laugh. I'd really love to watch that happen right here, right now. The Flame Demon Lord, level 37. A stark white monster roared from behind as he added, "You agree with me, don't you?" The White Oni, level 49. An authoritative, cloaked figure commanded them, "Do not do anything unnecessary. Our mission is to capture that target. If we fail, you already know the consequences, don't you?" The powerful leader finally revealed himself, the Frost Demon General, Shepherd King, level 87. Why were we sent to the same barrier as Sokusokuma instead of going straight for the target? If all three of us stayed in the same barrier, it would turn purple and draw too much attention. He explained the sinister tactic. The red barrier Sokusokuma created would lure in the strongest humans nearby, and that way, we can complete Ringa's mission without anyone getting in our way. Sokusokuma, one of the 8 great demon kings. While Sokusokuma drew everyone's attention, the other demon lords cast their gaze toward the mansion. Let's head straight to our destination. Do you know where it is? The demon king confidently replied, Don't worry. Ringa will guide us using the evil eye he left behind in the human realm. At that very moment, in his bedroom, Tenma bolted upright, drenched in a cold sweat. That guy can not only track the coordinates of the evil eye, but he can also see everything it sees. Tenma's eyes suddenly transformed into something terrifying. And right now, that eye is in the exact same place as our target. The clock struck 11:35 p.m. on the first day of prophecy. Tenma lay motionless. In his subconscious, he saw his younger self standing before his mother. "Mom, I finally found a calamity beast that can feel pain." "Just like us," the young Itsuki smiled with pure innocence. "I crushed its head. Now, your revenge can finally begin, Mom." His mother looked down at him, her eyes filled with deep sorrow. "No, Itsuki," she said gently. "There are things far more important than revenge." Itsuki stared blankly. Something more important than wiping out every last calamity beast? His mother offered a tender smile. "Power isn't meant for revenge, Itsuki. It's meant to protect the people you love." Itsuki lowered his head as darkness began to envelop his small frame. "That's impossible." He screamed out in agony, "I will never forgive those calamity beasts for killing Dad and Mom." The young Itsuki's eyes suddenly flared crimson with pure hatred. "I will wipe every single one of them off the face of the earth." His mother quietly turned her gaze away, her face filled with grief over the path of hatred her son had chosen. She gave one last sad smile as her form began to fade away. "It's time for me to go now." "Where are you going, Mom? I still have so much to tell you." She reached out, gently caressing his cheek to give him one final piece of advice. "Itsuki, please, don't let hatred consume you." The young Itsuki wept bitterly, reaching his tiny hands up into the empty air. "Mom," but his hands only caught the fading specks of light dissolving into nothingness. Itsuki's face was frozen in shock, tears streaming down his face as the crushing reality set in his mother was truly gone. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from the darkness of his mind. "Weeping for the dead? Typical behavior of weak, pathetic creatures." Tenma gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing a furious crimson. "You bastard!" He roared with pure hatred at the darkness slowly swallowing his soul. His soul. Then, a powerful demon emerged from a sea of blood. The demon of destruction sneered. "So, you're finally awake, huh? It seems you only turn into a helpless child when you're around her." Tenma braced himself, a deadly aura exploding all around him. "You bastard!" With a roaring cry, he lunged at his enemy inside the illusion, "I'm going to kill you." But the mysterious figure easily deflected his attack. He whispered menacingly, "Calm down. I'll make you feel that way again very soon." Then, he dealt a devastating blow to his mind. Consumed by sheer despair as he was blown backward, Tenma screamed, "Linga, I will kill you, no matter what it takes." Back in reality, Iberia was desperately using her magic to shield Tenma from the calamity beasts. "I have to protect Itsuki." Tenma weakly opened his eyes, staring at the faint breeze swirling around them. A weak breeze like this wouldn't even startle a calamity beast. Seeing him stir, Iberia cried out in joy, "You're awake, Itsuki." She lunged forward and hugged Tenma tightly, making him blush. She thought to herself, thank goodness. It looks like my healing magic actually worked. She was still hugging him tight in her excitement, just like always. Tenma thought, how long have I been out? Iberia let go and replied, not long, probably about 3 hours. Tenma did the math. 3 hours. So it's around 3 a.m. on the second day of the prophecy? Are Yosuke and Ian safe? Iberia flashed a bright, reassuring smile. Yeah, no other Calamity Beasts have shown up since. Still dazed, Tenma recalled the voice from his dream. Don't be in a hurry. I'll make you feel that way again soon. Even though it was just a dream, those words kept haunting him. It felt far too real to be just a dream. The Calamity Beasts are definitely planning something. The clock struck 3:03 a.m. on the second day of the prophecy. Tenma Itsuki, now fully awake from his coma, stood up with determination. We can't let our guard down. Iberia looked at him with admiration. That's amazing. You look like you've completely recovered. Tenma quickly headed for the door, reminding her. Master said reinforcements would arrive soon. I'm going to go check on things with Yosuke. On their way, Iberia curiously asked about the Black Wolf. Itsuki, what's that dog Shikigami's name? Is it really just called a death hound? Iberia eagerly suggested. Don't you know? Shikigami users can name them whatever they want. Want me to give it a really cool name? I'm actually super good at naming things. Tenma replied bluntly. I'm not a Shikigami user. Iberia pouted in disappointment. Ah, what a letdown. I really wanted to name it too. Tenma broke into a cold sweat, thinking, there is absolutely no way I'm letting her name it. Tenma looked at the iron golem in the yard, quietly assessing his healed wounds. Spirit Wrap alone couldn't have healed me this quickly. It seemed Iberia had finally used her true power. Tenma looked at Iberia in surprise. I thought you never used skills. Turns out you're a healer? Flustered, she replied, no, I can use offensive skills too. It's just, they're really, really weak. Turning to Yosuke, who was standing beside the burning corpse of a monster, Tenma asked thoughtfully, Yosuke, did any awakened show up after I passed out? He received a brief answer. No. Yosuke narrowed his eyes, studying Tenma suspiciously. Why do you ask? Yosuke went on to explain how isolated they were. Master said they'd send the nearest awakened. It's already been a day, so they should have been here by now. But since this place is deep in the forest, you wouldn't be able to get here this fast without Choha leading the way. Tenma fell silent, his sharp eyes filled with worry. That makes sense, but I still have a really bad feeling about this. He stared deep into the pitch-black forest, where a dark aura was slowly spreading, as if something evil was creeping closer. Meanwhile, not far away, a group of trainees was dashing through the woods. Their leader barked, Kobe, how much further to the target? Kobe replied, just a few miles, we're almost there. Another member thought excitedly as he ran, if I pull this mission off, I'll finally be promoted from a trainee to a rank 3 savior. But seriously, this place is in the middle of nowhere. Does the best blacksmith in the northern continent really live out here? Suddenly, the pink-haired girl in the group leaped into the air, throwing a powerful punch as she screamed, stop right there! The entire group instantly halted, taking up battle stances on the dark forest path, thick with a murderous aura. The pink-haired girl turned back, asking her teammates warily, what is it? Did you sense something strange? Another member replied, something is coming from ahead. Out of the eerie darkness, 2 towering figures emerged, blocking their path. They've spotted us. The trainees drew their weapons in unison, shouting to steady their nerves. Calamity Beasts, get ready to fight. But the one who appeared was a demon lord, a mocking smirk on his face. Where are you all heading in such a rush? Don't tell me. He drew closer, his crimson eyes glowing chillingly, baring his sharp fangs. Are you all headed to the exact same place as us?